take long to fill up the table. Apologies for starting late. There's a lot of stuff going on. 8 a.m. meeting with council members. Mr. Goulet, you're first up.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and council staff. My name is Eric Goulet, Vice President and Ward 3 Representative for the DC State Board of Education. This morning, I will be testifying in my individual capacity as a board member and not on behalf of the board. I want to begin by thanking Mayor Bowser, Deputy Mayor Kine, State Superintendent Mitchell, and their staffs for their partnership with SBOE this past year. Deputy Mayor Kine is a collaborative leader who always attempts to work constructively towards solutions for the district students, and I'm grateful for his public service to our city. There is much to celebrate in DC public education right now. However, since this is an oversight hearing, I'll quickly highlight 4 education issues that I believe require our ongoing focus during this next year. And then I'll elaborate further if you have any questions, Mr. Chairman. The district, number 1 here, the district must continue to maintain reliable funding for DCPS schools and avoid destabilizing cuts to staffing. While there are differences of opinion about whether the Schools First in Budgeting Act is an enforceable law, there is no debating that it creates a sound, rational formula for funding individual schools that produces much needed stability. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to personally thank you for your leadership in reallocating funds these last 3 budget cycles to ensure that DCPS schools across our city receive stable funding to avoid devastating staffing cuts. With Mayor Bowser announcing an inflation adjustment to the UPSFF, hopefully the mayor's proposed budget will ensure that the spirit of the Schools First in Budgeting Act is met this year when the budget is released. Number 2, the district should address the issue of school overcrowding that creates inequities in pre-K access and inclusive special education. The district has never fully realized its commitment to providing universal pre-K at all DCPS elementary schools, as the residents of Ward 3 continue to be denied access to any pre-K programming for pre-K 3 in their neighborhood in-boundary schools due to overcrowding. Other schools like Lafayette and Ross also have no pre-K 3. This spring, I will work to obtain a list of all DC schools that do not have physical space to educate in-boundary pre-K students or students with disabilities, and obtain a full inventory of trailers that are being used as student classrooms. Number 3, the district's age cutoffs for kindergarten must be reformed. The District of Columbia is now an outlier for kindergarten age cutoff policies with all states in the country, instituting a rigid, developmentally inappropriate policy that forces young children onto IEPs. In 1 year, without proper notice, DCPS abruptly revised its kindergarten age cutoffs, inappropriately reported parents for child neglect for having children in pre-K 4, forced children to skip kindergarten, and caused families to leave our public schools to prevent further harm to children by DCPS. This was the most disturbing abuse of power by a DC government agency that I have witnessed in my 23 years in and adjacent to DC government, and urgent corrective action is needed. Lastly, number 4, parents deserve transparency when curriculum changes. Recent changes to remove full-length novels from middle school English language arts curriculum have highlighted the need for more upfront engagement with LSATs and a need to reevaluate the balance of whether curriculum teaches test-taking skills versus skills to succeed in college. This subject will be the topic of SBOE's March public meeting expert panel testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to provide testimony today. I'm available to answer any questions that you or your colleagues may have.
Thank you, Mr. Goulet. Mr. Henderson.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee staff. I am here in my capacity as Ward 5 member of the State Board of Education, and I am not representing the views of the board as a whole. My testimony will speak to the performance of the Deputy Mayor for Education and is based in large part on issues that have come to me as representative of Ward 5 residents and school communities. One of the 3 major functions of the DME is providing oversight and support for several education-related agencies, including DCPS and the Public Charter School Board. As such, I request the DME's attention to the issues I raised last week in the oversight hearing for those agencies, including improved services for students with disabilities and the responsiveness and accountability of charter school boards. A second of the 3 major functions of the DME is managing interagency and cross-sector coordination. In the aftermath of the snow and ice storm in January, DCPS schools seemed to receive support in clearing school grounds and parking lots from DGS. So credit to DME for any role in that coordination. I take it that public charter schools are responsible for contracting snow clearance for their schools, presumably with their facilities funds. Ward 5 school communities in both sectors, however, struggled with delayed clearance of adjacent streets, making access difficult even as schools were reopened. I'm happy to advocate for school communities, and I requested help in any way that I could, from 311 requests to social media messages, but I do so with limited to no efficacy. The DME's help in coordinating communication and service delivery from city agencies to school communities could go a long way in addressing such challenges. Over the past year, parents, teachers, and staff from Ward 5 schools of both sectors and school leaders in the charter sector have been pleading for information, guidance, and support from the executive regarding immigration enforcement and local federal agency coordination. Parents have organized and written to the executive and received no response. On behalf of our constituents, the State Board has requested a meeting with the DME to learn how we could support our school communities with the best guidance and information at the start of the school year. That request was declined. Later, we made recommendations for protecting students while maintaining instruction and learning. Those recommendations received no response or follow-through. School leaders and families have been left to navigate incredibly difficult circumstances largely on their own. They have persevered courageously and admirably to protect and support their school communities. Clear guidance, communication, support, and answers would mean a lot to these leaders, educators, and families. I think they deserve it. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Ms. Robinette?
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and staff. My name is Danielle Robinette, and I'm a senior policy attorney at Children's Law Center. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the FY25 performance of the Deputy Mayor for Education. Children's Law Center represents DC students who regularly face barriers in accessing their education. As part of our advocacy for the families we work with, we have been longtime members of the Everyday Counts Task Force and the Students in the Care of DC Coordinating Committee, both housed within DME. As this committee well knows, the work to improve student attendance is slow and complex. DHS's Truancy Reduction Pilot Program has found that DC students miss school for a wide variety of reasons. Some, like struggling academically, fall squarely within the expertise of the education sector. Others, like mental health and transportation issues, implicate needs beyond the schoolhouse gate. As we have testified before, a comprehensive response to chronic absenteeism in the district must include not only the education sector, but also agencies in charge of health, human services, public safety, transportation, and others. A key strength of the EDC task force is the involvement of a wide array of DC agencies, lending their expertise to address barriers to attendance. We hope that the recent focus on school attendance continues, and we urge the council and the executive to rely on the expertise of EDC when considering changes to DC's response to chronic absenteeism. The task force can and should be a useful tool in crafting policy in this realm. We commend DME for revitalizing EDC, and we look forward to continued collaboration and support of DC students. At last year's DME oversight hearing, we testified that the Students in the Care of DC Coordinating Committee was slow to get off the ground. Today, we are glad to report that the committee has met regularly over the past year. While we are still awaiting the publication of the committee's first annual report, we are encouraged by DME's consistent engagement with SEDC. Like with absenteeism, the work to support students in the care of DC implicates agencies across district government, as well as federal partners. The unique needs of students in care require thoughtful planning and collaboration. This work will not be done quickly. The work will not be quick, but it must keep moving forward. We continue to believe that the SCDC Coordinating Committee could be a valuable tool to identify and respond to the complex needs of this population. When SCDC publishes its first annual report in the coming months, we urge this committee to engage with the recommendations therein to ensure that the district meaningfully supports all DC students. Like EDC, we hope that SCDC will become a useful tool for council and the executive. Looking forward, we urge the DME to ensure students in care continue to be prioritized. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Robinette. And Katrina Owens.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Katrina Owens. I'm the Executive Director at DC Scores, a resident of Ward 4 and a DC public school parent. For over 30 years, DC Scores has served young people in the district through soccer, poetry, and service learning during the out-of-school time hours. We hire and train over 300 school day staff to lead our programming, creating deep connections between out-of-school time and school day. Today, we serve over 3,500 kids through our whole child programming at 68 elementary and middle public schools. Because of our school-based programming and feeder pattern, engaging kids 1st through 8th grade, we're able to develop deep connections, build a strong culture, and have sustained positive impact, striving to eliminate all barriers to participation. Demand for our program is growing, as evidenced by a 20-school wait list. The barrier is only funding. Thank you to the Deputy Mayor for Education and the Learn24 office for continued multi-year funding. This consistent funding is critical to stabilize the OST landscape during times of uncertainty like this. We appreciate the office for creating opportunities for grantees to provide feedback before any updates or changes are made, and the access for grantees and partners to directly engage with leadership. Thank you in particular to Deputy Mayor Kine and to Dr. Lowe for providing opportunities for direct engagement. This allows our work to be stronger together. Thank you for that access and engagement. We know that students who participate in DC Scores have 5 percentage points higher school attendance rates than their non-participating peers. We have more impact in numbers through data and statistics, but as executive director, I have the honor of witnessing transformation firsthand. I was a DC Scores coach at Fletcher Johnson before joining the organization in 2006 to start our middle school program. Danielle Johnson was a DC Scores alum who I coached and taught at Fletcher Johnson. Recently, she shared, and I quote, "DC Scores is deep in our hearts and in our lives. It shaped who we are today." DC Scores gave Danielle her first opportunity to play on a girls' sports team at her school. And she shared that just to see other girls like me, aggressive, competitive, and willing to give it all on their field was amazing. Danielle is just one of our alumni who has gone on to a career in public service, and she now works at DC Public Schools, Raymond Elementary School. So thank you to the Deputy Mayor and Learn24 for your partnership. Together, we are making a difference and life so much better for so many kids in the district. It's critical that we are able to continue to partner and work together and that the funding remains. I want to end my testimony with an excerpt from a group poem from Barnard Elementary School. It's entitled "The City." This, that city where go-go never dies. We the nation's capital, but this ain't just about suits and ties. From uptown to southeast, our culture drips on every street. We've got monuments, museums, and memories that run deep. Our history talks why the city don't sleep. Turning our struggles to lessons while keeping our dreams alive. That's DC style, we survive and thrive. We the future of the district, confident and free, smart, strong, creative. That's the DC in me. Built from our parents' strength, creating a legacy. I'm the heartbeat of the city, the kid from DC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Owens. We have a lot of witnesses, so I don't really have questions, but I do want to say, Mr. Goulet, let us know after the March meeting what your thoughts are with regard to the curriculum changes. We've gotten a fair amount of testimony about that. And
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll be happy to.
and you talked about the overcrowding that limits pre-K access. I don't know if there's a solution to that.
We need to build new schools. I mean, that's the answers. What we started with was Title I schools when we were going to look at universal pre-K expansion. We then expanded to all schools throughout the city. And then the last phase of universal pre-K was where you did not have space to add pre-K 3 and 4 classrooms. You would build new schools and add that capacity. And the district just stopped before the last step. And we have all of Ward 3, we have Ross, we have Lafayette are denied in-boundary pre-K simply because we haven't built the space to accommodate all of our public education in the district. And we need to do that. We need to finish universal pre-K in DC.
Thank you. I'm going to move along here. Ms. Robinette, I think last week, my recollection is, I can't remember what hearing I had last week, but I think it was on DCPS. And I think you gave a short statement and said you had a longer statement to follow.
Yes, sir.
And have we gotten it?
Well, I also have this testimony to write, but I will make sure it's in before the record closes.
Okay. Not to put you on the spot, I just,
But you did. It's okay.
well, but I remember I'm interested in reading the longer testimonies. So.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'll have
Thank
it to you
you.
ASAP.
Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. Rachel Johnson, who's Chief of Staff at the DC Charter Alliance. Emma Kelly, who's just listed as a public witness. Najiri Jenkins, OST Advocacy Manager, DC Action. Jessica Nguyen with DC Action. Jessica Nguyen, Nguyen. Blanca Puezo, Program Director, Multicultural Spanish Speaking Providers Association. Not online. Anusha Imran with the DC Policy Center. Laura Fuchs, President of the Washington Teachers Union. Simon Rodberg is virtual. Andrea Tobin, I believe, is virtual. Gabriela Silva, who I believe is virtual. I'm going to stop right there. Ms. Johnson, you're up.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Rachel Johnston. I'm a Ward 4 resident and the Chief of Staff at the DC Charter School Alliance, the local advocacy organization dedicated to supporting DC's public charter schools who serve nearly half of the district's public school students. My testimony today focuses on the critical role the DME, SBOE, and UDC play in advancing outcomes for DC students and what is required to sustain progress. DME holds a unique responsibility to drive coordination across district agencies in support of schools and students. Educating students truly takes a village. The agencies that address families' most fundamental needs, health, safety, transportation, and housing stability, largely sit outside the education cluster. Without strong coordination, students cannot consistently engage in learning. The DME's statutory charge is thus essential to student success. We are grateful for the times the DME has operationalized its mandate, including working with our schools and DMPED's Revenue Bond Office to help ensure bond applications move forward, and for the DME's continued engagement with our LEA Leader Executive Committee. When coordination falls short, however, schools and families feel it directly. During January's snow events, gaps in snow removal left several charter schools contracting with private plow companies to clear nearby city streets so they could open their campuses safely. These situations underscore the importance of proactive planning and clear cross-agency communication. Beyond its coordinating role, the DME leads several initiatives. We are encouraged by the Education Through Employment data system and its forthcoming dashboards, which we hope provide schools with valuable insight into their graduates' outcomes. We also appreciate continued investment in OST programming through Learn24 and hope for more stringent compliance requirements to make this funding even more accessible. Finally, we value our partnership on the Everyday Counts Task Force. To build on this work, we urge the district to launch a citywide campaign with public-private partnerships that create attendance incentives. Like the DME, thank the SBOE for its engagement with charter schools and the opportunity to provide input on key issues before the SBOE. In particular, we appreciate the SBOE's recent collaboration with charter leaders and the PCSB on high school graduation requirements. We also look forward to providing input as the SBOE considers upcoming PE standards. Finally, we'd like to recognize UDC for its partnership with OSSI and charter schools in expanding post-secondary pathways. 27 charter LEAs participate in OSSI's dual enrollment consortium, allowing students to earn credits at institutions like UDC while pursuing a high school diploma or GED. We also thank UDC for partnering with OSSI on creating affordable pathways for paraprofessionals to earn associate and bachelor's degrees. The program included participants from 26 charter schools in 2024 and 2025. In summary, the district's education ecosystem would not be where it is today without the leadership and partnership of these agencies. At the same time, continued progress depends on adequate and equitable funding for all public and public charter schools. We appreciate the mayor's proposed 2.55% increase to the UPSFF and look forward to engaging with the administration and council as the FY27 budget is finalized to ensure that all schools have the resources necessary to serve every student. Thank you for your time and attention, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Emma Kelly?
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today at the Performance Oversight Hearing for the Deputy Mayor of Education. Today, I'm specifically testifying on early childhood education initiatives, specifically the PKEEP Child Care Subsidy Program and Pay Equity Fund. I am a Ward 1 resident and a parent of a first grader at a DCPS and a 3-year-old who is currently in pre-K 3 at Barbara Chambers Child Care Center, a CBO that is part of the PKEEP program. As a parent of young children, I am acutely aware of the high cost of childcare and the importance of the availability of high-quality childcare so both my spouse and I can work. PKEEP, the Child Care Subsidy Program, and Pay Equity Fund all form a delicate balance propping up our early child care system. For instance, PKEEP makes it financially feasible to offer infant-toddler child care services as the cost of care for very young children is higher. The Child Care Subsidy Program reduces child care costs for working families who need it most. The subsidy program helps every parent in DC, even those who don't use subsidies, by spurring the creation of new child care spots by providing guaranteed funding for those spots. There are just 12,200 infant, toddler, early learning seats available and 23,000 children under age 3 in DC. Stability in the program is crucial to preserving these slots and allowing parents to work. The Pay Equity Fund allows centers to pay early educators higher salaries by providing funding for increased compensation. Teachers in DC are highly educated and have specific educational requirements other jurisdictions do not have. Without the Pay Equity Fund, centers would have to choose between raising childcare rates to pay teachers or risk having teachers leave the field for more lucrative fields, causing classrooms to close. That would be a lose-lose scenario for working parents. Studies have shown that private sector employment increases and parents' earnings increase with parents' access to early childhood education. For instance, a recent report shows that in DC, a lack of access to affordable childcare leads to $252 million in lost wages for parents, $79 million in costs for our employers, and $64 million in lost tax revenue. In a time of budget shortfalls, we can't afford to lose any tax revenue. 2 weeks ago, it was reported that the mayor and superintendent spoke to the council about current funding gaps in the child care subsidy program and potential cuts and changes in fiscal year 27. The fiscal year 26 budget also did not project funding for the Pay Equity Fund for fiscal year 27. Uncertainty in these programs would adversely affect the ability of early child care centers to provide safe, reliable childcare for working parents in the district. Even with DC's investment in early childhood education, we still have the highest average annual cost for infant care in the country. I shudder to think what the astronomical cost of childcare would be in DC without these programs. I feel fortunate that I could find childcare due to the stability the child care subsidy program offers, have high-quality teachers due to the Pay Equity Fund, and afford to have multiple children in DC because of the relief from full-time childcare payments due to the PKEEP program. When I had my first child, many colleagues and friends asked when I was moving to Maryland or Virginia, and I said never because DC is home. And I know the city is a great place to raise a family. But if it becomes even more unaffordable, other working parents would make a different decision. In closing, I am incredibly grateful to the mayor and council's hard work on fiscal year 26's budget, allowing for the funding of PKEEP, the Child Care Subsidy Program, and the Pay Equity Fund. Last year in announcing the funding, the mayor spoke of the importance of these programs for our children and for keeping working families in the district. I know we are currently facing strong headwinds, but strongly encourage the mayor and council to work together to preserve these programs so that we can strengthen our city's economy and keep working families in the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it pronounced Najiri Jenkins?
And Jerry.
And Jerry?
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Jerry Jenkins, and I am the OSC Advocacy Manager at DC Action, representing the OSC Coalition, more than 100 community-based organizations serving thousands of youth across all 8 wards. OSC providers are essential partners to DC schools, agencies, and families, but they need simple, coordinated, and predictable administrative systems to deliver high-quality programming. Too often, they face the opposite. My testimony today focuses on reducing administrative friction so providers can spend more time serving youth and less time troubleshooting systems. First, uncoordinated data systems make basic grant compliance unnecessarily difficult. Providers must track enrollment and attendance, yet mismatched student ID numbers in the city SPAN portal create avoidable reporting discrepancies. Families know DCPS IDs, but those often generate low match rates. OSCE's unique student identifier works much better, yet families rarely know it and providers report that they cannot directly request it from families. Resolving these issues consumes significant staff time, especially for smaller organizations without grant management or compliance staff. This can make strong programs appear out of compliance and weak on paper. These challenges can lead to programs reducing enrollment or hours simply to manage administrative demands. Second, building use challenges shift financial and administrative risks onto nonprofits. While we appreciate DCPS's covering of most facility costs, providers report delays, inconsistent guidance, and unclear billing for custodial and security services under building use agreements. Unexpected or poorly communicated costs force nonprofits operating on fixed grants to redirect funds away from direct services. Delays and confusion can postpone start dates, cancel events, and divert staff from youth engagement to administrative red tape. Across both data systems and facility access, the pattern is clear. Administrative inefficiencies reduce the time and resources providers can dedicate to young people. We urge continued growth in OST funding paired with reforms to streamline data matching, administrative building use processes, reduce duplicative reporting, and strengthen coordination across district agencies. Finally, we ask for clarity on DCPS's announced $8.1 million in FY27 after-school investment. Will this funding augment funding available through the DME's OST office, supplement 21st century funds, or operate separately? Clear coordination is essential to maximize impact and avoid duplication. By reducing administrative burden and improving coordination, the district can ensure public investments translate into stable, high-quality OST programming for our young people. Please see my written testimony for full details. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Jessica, I'm going to mess up the last name, Nguyen, who I believe is online.
Hi, you can just say Win. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay,
You're
awesome.
letting me off the hook. When? Just say Jessica When?
Yeah, Win. Jessica Win is good.
All right.
Okay. Should I go?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members and staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Jessica Wynn, and I'm testifying as a policy fellow on behalf of the Out of School Time Coalition, housed by DC Action. Our OST coalition represents dozens of community-based organizations that serve thousands of youth and families across all wards. Today, I'm here to urge the Deputy Mayor for Education and the Council to preserve and protect OST funding as the district anticipates a massive budget shortfall. Right now, the district funds more than 20,000 OST seats through the DME and OSSI. These grants make programs affordable and accessible to families who otherwise could not pay market rates for after-school or summer care. In my role supporting the coalition, I have met one-on-one with dozens of OST providers, many of whom are also testifying today and make up a large share of the public witness list. Across those conversations, providers consistently tell me how critical Learn24 funding, technical support, and provider trainings have been to sustaining quality programs and keeping their operations strong. Those supports are working. Preserving and ideally expanding Learn24's grant-giving capacity would allow more providers to participate and increase the number of OST seats available, bringing us closer to equitable OST access citywide. At the same time, many providers rely heavily on public funding to keep costs low for families. Even small reductions in district grants can have outsized consequences. A modest cut doesn't just tighten belts, it can eliminate program slots, destabilize staffing, and in some cases force trusted community-based organizations to scale back or close entirely. Without stable and recurring funding, OST programs can't plan ahead. They don't have as much capacity to recruit and retain qualified staff, nor can they sustain quality as they're known to do. When experienced providers have to leave the system because funding becomes unstable, the district loses institutional knowledge and trusted community relationships that are very difficult to rebuild. Protecting OST is also about economic stability for working families. Without public investment, parents can face costs of up to $7,000 to $10,000 per child annually for after-school care. And district families are already under financial strain. For Black families in DC who have a median income of about $57,000 a year, that could mean spending nearly 1/5 of their income on after-school alone. And that's just not realistic. And reducing investment in OST doesn't save money in the long term, as some people might think. It shifts costs downstream, placing greater pressure on the district's behavioral health systems, juvenile justice, child welfare, and academic recovery efforts. We also request clarification regarding DCPS's proposed $8.1 million for elementary and middle school after-school programming. How will this investment be structured and coordinated with existing OST systems? In this moment of fiscal uncertainty, we urge the Deputy Mayor for Education and the Council to recognize OST funding as essential infrastructure, not discretionary spending. Now is not the time to pull back from a system that families depend on. Thank you for your leadership. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. Blanca Huezo, I think, is not here. Anusha Imran.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Anusha Imran, and I'm a data analyst at the DC Policy Center, an independent think tank focused on advancing policies for a growing, vibrant, and compelling DC. In my testimony, I'm going to present the DC Policy Center's 5-year enrollment projections for DC public schools. The last time these projections were developed was 2024 by the DME, and much has changed since then. DC has experienced strong enrollment growth over the past 3 school years compared to the nation and neighboring jurisdictions. From pre-K through grade 12, enrollment has increased by 2,809 students. Much of this increase has been focused on upper grades. High school and middle school enrollment grew by 9% and 4% respectively. In contrast, pre-K enrollment increased only by 1.2% and elementary enrollment increased by 2.1% over the same time period. The weak growth rates among young cohorts is now shaping the future of enrollment growth in DC public schools. The 2024 DME projections were already predicting weaker enrollment growth, a modest increase of just 276 students over the next 5 years. We now project a decline of 743 students over that same time period. The difference is primarily driven by decreasing births, which are declining at an even faster rate. Declining births are not new. Births have been decreasing steadily since 2016. What is new is that this decline has been deeper, about 2 to 3% annually, and has lasted longer, almost 10 years in a row. The smaller cohorts are now moving through pre-K and elementary schools. As a result, earlier grades are shrinking while middle and high school enrollment continues to grow. The projected decline in enrollment has significant implications for future budgets at DC public schools. Because the district allocates funding through UPSFF, enrollment changes translate directly into fiscal impacts, keeping available resources constant. Decline in early grades could leave some schools underutilized, while growth in secondary grades raises demand for teachers, specialized programs, and facility capacity. The system is simultaneously contracting and expanding, requiring deliberate, forward-looking planning rather than reactive adjustments. Several broader demographic and economic factors suggest enrollment declines will be difficult to turn around over the projected period, such as migration could offset the decline in births, but recent data suggests that this is unlikely since domestic outmigration has been negative since 2020, and international migration, while rebounded after the pandemic, has also been recently declining. Additionally, the current housing pipeline suggests slower growth ahead rather than expansion. Employment in the district has also not fully recovered from pre-pandemic levels, and potential federal workforce reductions may further dampen population growth. Private school trends do not show sustained growth or contraction that would meaningfully alter public sector enrollment forecasts. Together, these trends suggest that DC public school enrollment is undergoing a structural transition. The council should continue to look to the DME and Office of Planning for updated enrollment projections and births to inform strategies for alignment of facility use. Staffing policies should reflect this new enrollment reality. The district should look into aligning staff with the updated projections to avoid overhiring in grades that are facing sustained enrollment declines and focus on targeted investments like early literacy, multilingual learners, or special education. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Imran. Laura Fuchs, I believe, is virtual.
Yeah, good morning. So the DC State Board of Education should have greater authority over OSSI. This is an important and crucial step towards restoring checks and balances within the district government and allowing a body independent of the mayor an opportunity to oversee how the district is complying with federal laws and several other key areas of education policy. Without it, we will continue to be one of the least democratic decision-making spaces regarding education in the nation, one that has not yielded results. The dictatorship must end. The DCSBOE must be given authority over OSSI. But that is not far enough. DC Public Schools is too big, too complicated, and too important to be held accountable solely by a DC council that is too small to be tasked with holding a very large government in check. Under our current leadership, the Deputy Mayor of Education's office is silent and weak as the Public Charter School Board and DC Public Schools refuse to comply with even the barest minimum of public sector planning. In theory, I appreciate the work being done with a boundary study and student assignment study or master facilities plan. It is almost impossible to trust that that work will have any meaning whatsoever and that it won't be biased towards the mayor's particular interests in privatizing our schools and anti-union efforts. Attendance initiatives are almost impossible to feel any real effective at the classroom level beyond seeing some t-shirts given out as gifts. The work needs to be inclusionary of our union members as primarily the ones who are implementing any plan. And as always, we are shut out, not communicated with in any meaningful way, and the status quo rages on. The political will to change this should be obvious, but it is clear it will take far more effort on the part of the union and community to convince those in power that this is not working and that poor governance structures are at the heart of it. I'm now going to focus my testimony on DCSAA and DCIAA, which I know was under DCPS, but to me they are interconnected. Speaking with athletic directors and WT members, there's some changes that they have suggested need to be made. The process by which parents submit the required forms for participation, from medical releases to simple permission, are extremely cumbersome and too often are tasked on adults who have many other responsibilities. Members have requested that parents be able to directly upload their documents using existing websites, so it is not so much back and forth using paper. When it comes to stipends, which we know is not the domain of DCSAA, athletic director stipends should be higher for those who are taking on the role of on top of their regular duties at their school, given how important their role is to a successful implementation of the athletic program. Additionally, certain sports require more stipends for more coaches to ensure student safety. For example, middle school swimming is currently allowed only one paid coach for teams of 40 to 50 students. It makes more sense to invest greater money into additional coaches. Another suggestion from our members is moving towards more equitable standards by eliminating the prize money associated with winning championships, and that should be more effectively allocated equitably, because often it is the wealthy neighborhoods that win the championships and then they get more money, thereby increasing the inequity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jukes. I don't have a copy of your statement if you could provide it.
Yep, I will. I'm waiting to hear what they have to say so I can add information to it.
Okay. Good. Simon Rodberg.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and council staff. My name is Simon Rodberg, and I'm the Executive Director of Lee Montessori Public Charter Schools, serving 578 students across 2 campuses in wards 5 and 8. I'm also a Ward 4 resident and parent of a public charter school student. Today, I want to speak about the powerful community support that makes great schools and a great community possible. At Lee Montessori's East End campus, we took over a building originally built by Eagle Academy, and with that came many challenges. As you know, when it comes to Eagle Academy, challenges aren't a surprise. Over the last 3 years, while also navigating the major work of opening a second building and building a new playground, we have made a significant effort to become better neighbors and build stronger connections with the surrounding community. That effort has mattered. Today, we have a strong relationship with our ANC representative and ANC chair. We've hosted an ANC community meeting and participated in other ANC events. The unanimous support of our ANC and our State Board of Education representative helped make possible the recent closure of a paper alley at our campus, creating more space for our children to play safely. And of course, Chairman Mendelson and Council made that happen as well. This fall, when we celebrated the opening of our new playground, that celebration included community leaders and a representative from the Deputy Mayor for Education's office, another example of what can happen when schools and community work together. I want to recognize Robert Henderson, the Ward 5 State Board of Education representative, who takes time to visit and understand our schools, and especially LaJoy Johnson Law, Ward 8 State Board of Education representative, who has been a consistent presence and a fierce advocate for children. That kind of leadership matters deeply. I also want to acknowledge the role of the Deputy Mayor for Education's office. Like our SBOE representatives, their team has supported us not only in big moments, but in this day-to-day work of serving a community, helping us think through how to be better neighbors, helping us navigate difficult challenges with parents, helping us access city resources, and sometimes simply being a supportive and interested partner. Charter schools are not neighborhood schools in the same way DCPS schools are, but we still need to be good neighbors, and we really are part of the community. That's why equitable funding matters so much. We are grateful for the mayor's proposed increase to the UPSFF in a very difficult budget climate. But we need equitable support across the board, including for teacher compensation and facilities, because the many costs of running a great school community can't be overlooked. For example, after January's snowstorm, the DME's office was helpful in gathering information about which streets near charter schools had not been plowed. But our school still had to pay to plow our own parking lot, and we even paid for private plowing of the public street in front of our school so that pickup and drop-off could happen safely. Those are real costs. They do not come out of the DCPS school budgets in the same way, and they are exactly the kind of costs that facilities funding is meant to help cover. I've talked about the great personal support and connections from SBOE members and DME staff, but I need to be real about the dollars that make a good school and good community possible. Thank you for your leadership and for your support of DC's students and families.
Thank you, Mr. Rodberg. Andrea Tobin?
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Andrea Tobin. I serve as the Executive Director of Kid Power, a nonprofit supporting nearly 1,000 youth across DC through after-school summer mentoring and high-impact tutoring. Recently, one of our fifth graders asked, "How old do you have to be to work at Kid Power?" Why, we asked? Because I want to work there. That reflection tells us something profound. Young people feel safe here. They feel valued. They see themselves not just as participants, but as future leaders. It's not just youth who feel the impact. After a recent family engagement event, a parent wrote us an email. "Thank you so much for a special evening. We had so much fun. Thank you also for the awesome dinner kit. Maxwell is very excited to help make dinner tomorrow. I appreciate you all so much." Community-based organizations like ours support families in holistic ways that extend beyond the classroom. We provide safe spaces, meaningful relationships, enrichment, meals, and connection. We are nimble, able to respond to evolving needs, and leverage private dollars to maximize public investment. Perhaps what is most powerful is what we consistently hear from alumni. Malaysia, who I worked with as a youth in our programs almost 2 decades ago, now a successful adult with youth of her own, told us, "Who knew this after-school program would be with me? It was never just about homework. It was about leadership, entrepreneurship, confidence, so much more." This is what sustained investment in out-of-school time makes possible. We're deeply grateful to the mayor and the OST office for prioritizing Learn 24, and we want to acknowledge improvements in communication, engagement, and fiscal processing. The opportunities for grantees to provide feedback and engage directly with leadership strengthen the Learn 24 network, made our collective work more effective. Today, I'm here in both gratitude and urgency to share why this investment works and why protecting youth seats must remain our priority. Last year, 66% of our students showed improvements in their ELA scores, gaining nearly 11 scale points on average. 75% reported feeling good about themselves and feeling hopeful about their future. These outcomes aren't accidental. They reflect what happens when we invest consistently in young people, because when they feel confident and connected to others, everything becomes possible. As federal instability grows and schools face increasing pressure, OST programs are one of the most stabilizing forces in our communities. For working families, they are essential infrastructure. For youth, they're safe spaces to grow academically, socially, and emotionally during the hours they are most vulnerable. Protecting OST means protecting opportunity. It means protecting stability for families, and it means that ensuring every young person in DC has a safe place to grow after school. We recognize fiscal constraints facing the districts, but if reductions must occur, we ask they must not fall on youth seats or providers already absorbing rising operational costs, including increased insurance premiums, staffing pressures, and growing compliance requirements. Thank you so much for your leadership on this issue and your continued commitment to DC youth. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Tobin. Gabriela Silva.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Gabriela Silva. I'm a Ward 2 resident and the Senior Program Manager at PAVE. I'd like to begin by thanking the DME, Paul Kine, and his team for their continued commitment to kids and their academic growth. We're especially grateful for the increase in the UPSFF and for directing those additional resources through the formula to ensure equitable, predictable support for all schools. Your efforts reflect a comprehensive and equity-driven approach to moving DC students forward. And our data tells us we're moving in the right direction. DC has made historic academic gains, with 2025 DC CAPE results showing the largest post-pandemic increases in ELA and math proficiency. Literacy has surpassed pre-pandemic levels, math has seen record growth, and DC now leads the nation in reading and math recovery based on NAEP data. Our outcomes reflect sustained intentional investments in evidence-based strategies. At the same time, we can't stop pushing until every child in DC has the support and skills they need, and we aren't there yet. To ensure every student has access to an excellent education, we must double down on the strategies we know are driving gains. And that's why I want to focus on high-impact tutoring today. Over the course of the pandemic, DC students lost nearly 2 years of in-person learning time. This learning loss created significant gaps in math and reading, with only 37% and 26% of our kids proficient in reading and math, respectively. Our kids need targeted and personalized support to make up for lost learning time and develop the skills they need to succeed. Today, DC is leading the country in academic recovery, in no small part thanks to our investments and commitment to high-impact tutoring. Since the pandemic began, DC has invested $40 million in HIT and reached more than 13,000 kids. When federal relief funding sunsetted, DC invested local funding in HIT with $3 million in last year's budget. Through these investments, more than 3,000 students received HIT in reading and 3,500 kids were tutored in math last school year. We have extensive support demonstrating that HIT works. An Empower K-12 study showed that the students with greater academic needs who participated in HIT achieved 138% of expected growth in math and 133% in reading. Students who had access to HIT gained the equivalent of more than 50 additional days of classroom instruction. And a recent study found that students were 7% less likely to miss school on a day they had tutoring scheduled. For those who are chronically absent, attendance improved by at least 5 additional school days per year. To maintain DC's leadership in academic recovery and ensure more students benefit from HIT, continued support is essential. And this is why PAVE parent leaders are advocating for protecting and expanding the $3 million for high-impact tutoring in the FY27 budget, ensuring families are informed about HIT opportunities, resources, and tools, encouraging school and program visits to share best practices. DC is number 1 in the nation in tutoring today. The question before us is whether we intend to stay there. If we know this works and works best for our students furthest behind, protecting it is not optional, it's essential. We cannot afford to let one of our most effective recovery tools shrink just as students are gaining ground. As funding becomes tighter, we must be strategic with every dollar. If we embed HIT as a part of our core instruction during the school day, leverage OST programs and partner opportunities, and pursue a myriad of funding streams, DC can sustain and scale what works. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silva. That concludes this group. I don't really have questions because maybe that's not true. I might have a question or two. We do have a lot of witnesses. Let me see. Ms. Johnston. Your comments about absenteeism or attendance provoked me to comment. It's not that you say anything wrong, but we had a hearing in the fall with regard to attendance, and I feel like there's too much of just checking the box. So there's a lot of attention to it, but some schools are doing really well, but not all schools. And that says to me that the different LEAs, the systems are not all equally committed and doing everything they can. A lot of it has to do with school climate. I'm just sort of reacting because you weren't the first to bring it up, and I thought I would just share that observation that a lot of noise around it, but we're not seeing the progress of improving attendance that we need to be seeing. So there wasn't a question there. And there were a couple of witnesses. Ms. Kelly, you were one of them, spoke about childcare subsidy, and we'll hear more. The budget is tight, and I had another meeting yesterday with the mayor's team, and I suspect we're going to see some reductions. I don't think that's great. We just need to figure out what we can hold on to and whether we can, how do I want to say this? Maybe shape things a little bit better so that we're still providing the child care subsidy or PKEEP or ECE, but not as robustly as we would like. I'm not sure I have a question here. In fact, I don't, but it's just an observation because I know there'll be other witnesses besides you. I'm very concerned with what the mayor is going to propose, but part of my concern is that it's not going to be easy for the council to shift money around. She submits a balanced budget. The only way we can add money is to resize the different slices in the pie. I did yesterday get a lot of testimony about how we need to look at revenue raisers. We can't raise taxes to bring in $200, $300 million. That's just That would be way too much in terms of tax increases. So it's going to be a challenge. And I'm not sure I have more than that to say, but I appreciate your testimony. And Ms. Jenkins' testimony, I will ask the DME about the data systems. It shouldn't be unnecessarily difficult for grant applicants. So thank you, each of you, for your testimony, those of you virtual and those of you in person. Continuing with the list. Heather Jenkins with the Literacy Lab. Alessandra Pina, also with the Literacy Lab. Miko Jackson. Peter Freeman. There's a little voice on my side who says online. You may not hear it. Mayuna Bennett. Tiana Gregory. I think this is Alex Mamet. Shaheen Walker. Janet Davis. Catherine Sung. McAllister Claybaugh. And Jessica Giles. I think I'll stop there. And so we'll start with Ms. Jenkins. I believe everyone in this group is virtual.
Good morning, Chairman
morning.
Mendelson, and council members and staff. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Heather Jenkins, and I serve as the Literacy Lab's president and CEO, and we are very grateful for Deputy Mayor's support. The Literacy Lab strives to ensure that all people have access to evidence-based literacy skills to unlock opportunities for success in school and in life. To do that, we prepare and support community-based educators who help young students build strong literacy foundations. Today, I want to speak about a workforce challenge that really sits at the heart of our school stability and student success: the recruitment, retention, and professional development of our paraprofessionals. Paraprofessionals are essential to the functioning of district classrooms, particularly in early literacy and in special education. They deliver small group instruction and provide individualized support. Yet, despite the importance of the work, they are too often treated as temporary support staff rather than as professional educators. The structure around these roles does not match the importance of the work. Professional development is inconsistent, and the role is rarely positioned as a respected entry point to the education profession. High turnover and limited advancement opportunities undermine workforce stability and student outcomes. The district's public and public charter schools employ close to 3,000 paraprofessionals. Based on data from the 2025-26 DC Educator Retention Brief, if we were to apply a 13 to 14% turnover rate, nearly 400 paraprofessional jobs turnover each year. This is a significant opportunity to both improve classroom performance while creating pathways to the middle class for unemployed or underemployed district residents. The district has an opportunity to change this. At the Literacy Lab, we operate a proven classroom embedded training and coaching model built on rigorous preparation, sustained instructional coaching, and strong cohort identity. We invest in educators and treat them as professionals. When we do this, they stay, they thrive, and students and communities benefit. With targeted district support, this model could be adapted to build a structured professional pipeline, one that improves retention and creates a clear pathway to teacher certification. This would also strengthen the district's Grow Your Own Teacher strategy and provide meaningful employment. High turnover is not just a workforce issue. Constant churn imposes recruitment and onboarding costs, disrupts instruction, and creates teacher burnout. Investing in professional development and retention for paraprofessionals is a cost containment strategy that stabilizes classrooms today and builds tomorrow's educator workforce. And we hope that the council and our deputy mayor will think about this and really support high retention paraprofessional workforce development programs. And the Literacy Lab stands ready to be your partner in advancing this goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Alessandra Pina?
Good morning, Chairman, council members, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Alessandra Pina, and I represent the Literacy Lab as Impact Director in Washington, D.C. The Literacy Lab works to ensure all students gain the evidence-based literacy skills they need to succeed in school and in life. We prepare and support classroom-embedded educators who help young students build strong literacy foundations. Today, I want to address a critical workforce issue: the recruitment, retention, and development of paraprofessionals. Paraprofessionals are essential to district classrooms, particularly in early literacy and special education. They provide small group instruction, individualized support, and daily stability for students who need it most. Yet, despite their impact, these roles are often treated as temporary positions with inconsistent training, limited professional development, and unclear career pathways. This is a missed opportunity. For many district residents, paraprofessional roles could serve as mindful, respected entry points into the teaching profession. Instead, high turnover and limited advancement options weaken both workforce stability and student outcomes. The Literacy Lab has developed a proven model centered on rigorous preparation, ongoing coaching, and strong professional identity. When educators are well trained and consistently supported, they stay and students benefit. With targeted district support, this model could help create a structured paraprofessional pipeline that strengthens retention and builds clear pathways to teacher certification. Investing in these roles is not only good for educators, it is a cost-effective strategy to stabilize classrooms and strengthen the district's long-term teacher workforce. We urge the Council to support policies and funding that professionalize and retain paraprofessionals. The Literacy Lab stands ready to partner in this work. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Pina. Miko Jackson?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Councilman. My name is Miko Jackson. I was born and raised in Washington, D.C., and I'm a proud Ward 7 homeowner, a mother, political science student at UDC. My roots, family, and future are here, which is why access to higher education and having a strong student support system matters so much to me. I chose UDC because it makes higher education possible for people like me who are juggling work, family, and rising cost of living. It gives me the chance to earn my degree without having to leave my community, the community I love. Being at UDC has deepened my commitment to public service and strengthened my desire to continue building my future right here in DC. However, my experience as both a mother and student has shown me where support is urgently needed. Food insecurity among college students is real. My daughter attended UDC and two of her friends were quietly skipping meals because they could not afford groceries. Even though they were doing everything right, as a family, we stepped in to help. But families should not have to solve what is clearly a larger systematic issue. Students need more than tuition support. They also need access to groceries and necessities so they can focus on their education without worrying about their next meal. We are grateful for our campus food pantry and expanding its services while also creating small flexible emergency funds will make a meaningful difference for students facing temporary hardship. UDC serves working adults, first generation college students, parents, lifelong DC residents who are striving to improve their lives while remaining committed to their communities. These students are not asking for shortcuts. They are asking for stability. When students have reliable access to food, financial support during emergencies, and consistent academic pathway, they are far more likely to succeed. I stand before you as a DC native, a Ward 7 homeowner, a mother, a student who believes deeply in UDC's mission. I respectfully ask the councilman to invest in our student food security, establish flexible emergency funding, strengthen need-based scholarships, and ensure consistent course availability. These investments support not only students, for families, community, and the future leadership of our city. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Peter Freeman? Mr. Freeman, you're muted. You're going to have to start over.
I beg your pardon. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. Good morning. My name is Peter Freeman, and I'm a lifelong Washingtonian, Ward 3, and a non-traditional student at UDC majoring in political science. I returned to college after more than 3 decades and have enjoyed the challenges and success of going back to school with a new generation or two. I'd like to utilize my time by not asking for anything, but rather complimenting the council on prior budget allotments to UDC, including well over $500 million during my 3 years here, which have allowed me to return to college in my late 50s at a reasonable cost. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to do this. Producing a budget that takes care of a city with over 700,000 residents and probably as many requests isn't easy, and providing monies for higher education deserves to be applauded. Thank you. As promised, that's all I have. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you, and I thank you for providing a forum to commend, protest, and suggest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Mayuna Bennett? Ms. Bennett?
Yes, hello. My name is Mayana Bennett. I am a junior student at UDC and also a proud graduate of Anacostia High School here in Washington, D.C. I am currently majoring in political science at the University of the District of Columbia, and I am here today to respectfully ask the council to increase funding for UDC, specifically to expand on-campus housing and to create a university meal plan that allows students to build community and thrive academically. I chose to attend UDC because it is an HBCU and because it gave me an opportunity that changed my life. I am a DC Up Scholarship recipient, and the DC Up Scholarship provides high school students who have a 3.7 GPA or higher and are DC residents with financial assistance to attend UDC tuition free and a scholarship to cover half of UDC's housing fee. And as someone who grew up in DC and comes from an environment where higher education didn't always feel accessible, this scholarship gave me a real chance at success. And because of UDC, I am able to pursue higher education without the overwhelming burden of debt. However, while UDC has opened doors for students like me, there are still critical areas where we are falling short due to limited funding. The first issue is student housing. Although I currently reside in the housing provided by the university, having access to campus housing has significantly improved my college experience. However, it's very limited. it isn't always guaranteed, and there are very long wait lists for even students who are residents of DC. The second issue is the lack of comprehensive meal plans in the dining hall. Many universities, they provide meal plans that allow students to eat and have meals together. However, this is an issue at UDC where we do not have this luxury. And I believe that having affordable meals isn't a luxury, it's a necessity. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your time and dedication to the students of UDC.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Tiana Gregory?
Hello, good morning. My name is Tiana Gregory. I am 20 years old, a junior majoring in political science at the University of the District of Columbia. A proud resident of DC, I grew up in Benton Terrace in Ward 7, also known as SIMP, and I graduated from Richard Wright Public Charter School in 2023. I plan to graduate from UDC next year, go to grad school, and become a defense attorney. I wanted to become a defense attorney due to the fact of my family. I'm not here today just as a student, but as someone who chose to stay home and invest in my city. One of the best parts of my experience at UDC has been my professors. They are accessible, supportive, and they genuinely care. They know me by name, they challenge me, and they encourage my goals of going into law and public service. Coming from Ward 7, having professors who see my potential important to me makes a real difference. The main reason I chose UDC is because I was awarded a full ride academic scholarship as a DC resident. That opportunity meant everything to me and my family. Without this scholarship, I honestly would not be here. It gave me the chance to focus on school without constantly worried about debt, and there is something I don't take for granted. At the same time, I believe UDC can do more to support high-achieving academic students. While we do offer administration of justice, there are no majors like history, sociology, or anthropology. They are not currently available. Those fields connect directly to careers in law, research, and policy. Expanding academic options will allow students like me to fully align our education with our long-term goals instead of feeling limited. I would also love to see stronger pre-law resources. We are in Washington, D.C., the capital of law. There are so many opportunities right here, creating structured partnerships, offering LSAT prep support and mock trial opportunities, and more internship opportunities will help students compete at a higher level after graduation. Lastly, I think UDC can create a more formal support system for scholarship students and high-performance students. Whenever there's an honors program, academic workshop, research opportunities, or networking events that recognize academic excellence. When you invest in students who are already working hard, you strengthen the university as well. I am not here to take support away from anyone. I am simply asking that academic excellence continues to be strengthened and expanded. When you invest in students from neighborhoods like Benton Terrace and Ward 7, students who are determined to succeed, you are investing in future leadership of this city. Thank you for your time and listening to my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Gregory. If you want to submit your statement, please do so. Alex Mamet? I'm told he declined. I'll keep moving. Shaheen Walker?
Janine Walker. Good morning, council members. My name is Janine Walker. I'm an international student at the University of the District of Columbia. I grew up in Port Antonio, a small coastal town in Portland, Jamaica, and I moved to Washington, D.C. to pursue higher education, and I'm now a graduate senior in the digital media program. I'm speaking today as a student who is directly affected by the availability and quality of academic resources. My goal is simple: to explain why increased funding for digital media sources will significantly improve student outcomes and better prepare us for today's competitive media landscape. I chose UDC because it is a public HBCU committed to access, affordability, and community uplift. As an international student, that mission mattered to me. UDC gave me small-sized classes, supportive professors, and hands-on learning that allowed me to grow creatively and professionally. Through digital media programs, I've built skills in editing, storytelling, and multimedia production while gaining exposure to industries in the nation's capital. But there's a critical areas where improvement is needed. In my broadcast journalism courses, we experienced what it feels like to work in a newsroom. That hands-on learning was powerful. However, projects that should have taken a few hours took much longer because of outdated or limited equipment. That creates real challenges, especially for students who commute, work jobs, or have families. Extended lab time is simply not realistic for everyone. Limited access to cameras, audio equipment, and editing workstations, and outdated software makes it harder to build competitive portfolios. Many students are forced to rely on personal equipment, which creates inequity. Access to resources should not determine who succeeds. I discovered my passion for journalism through pageantry in high school, and I came to UDC determined to tell stories that matter. Through reporting on political immigration issues affecting our nation, I developed a strong commitment to political immigration and issues affecting our nation, especially as someone who comes from a developing nation. I became deeply interested in how communication between third world and first world countries shapes our global policy and understanding. Because of that foundation I built at UDC, I was recently accepted into Foreign Service Program at Georgetown, a competitive graduate program I will begin in fall. That opportunity reflects the strength of UDC's education, but stronger departmental resources will allow more students to reach those heights and limits. Digital media students need adequate resources to compete in today's job market. Investing in digital media department is investing in workforce development, storytelling, and the future voices of our communities. I respectfully ask the council to prioritize funding that supports academic programs and student success. Thank you for your time and your continued commitment to supporting UDC students.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Janet Davis? Janet Davis? Ms. Davis, you're up.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson. I'm sorry about that, and staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Janet Davis. I'm a homeowner in the Deanwood neighborhood, and although I'm originally from Arkansas, I'm proud to call DC my home. I'm currently a non-traditional student here at UDC, majoring in political science. Before returning to school, I served 23 years in the regular Army and the DC Army National Guard. Between periods of military service, I served 14 years in law enforcement with DC Police and Pentagon Force Protection Agency. I'm here today because the Flame of Freedom Veterans Resource Center here at UDC needs your help. Right now, the entire operation rests on one person, the director. In a small office, she is responsible for certifying benefits, ensuring federal compliance, managing veteran readiness and employment cases, reviewing programs, and protecting veterans' eligibility. And beyond all that, she also organizes programs, including our 9/11 and Veterans Day events, always with guest speakers. Work that builds community and honors service, all carried on the shoulders of one person, which is not sustainable. UDC is the only public HBCU in the district. Its roots trace back to 1851 with the founding of the Minor School for Colored Girls, making it one of the earliest institutions established to educate African Americans in this country. That legacy matters. Today, it continues that mission by supporting Black and Brown veterans who are seeking both opportunity and belonging as they move from military to civilian life. If you don't hear anything else, there is also a financial side to consider. Veterans bring guaranteed federal education dollars to both the university and the city. The Department of Veterans Affairs pays our tuition directly. When veterans choose UDC and stay at UDC, those federal dollars stay in the district. But that only works if the Veterans Resource Center has the staffing and resources to support us properly. This is not just about paperwork. It is about retention. It is about compliance. It is about community. Transitioning out of the military can be isolating. Having a dedicated space and dedicated professionals makes the difference between a veteran completing their degree or quietly dropping out. Investing in the Veterans Resource Center protects federal funding, strengthens student success, and honors service. I respectfully urge you to provide the funding needed to expand and stabilize this critical resource. More detail in the point of contact for the Veterans Resource Center is in my written testimony. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and commitment to DC veterans. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Catherine Sung.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Song. I'm a political science major at the University of the District of Columbia. I'm here today to ask the Council to expand the UPass program to include UDC students. I am a transfer student originally from Oakland, California. I moved to Washington, D.C. because I wanted to study government and public service in the city where policy decisions directly impact people's daily lives. I chose UDC because it is the district's public university and because it gave me an affordable way to pursue that goal. Growing up in Oakland, I relied heavily on BART. Public transportation was part of everyday life. When I moved to DC, I expected Metro to feel similar. What I have learned, though, is that transportation costs here can quickly become a real financial pressure, especially for students who are working while in school. At UDC, I have taken small discussion-based classes. In my Government of Metropolitan Washington course, we study DC system of government, including home rule and the role of this council. For assignments, I have attended ANC meetings, which has made my education feel real and directly connected to the city. My professors emphasize critical thinking and discussion. Being here has given me a clearer understanding of how public service operates in the district. Fully participating in these academic and civic opportunities depend on reliable and affordable transportation. I work between 35 and 40 hours a week while attending school. I live in Southwest in Ward 6 and commute from Waterfront to Van Ness. A round-trip metro ride during rush hour costs about $8. Over the course of a month, that adds up to more than $100 just to get to school and back. For me and for many UDC students, transportation is essential. Many of our students commute from across the district, Maryland, and Virginia. We are balancing jobs and, in some cases, raising families. When transportation becomes too expensive or unreliable, students skip class, limit their involvement, and turn down internships or civic opportunities across the city. The UPass program has made a real difference for students at other institutions in the district. UDC students currently do not have access to this benefit. For many of us, that gap creates a real barrier to attendance and opportunity. Providing UPass would allow students like me to fully engage in the city we are being prepared to serve. With expanded UPass access for UDC students, we can complete our education and contribute meaningfully to Washington, D.C. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Sung. McAllister Claybaugh.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and committee members. My name is McAllister Claybaugh. I have served as the Programming and Grants Coordinator for the Washington Urban Debate League for the last 4 years, and I was a volunteer with the League for 6 years before that. Woodle is also a member of the OST Coalition, advocating on behalf of DC students. We serve more than 100 exclusively public and charter schools in the DMV, more than 80% of which are Title I. Our mission is to bring a highly impactful enrichment program, proven effective by numerous peer-reviewed studies, to those students who need it the most and to combat the chronic achievement gaps in education and future opportunities. Debate improves student results on every conceivable metric, from school attendance to literacy to graduation rates to college acceptances, while teaching critical thinking, research, and public speaking skills. Debate also increases civic engagement. It also improves social emotional development, teaching resilience, teamwork, community development, and friendship. Debate is also a great tool to combat chronic absenteeism. We have grown substantially post-COVID, both through adding new schools and having our current programs grow over time. During COVID, we worked with about 350 to 400 students. This year, we expect that about 1,000 will compete in at least one tournament, and there are hundreds more who attend practices after school. Our biggest current challenge is working with DCPS and DC charter schools to get them to host our tournaments. Post-COVID, they have become increasingly reluctant to host us, and we can only function if we have places to hold our tournaments, of which there are around 15 each school year, and these tournaments are all day on Saturdays. Through a combination of refusals, delays, minimized accommodations, missing paperwork or failing to process on time, and day of disruptions, DC schools have become increasingly hard to work with. Schools need to be directed to accommodate OST providers, and there needs to be clarity rather than opacity regarding the process, combined with schools honoring contracts signed months ahead of time. I would also like to talk about some of the data issues. OST providers like Woodle are required to provide data to 3 different DC offices: the DCPS Partnerships Office, Connected Schools, and Learn24. This requires significant time and effort on the part of OST programs, and I know our director has 2 hours on his calendar blocked off today to deal with data requests. Standardizing and sharing data between DC agencies would lift a substantial burden. The My Out of School Time DC portal is intended to provide students and families with access to OST programs. As currently set up, there are 2 critical issues that keep it from achieving its goals. The first is that it limits OST seats to the percent of DC funding that covers the programs. Many OST programs rely on a mix of DC and other funding to provide comprehensive programs, and are prepared to accommodate larger numbers of students than the portal currently allows to sign up. The second is that OST providers that have partnerships with DC schools but don't currently receive Learn24 funding are not included in the portal. We support debate teams at dozens of DC schools, but no students are able to sign up for the debate team through the portal. I would also just like to request that you maintain current OST funding. We are already underserving that population, and any cuts would be harmful to student development and also harmful to the OST providers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Clayball. Jessica Giles.
Greetings, Chairman Mendelson, members, and staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Jessica Giles. I'm a Ward 7 resident and the Executive Director of the Washington, D.C. Office of the Center for Strong Public Schools Action Fund. CSPS is committed to ensuring every student, especially Black, Brown, and low-income kids, attends a high-quality public school, regardless of their zip code. I'm pleased to testify at this performance oversight hearing. When reviewing each agency's past performance, we have the following recommendation. DC must ensure equitable funding for both sectors. DC must continue implementing the recommendations of the Early Literacy Education Task Force and the Math Task Force to raise proficiency. DC must expand high-quality college and career pathways and publicly report outcomes, and DC must strengthen oversight and accountability. Number 1, equitable funding. We want to thank Mayor Bowser for the 2.55% increase to the UPSFF foundation level for FY 2027. Given the grim fiscal reality that DC is facing, this is early positive news. We urge the DME to allocate all public school funding and educator pay through the UPSFF so that students receive equitable resources regardless of whether they attend a DCPS or public charter school. Additionally, we urge the DME to maintain the charter facilities allowance increase. 2, DC must continue to implement the recommendations of the Early Literacy Education Task Force and the Math Task Force to raise proficiency. Notably, the DME has held a clear and sustained focus on learning acceleration. DC has made progress towards recovery from pandemic learning loss, with student achievement in ELA returning to pre-pandemic levels. We urge DME to continue to implement the recommendations with clear benchmarks of what measurable progress looks like in years 1 through 4. 3, DC must expand high-quality college and career pathways and publicly report outcomes. DC is producing too few credentials, too many disconnected young people, and a workforce system that leaves Native Washingtonians locked out of living wage careers. The DME must dramatically expand access to intensive, high-quality career programs so that every high school student can have meaningful career-building opportunities before graduation. And DC must strengthen public reporting on college and career pathway outcomes. 4, DC must strengthen oversight and accountability. We are pleased to see that SBOE has a strong working relationship with OSSI. OSSI regularly presents at the SBOE's monthly working sessions, attends public meetings, and participates in regular leadership meetings. Over the past few years, OSSI has initiated and the SBOE has reviewed and approved several standards, including social studies, menstrual health, financial literacy, and social emotional learning. Still, there is little evidence that SBOE has consistently reviewed these standards for implementation. We urge SBOE to develop a clear rubric to assess how the past standards and recommendations are being implemented, invite public testimony to evaluate progress, and create a strong feedback loop with the mayor to ensure implementation with fidelity. And we urge SBOE SBOE to push OSSI to deliver actionable DCK results to schools and families this year, the same year as administration, as well as providing supports to identified schools during a year in pause of accountability. I'm out of time, but thank you for holding this hearing and welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Giles, and I do have a copy of your statement, so I have what you skipped. Thank you.
No problem.
Let me see, Mr. Claybaugh, I didn't fully understand what you were saying about the Most DC portal.
Yeah, there are two issues with the portal. The first is that the only spaces provided are based on the percentage of a program's funding they get from the DC government. And most of those programs are set up to take many more students, but they're capped artificially. And so then students have to go to the program outside the portal to register. The second issue is that the Washington Urban Debate League, we work with dozens of DC schools and we have agreements with those schools. But because we don't get Learn 24 funding, we're not included in the portal. And there are several other organizations like ours that work with DC schools for out of school time programming, but we're not listed in the portal. So families don't know that we exist when they go to the portal.
Have you raised these issues with the DME?
Yes. I don't know if with the DME directly, but we have raised it with various DC offices.
Okay, and the response is?
We haven't gotten a response yet, and the portal remains as it is.
Okay, Mr. Trudeau testified last week, and
Yes.
Following his testimony, because of his testimony, I asked the chancellor about being able to use schools.
Thank you.
I'm not sure he was aware. He obviously became aware because I brought it up. I don't know that that necessarily resolves the issue. You can work with my office in terms of if there continue to be obstacles. I think you know I was a judge back in December, and I'm a NFL graduate from my high school days. That means nothing to most of you in the room. And so I want to be helpful. So reach out if you need help from us.
Thank you very much.
The students from UDC, I appreciate your testimony. A question I have is, have you raised these concerns with administration at UDC? For instance, funding for the Flame of Freedom Veterans Resource Center, or strengthening the digital media department. I'm looking quickly through all this. The food insecurity issues, small financial gap. I know the president of UDC is aware of that, but my question is whether you all have raised these issues with the administration at UDC.
In regards to the digital media program, yes, we have definitely raised concerns. Even professors themselves have raised concerns regarding students not having good equipment to build a great portfolio. And I've seen a lot of our students who are very talented not getting opportunities to compete with Howard University has a really big journalism program. And it's not because we're not talented or we don't have the skills, but we don't have the resources to really set us apart to make us competitive in regards to another student who might be coming from an American university or Howard University. And I think it's sort of unfair because we don't get the opportunity we think we deserve. And I think there's not much light being shed on the digital media department, especially because it's a smaller department compared to other departments on our campus.
Thank you. What about the other students? Not that I want every one of you to answer, but anyone else want to speak up about whether you've brought your concerns to leadership at UDC? Nobody's volunteering. Let me just note that the way the district gets funding from the city is a lump sum subsidy, which, if I remember correctly, is somewhere around 90 million or $100 million. And we tend not to direct it specifically to the kinds of programs or issues that you raise. That doesn't mean that the university can't address those programs or issues. The university can, because it has considerably more money than just the subsidy that we provide. So I urge you to take these concerns as well to leadership at UDC. Ms. Jenkins, if you're still here, Heather Jenkins. Heather Jenkins. I was going to ask you some questions about Literacy Lab, but
Hello.
so thank you. So Literacy Lab used to be a grant recipient. Are you a grant recipient this year?
No, we were not able through OSSI. That kind of was completely defunded. So unfortunately, no. This is the first year, potentially the last decade, that we're
Correct.
not.
So, and I think the reason for that is that the council and the mayor have shifted funding from grants for literacy to funding through OSSI for high impact tutoring. That's not to take away from the work that you do. You're still working, I know that the Literacy Lab does some private fundraising. You're still working with some individual schools?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. And so what we're doing right now, we provide, and because of the way in which the tutoring works in pre-K, it's not considered high impact tutoring because it's kind of embedded in the classroom as opposed to kind of like a push in, pull out model. So there's like a little distinction there, but essentially what we're doing is a high intensity literacy model either way. But yes, we are working with, I believe, 5 schools this year through kind of some private funding that we were able to be able to pull together to have enough fellows to at least do some work in the literacy space.
And where you're working with schools, it's in the pre-K or kindergarten?
We're working in pre-K and kindergarten this year, and we're hoping to work in pre-K, kindergarten, and first grade next year.
May I ask what 5 schools?
Oh, you know what?
That's okay. If you don't know offhand, that's okay. Your testimony, however, focused on the paraprofessionals.
Yes.
And the paraprofessionals are part of the school payroll?
Yes, yes. So we end up, so part of our connection to paraprofessionals is that our fellows, we have the kind of the literacy portion of our work, but then we also have the workforce development portion of our work. And through that, our fellows are emerging educators at kind of various entry points. And what the most times the first step for our fellows is to become a paraprofessional. Many are hired by the schools in which they served as fellows. And so we've also just been kind of getting to know what is happening with paraprofessionals within the different districts in which we work.
Okay. And the concern is that there's too much turnover there. And the turnover is because of pay or other issues?
There's a multitude of factors. The professional development is a considerable one. Yes, of course, pay is always, but that professional development, professional growth, and really being kind of trusted and valued as a professional are kind of all pieces of the puzzle. And so one of the things that, kind of our folks benefit from is they go in with really robust training that they've had from us when they become a paraprofessional. And so, for example, we have a partner in another location who actually wants to send their paraprofessionals to kind of be in the same cohort as our fellows. Wants them to have that intensive literacy instruction, but also wants them to have the ongoing professional training, coaching, and guidance that we provide. All of our fellows complete a post-fellowship professional growth plan that kind of sets them up for success in whatever their next steps are. And my colleague in another location, who is a district level colleague, is like, I think that if our paraprofessionals had this, we would see less turnover, we would see greater satisfaction, we would see a lot of changes in kind of our stability as as a district through the work that our paraprofessionals do. And so we've been in conversation with different folks in DC saying that, wouldn't it be great if, DC is also a place, we know that there's a paraprofessional teachers union. I've been knocking on the virtual door there and seeing who else is kind of part of this conversation and how can we potentially provide some support for paraprofessionals across the district. Oh, and my colleague is pinging me on the schools that we are working with this year, Tacoma Elementary School and Langdon Elementary School. We're also working with 3 charters, Inspiring Teaching Demonstration School, I think it's pronounced SELA, and the Mary McLeod Bethune Day Academy. Those are the schools that we are working with this year.
All right, I'm going to leave it at that because of time, but thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
I'm over my time here. So I want to thank each of the witnesses for your testimony, and I'm going to keep moving along with the schedule. Caroline Pryor, who's Director of Policy and Power Building at Empower Ed. Kathy Riley, Executive Director of Senior High Alliance of Parents, Principals, and Educators, otherwise known as SHAPE. Scott Goldstein, Executive Director at Empower Ed. Tanya Baracci, Director of Education and Workforce at the Federal City Council. Joy Bentley Phillips, Chief Strategy and Growth Officer at Academy of Hope Adult Public Charter School. Neil Richardson, Coordinator, DC Coalition on Long-Term Care. Andrew Lee, Executive Director, Washington Conservatory. Jermel Brunson, President, Leaders of Tomorrow Youth Center. Nala King. Anna Scuderio, probably pronounced Scudero. Aaron Bebo, Vice President of Strategic Initiatives at CityWorks DC. Jasmine Watkins, Director of Programs at Project Create DC. I think I'll stop right there. I was worried for a moment, Ms. Pryor, you were going to be very lonely there, but you've got company. Ms. Pryor, you're up.
Good afternoon or morning still, council members and staff. My name is Caroline Pryor. I'm Director of Policy and Power Building for Empower Ed and a member of the Fair Budget Coalition and the Strengthening Families Coalition, whose asks we support fully. Today, I have the opportunity to testify on both the DME and the State Board of Education. I want to recognize that both of these agencies have been holding a great deal of work containing federal threats over the last year. The State Board by interfacing more directly with the public, and the DME conducting much of the work behind the scenes. In our mayoral control system, that's by design. System prevents the public from knowing the true scope of the DME's work, and simultaneously, the agency most transparent and engaged with the public, the State Board, lacks the teeth to represent their constituency. This means our families and schools are on the front lines, seemingly alone. Nationally, we see other jurisdictions fortifying school boards and policies against assaults on public education. Locally, that work can feel hamstrung. For years, Empowered's come before the committee and the State Board asking you to invest small but meaningful powers in the State Board and for the SBOE to fight for them. This year, we've seen a great deal of movement on the latter. I've heard you, Chairman, call this governance reform, and I want to clarify that permitting the State Board to create or amend policy hardly qualifies, and it's not a blank check. Allowing the State Board to amend policy only in the lanes they currently have veto power over is practical and modest. It actually enhances your oversight powers over the public education system. I know, Chairman, you don't believe in legislation as an oversight lever, but in every hearing we see conditions that are well below your scope at Council. Allowing the State Board to meaningfully conduct oversight and adjust according to public feedback frees you from much of the need to legislate and instead to focus on systems level or budgetary concerns that fit more into your portfolio. I'll turn to the DME. We're grateful for relatively stable school budgets released last week and the slight increase to the UPSFF. We also want to take the opportunity to applaud the DME's work to build a career lattice for educators, including flexibility for veteran educators, gradual release for novice teachers, and respect for the craft of teaching. We can't wait to see how this work develops in coming years. But despite this, for over a year, our schools have been crying out for support and acknowledgement of the federal impact on their safety and the realities of teaching and learning in a police state and eroded social safety net. It's not lost on me that simultaneously many of my peers are testifying at the MPD oversight hearing on just this reality. We also expect many programs to be underfunded or defunded, from pay equity to childcare subsidies to out-of-school time and likely community schools. We urgently need this office to understand these programs are as critical for supporting students and families as high-impact tutoring or other programs that receive stable funding. It is a tough budget year, but these investments save us money and, more importantly, build strong communities. As we see federal attempts to eliminate support for students of color, students with disabilities, students with mental health needs, and students living in economic scarcity, we need the DME to fully support programs that expand opportunities for families and students instead. Across sectors, we've left our youth behind. We need bravery and for your office to change that narrative and lived experience for communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor. Kathy Riley?
Thank you. I appreciate this opportunity to testify. My name is Kathy Riley of SHAPE, C4DC, and the Ward for Education Alliance. I want to acknowledge the good work on the Advanced Technical Center, especially the planned opening of the Ward 8 Center in partnership with Whitman Walker. This is an example where the DME, OSSI, DCPS, and the charters have come together to expand opportunities for young people and also support a community. At the same time as the Career and Technical Education programming has expanded with grant money and public money, the State Board of Education is working on a revision of the graduation requirements. The SBOE task force that is meeting is working with the need to balance a strong academic foundation with the emphasis on exposure and readiness to the workplace. It is a strong advisory group, and the elected SBOE members are working toward recommendations, which will go to the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, OSSI. Right now, though, OSSI can choose whether to accept and work with these or not. The SBOE does not have the power to amend or even propose what they have authority to vote on. They may only vote up or down what OSSI presents. You have a recommendation before you to change that. I urge you in this moment where we have so little electoral power to hold a hearing and vote on their recommendation, which is to modestly expand their ability to do well what they are tasked with. You well understand the cost of not having control and the cost of that. This is an area where a vote from the SBOE is required. They should absolutely be able to work together to amend if that is necessary to honor the work they have done with their constituents. I have appreciated the transparent and inclusive process that the DME is using with Compact 2043. I am concerned that we balance how to prepare a workforce and prepare young people to be in that workforce with providing a strong base of knowledge in the core areas. There's a lot to consider with artificial intelligence and a rapidly changing technical world. I have felt there is space to consider this in the process that they're so far pursuing. On the Public Charter School Board, I urge the council to exercise its oversight authority. While you noted, Chairman, that the city has chosen autonomy, there are public funds, and the families in the charter schools deserve oversight and the ability to appeal to you when things are not working. We are heading into a more challenging era with budget, where joint planning should be required and overseen. Thank you for your time. Glad to finish early.
Yes, thanks, Ms. Riley. Scott Goldstein.
Good morning. We appreciate the DME's investment in stable school budgets and an increase to the UPSFF and continued work on vocational pathways in the Advanced Technical Center. At this moment, what we need from the DME is bravery. First, we need bravery in taking on federal threats. The approach from this administration to hide out and do nothing while students fear to walk to school, absences in school, and high immigrant populations skyrocket, and the federal administration threatens LGBTQ students, and to actively concede on DEI initiatives has been nothing short of shameful. Luckily, many of these initiatives have failed in court, yet I have very little faith DC will now bolster these initiatives despite their proven legality, continuing to operate out of fear. Schools need support and resources to deal with this moment. They need flexible funds to support families feeling the effects. They need rapid support funds for the educators dealing with traumatic events, not imposed waiver processes that slow down teacher support. They need to be able to communicate in real time, not processes that make every message coming out from a school have to go through central office or the executive. Second, if we acknowledge as we have that we already have excess capacity in schools that makes our system inefficient with the public dollars, and that birth rates are declining, and that budgets are tighter than they have been in a long time, we have to look for savings. Then we need the DME's bravery to reassert itself with regards to school openings and closings, so we have a coordinated approach to enhance the efficiency of our dollars. The DME launched Edscape and first used it proactively, but after an initial pushback from the PCSB to their data, taking the data into account, it has retreated from doing much more than just putting the data out into the ether, instead playing the role the DME actually should in pushing a coordinated approach. And when we do boundary studies with the knowledge that school segregation is still a profound problem in our city, and integration is a powerful tool for improvement, we need courage from the DME to actually make courageous decisions, even if there's pushback, to work towards real school integration. We need courage. With regards to the State Board, we appreciate their continued efforts to hear from the public and be responsive to their needs and demand. In the past year, they've held hearings on so many important issues. They've passed resolutions and introduced legislations, but that's where it ends, because they don't have the authority they need to bring demands of their constituents to life. And when they introduce legislation to the council hasn't even shown the basic respect of holding a hearing on their legislation. For me, governance is about one thing: ensuring the way we make decisions about our schools is actually responsive to the people those schools are supposed to serve. I like to say when you have ideas that have a very broad consensus from the public across ideological divides about an issue, and yet that policy doesn't come to fruition, you know there's a governance failure. Nationally, we see it on issues like gun control or immigration, where 80 or 90% of the public agree on something, yet we can't pass common sense reforms. That's because our system of representing the public will is broken. Likewise here with education. Here's what I believe will happen over the next year. Governance reform is coming, either because the chairman agrees to proceed on legislation which at least 10 council members support and give the SBOE very modest new authorities, or because of the coming elections, which may yield larger education and governance reforms than that. Remember, the coming fiscal year budget will extend well past the inauguration of new leaders, the vast majority of whom support governance reform. So there are two choices. The council uses the coming budget to prepare for this and bolster SBOE, the student advocate, and all of their great work now, or those reforms will be less successful because the council decided to stand in the way of the vast majority of residents, council members, state board members, and candidates who support these changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Tanya Barachi, I believe, is not here. Joy Bentley Phillips.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee and staff. My name is Joy Bentley Phillips, and I serve as the Chief Strategy and Growth Officer at Academy of Hope Adult Public Charter School. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for your continued leadership supporting education, workforce development, and economic mobility in the District of Columbia. For over 40 years, Academy of Hope has helped adult learners access literacy, education, and family-sustaining careers. Today, we serve over more than 1,000 adult learners annually across 2 campuses and are planning a 3rd campus in Ward 8 to meet the growing need. Nearly 30% of our learners participate in career and technical education programs aligned with high-demand industries such as healthcare, information technology, and soon-to-be construction. We deeply value our partnership with the Deputy Mayor for Education, Paul Kine, and his team. Through initiatives like Education Through Employment Pathways, the district has recognized that adult education is a critical part of the city's talent pipeline. We also want to thank Mayor Bowser for her continued investment in public education, including the 2.55% increase in the uniform per student funding formula this year. We recognize that this investment comes during a challenging fiscal moment for the district, and it demonstrates a strong commitment to sustaining opportunity, workforce readiness, and economic mobility for DC residents. Our partnership with the University of District of Columbia shows what aligned systems can achieve. Through dual enrollment, articulation agreements, and our Hope Forward program, more than 60% of AOH graduates transition into post-secondary education or workforce training. A recent example of return on investment is our Accenture and PeopleSure's Tech Hub partnership with UDC and DOES. Out of 300 applicants citywide, 21 Academy of Hope learners were selected for technology apprenticeships, earning approximately $60,000 annually with benefits. Many have transitioned off of public assistance and are now building long-term careers in the district. As the city strengthens education pathways, adult learners must have access to the full education and workforce ecosystem. Adult public charter schools are ready partners, yet adult learners remain excluded from the advanced technical centers that support career training. Expanding access would accelerate workforce development and help meet employer demand across the city. In partnership with adult public charter schools across the district, we respectfully offer 4 priorities as we look towards the future. Increase the adult education funding weight or create a targeted support grant. Increase the adult learner transportation subsidy to $100 per month. Maintain the social safety net that allows learners to persist in education, and formally recognize adult public charter schools as core workforce partners. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. Your sustained commitment has positioned DC as one of the nation's leading examples of how adult education functions both as a public good and workforce strategy. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Neil Richardson, I believe, is not here. Andrew Lee.
All right. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson. I'm Andrew Lee, the Executive Director of the Washington Conservatory of Music, a nationally accredited community music school that has served families across the region for more than 40 years. Thank you for your leadership in supporting youth and families across the district to reach their full potential. I'm also a musician, educator, and longtime advocate for equitable access to arts and music education in our DC public and charter schools through many organizations, from DC Strings to the Boys and Girls Club, for nearly 20 years. The Conservatory is a proud member of the DC Out of School Time Coalition. As we focus on investments the city is making in our youth and key programs, I want to speak to the critical importance of sustaining and expanding music education and out-of-school time programs for young people. It is still too challenging to navigate and find programs through the DC OST office for parents to enroll their students. As the sector faces significant reductions in grant funding, we need a stable sector to help parents, families, and caregivers navigate the uncertainty of this moment. We know the impact that music education and arts have on our students. It is not a nice to have, but essential for learning. We see this firsthand with our engagement with schools like Malcolm X Elementary and Hardy Middle School, where we support the band and chorus programs, provide professional teaching artists, and help ensure that students have the resources and instruments they need to participate fully. We are only able to do this because of community support. DCPS has a rich history of teaching and providing musical opportunities for generations of young musicians and artists. Where do students in DCPS go now for these opportunities? Where are the voices of our young people, and how are we nurturing their creativity? Some of the greatest artists in music, from Duke Ellington to Marvin Gaye to Chuck Brown, were educated in DC public schools. Where are those pathways now? The reality is that today there is no clear path for them in many DC public schools. Most schools don't have a band, chorus, or an orchestra, and few have a full-time art teacher. Our DCPS music teachers are often dealing with broken instruments and tough facilities. This should be unacceptable in our nation's capital. When young people have access to music, they thrive. It's not rocket science. We know that the arts is not only a lifeline, but a pathway for self-expression and a brighter future. Expanded OST funding supports working families, strengthens the local economy, reduces crime, and can ease economic strain on households. Without public funding, DC parents can be forced to spend between $7,000 and $10,000 a year on after-school activities and after-school care. We need to activate existing spaces, support the University of the District of Columbia as they revamp a lot of their programs and facilities so that they could be a hub or a place where students could have these type of experiences across the art and STEM. We know that budgets are tight, and arts and music is often the first thing that's cut, but it's critical to student development. Empower and strengthen the DCPS Music and Arts Office. Require and fund music programs with more than a general music requirement. Strengthen the pipeline by bringing string band and chorus to all 3rd and 4th graders. We need to start earlier. In many cases in these programs, it's really late to learn an instrument in high school. Not impossible, but it helps to start earlier. I think our students deserve.
Mr. Lee, I'm going to have to cut you off because you're over your time. And I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Jermel Brunson, I believe, is not here. Nala King, I believe, is not here. Anna Scudero, I believe, is not here. Aaron Bebo.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, committee members, and staff. My name is Erin Bebo, and I'm Vice President of Strategic Initiatives at CityWorks DC, whose mission is to dramatically improve the early career outcomes of DC youth and young adults of color by creating innovative programs mobilizing employers, educators, and city leaders to develop a local diverse talent pipeline. I'm also a Ward 6 resident and parent of a Banneker Achiever, an Elliott Hine Eagle, and a Maury Cougar. I'm here to express gratitude for the district's continued investments to prepare our residents for good jobs and create a local talent pipeline on which our employers can confidently rely. Here's what I'm most excited about in FY26. The DME's Compact 2043 identifies and commits to tackling the most essential enabling conditions needed to establish and strengthen our city's local talent pipeline. It will continue to serve as a North Star for this work for years to come. OSSI-funded adult integrated education and training programs have done a fantastic job leveraging feedback from the higher local DC industry leaders to inform and improve their curriculum, work-based learning offerings, and student coaching. The nimble responses to industry feedback for organizations including UPO, CC Prep, Catholic Charities, Youth Build, CSOSA, LAYC Career Academy, Next Step Public Charter School, UDC's Workforce Development and Lifelong Learning Division, and so others might eat, have led to significant increases in candidate job offers over time. As our region's employment market is flooded with educated and credentialed individuals who've been laid off from federal or federal adjacent jobs, these adult serving institutions need more support than ever before. The Office of Education through Employment Pathways data system has for the first time linked data from 5 agencies to help policymakers, educators, workforce professionals, and the public understand the impacts of publicly funded education, workforce, and social services programs on employment and earnings. The ETEP system is also working to produce public and school-facing dashboards so that students can understand the impact of different programs on pathways on college graduation, employment, and earnings. The ATC opened its Ward 8 campus, offering college courses in credential-bearing pathways in nursing and cybersecurity in partnership with Trinity Washington. CityWorks DC, the DC Hospital Association, and OSSI launched the first healthcare apprenticeship program, DC Heal, for recent high school graduates. Leaders from the city's education and workforce agencies have actively engaged in the higher local DC industry-led sector partnerships, which we co-convene with the Federal City Council in construction and hospitality. Since fall of 2023, 6 higher local DC hiring events have led to over 535 local residents with job offers, and the partnership has activated over 85 employers and over 75 education and training providers to achieve a goal of local industries meeting their hiring needs with qualified local talent. Thank you for your continued leadership and support of important career pathways investments. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bebo. Jasmine Watkins.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, committee members and staff. I'm a proud member of the OST Coalition. My name is Jasmine Watkins. I serve as the Director of Programs at Project Create Arts Center. And in 2024, I testified in support of Bill 25-630, the Universal Out of School Time Amendment Act. Since then, I graduated from American University's Arts Management program and completed a capstone directly investigating what I'll be testifying today around OST advocacy and common challenges around administrative burdens. And so I'll be referencing some of that research today. At Project Create, we empower youth through accessible multidisciplinary arts education that fosters creativity, leadership, and emotional well-being. For over 3 decades, we've served families across DC with a focus on Ward 7 and 8. And since opening in Anacostia in 2015, we provided year-round free programming in our after-school arts, therapeutic art sessions, and community-based workshops. And each year, we serve over 1,000 children, youth, and families. Parents and students consistently shared that our programs offer not just physical safety, but spaces where they feel emotionally supported and creatively free. As my research affirms, these environments are essential for youth with the highest rates of unmet needs, because when young people's basic psychological needs are unmet, academic rigor alone will not help them thrive. Parents whose families participated in our family art therapy group reported 41% increase in confidence in their parenting skills. 85% of students reported that making art made them feel good about themselves. And these aren't just numbers, they're young people and families recognizing themselves and their potential. OST programs are not auxiliary enrichment. These are critical lifelines. And these are the beginnings of families having generational well-being and healing. One of the most persistent and damaging administrative challenges that we face is student ID data matching. When student records cannot be matched in district systems, providers like us face reporting delays, compliance complications, and the very real risk of withheld funding. All of these problems entirely outside of our control. Every hour our staff spends troubleshooting data mismatches and is an hour not spent with a youth who needs us. As my research found, administrators often fail to account for the extensive relational and infrastructural work required to deliver sustained quality opportunities. When data systems add avoidable technical failures on top of that, it erodes our capacity and our credibility with funders. And we urge the DME and OST office to provide a durable, provider-informed solution. We have some, also in my testimony, my written testimony, you'll see some more things about the My OST portal, but because I'm out of time, I'm going to have to end it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Watkins, and I do have your statement here, so thank you. I do not think I have any questions for any of you. I don't take that personally, but there are a lot more witnesses. But thank you for your time and for your testimony, the two of you in person and the others of you who are virtual. Continuing to move along, Vernice Woodland, Rainaka Proctor, Shanae Brooks, Mercy Odagbado, are you Mercy? So who are you? Okay, and are you on the list? Are you speaking for yourself? Okay, interesting. Miss Woodland.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the DC Council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of the work being carried out by the Deputy Mayor of Education and Learn 24. My name is Vernice Woodland, and I am a freshman at Benjamin Banneker Academic High School, and I participate in a weekly after-school program at Shaw Library called Global Kids. Global Kids partners with my school to provide community service experiences, which is why I'm able to be here today. The Global Kids program provides out-of-school programming for DC youth across all wards, serving over 150 youth weekly at its 7 sites. In the program, youth learn to be advocates for themselves, their peers, and their communities. This program aims to develop global citizens who are positively engaged in the world and are prepared for their future. This is my first year participating in Global Kids. This year, I've made artwork about healthcare inequities, volunteered at Sasha Bruce Transitional Housing, and exchanged ideas about community change with kids from Belize and El Salvador. You may ask, why is an after-school program doing work like this? Global Kids is not only serving the DC community, but developing the children who are serving. By taking youth from all over the city, my peers are getting extraordinary experiences that they never would have gotten anywhere else. Further funding can create more outreach, more trips, and motivate more youth to become educated and give back to their communities, to Black and Brown children like me. Thank you, and I'm open to answering any questions about Global Kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Woodland. What year are you in at Banneker? What year?
Yes.
What?
Oh, I'm a freshman.
Sorry.
Ninth grade?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Proctor.
My name is Rainika Proctor. I'm a senior at Benjamin Banneker High School who has participated in Global Kids Community Lab with Banneker for nearly 4 years now. My peers have stated the importance of this program, and I want to share its impact on building confidence and leadership skills. My peers often describe Global Kids as a place that gives them the confidence to speak up, to take on leadership roles, and step up in their communities. Youth in the program are learning about problems they see in and beyond their communities, while also developing the tools to address them. In Global Kids, we have the opportunity to gain support of college and career preparation, trips abroad, and cultural exchanges, such as my trip to Puerto Rico in 2025. These experiences expand students' sense of what is possible for their futures and provide access that many would not otherwise have. One youth statement about their Global Kids experience: "It's been one of the coolest programs of my high school life. What I love most about the program is how they connect us with real-world issues, whether it's learning about poverty, climate change, or social justice. Global Kids really pushes us to think critically about what's going on in the world and how we can make a difference. This sense of community strengthens resilience and engagement in schools and beyond. A survey of youth engaged in Global Kids programming in 2025 showed that nearly 100% of participants felt it was a space where adults cared about and listened to them. The voices of students demonstrate that these programs do far more than fill time after school. They cultivate informed, confident, engaged young leaders. When young people are given opportunities to learn, lead, and connect, they do not just benefit individually, their communities benefit as well." Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Proctor. Shanae Brooks.
My name is Shanae Brooks, and I am a junior at Banneker who has participated in Global Kids through my school for 3 years. I am regularly with GK at least 2 evenings a week, and this program goes beyond to support of academic success and career support. It also plays a vital role in being a space for belonging youth. Global Kids provides me and my peers a safe space to ask questions, learn more, build a community, and make friends. Through Global Kids, I have connected with people from different cultures and perspectives and learned how young people around the world share common experiences and challenges. This past summer, I traveled to Puerto Rico with Global Kids. I gained leadership skills and connected history, culture, and social challenges in Puerto Rico back to DC. These opportunities would not exist without dedicated program funding. Supporting leadership development for DC youth is not optional. It is essential for fostering civic engagement, opportunity, and community well-being. Investment in youth leadership programs is therefore not negotiable. It is necessary commitment for the future of Washington, D.C. The funding provided to programs such as Global Kids helps support a vital program for DC youth. Some of the youth that we speak to emphasize investments in programs like Global Kids, allow youth access to life-changing opportunities so they can learn, discover, and understand the world they live in. For these reasons, we respectfully urge continued and expanded support for youth programming from Learn 24 and other DC agencies. Thank you for your time and for supporting the growth and potential of youth in our community. We have learned in GK that there is uncertainty in DC's budget, but by investing in vital opportunities that build knowledge, leadership, and civic engagement, you are investing in me and the future of young people across Washington, D.C. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. And your name again is? A microphone, please.
My name is Arifa Omijari. Good morning, members of the DC Council. My name is Arifa Omijari, and I'm currently a sophomore at Benjamin Banneker Academic High School, and I'm also a proud participant of Global Kids citywide program at Shaw Library for almost 2 years. Being a part of Global Kids has truly shaped the way I see myself, my community, my future, and the role that I play in each aspect. Global Kids has been more than a community service or an extracurricular activity for me and peers. It has served as a space that has challenged me and my peers to think critically, lead confidently, contribute, inquire about global and local issues, stay informed, and engage in our community. During my time at Global Kids, I have developed leadership skills, strengthened my public speaking abilities, and learned how to analyze global and local issues with an open mind and judgment-free perspective. Rather than simply talking about issues, we research them, discuss solutions, and most importantly, take action. These amazing benefits from Global Kids are why I'm writing this testimony, as I feel the impact of Global Kids could reach even more young people with increased funding. A larger budget would mean more opportunities, workshops, college and career readiness, resources, and the ability to serve more students who are eager to learn and lead. Investing in Global Kids is investing in future change makers. When you increase funding for this program, you're not only supporting an organization, but also strengthening the voices and potential of young people in DC. I am proof that Global Kids works. With additional support, the impact can multiply. I respectfully urge you to consider pouring more resources into programs such as Global Kids so that more students can access the same opportunities I have been fortunate to experience. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do see you're on the witness list after Mercy Dagaboto, but she's not here. So I don't have any questions for you all. Thank you for your testimony. I'm impressed with all of you as students at Banneker. I know Banneker to be a good school. Let me just say that you may not have been present earlier. We're looking to be getting a proposed budget from the mayor that's going to be very difficult and tight. And so the issue of increasing funding is probably not going to happen. Whether we can protect the funding that we have, and we've put a lot of money into out of school time, that's going to be our goal, to protect the level of funding that we have. So thank you, each of you, for your testimony. You all are excused. Let me keep going with the witness list. Adenia Tesfelide, Allison Espinoza with Global Kids, Corey Bullock with Global Kids, Shondell Richards, Audrey Walker, Vera Yaana, Artistic Director, Capitol Hill Community Foundation. You're Miss Yaana? You are. Who are you? Blen, it says Blen Gebre, Eva Morel, Oyen Adiosen. I'm going to stop there. When we get to 12:30, which may or may not in the next 20 minutes, I'm either recessing or a member is going to come and take over for an hour. So that's just to forewarn everybody. Let me see. I called Adenia Tesfelide, I believe not here. Allison Espinoza, I believe not here. Corey Bullock, I believe not here. Shondell Richards.
I'm Shondell Richards.
Yes,
Okay, want me to start?
please.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Shondell Richards, and I am the Chief Program Officer at Horton's Kids, a proud member of the district's OST Coalition. I'm here to urge sustained and increased investment in out-of-school time programs. OST programs are not extras. They are essential infrastructures. They provide safe, structured environments where students build academic skills, confidence, and long-term pathways to success, while giving working families a peace of mind. Since 1989, Horton's Kids has served youth in Southeast DC. We operate community resource centers directly inside the Wellington Park and Stanton Oaks communities, where our students live. And in 2023, we opened Horton's Hub, a 19,000 square foot center serving pre-K through 12th grade students and families. Today, we serve hundreds of students annually through after-school and summer programming. Across the district, more than 20,000 OST seats are funded through DME and OSSI. Because providers rely heavily on public dollar to keep programs affordable, even small reductions in funding can destabilize programs and reduce access for families who need them most. Demand already exceeds supply. According to the After School Alliance, 68% of DC students who participate in an after-school program if one were available and affordable. Among elementary families, the number rises to 78%. Without public funding, parents can face costs of $7,000 to $10,000 per year for after-school care. Stable, recurring funding is essential to recruit and retain qualified staff, plan ahead, and sustain quality programming. Reductions would not simply tighten belts. They would eliminate seats, disrupt trusted relationships, and reverse hard-won gains in youth development and community safety. Destabilizing the OST ecosystem increases pressure on schools, behavioral health systems, and juvenile justice systems. At Horton's Kids, our programs are twice as likely to graduate high school on time. Our students are twice as likely to graduate high school on time. The outcome is not accidental. It reflects consistent, high-quality support beyond the school day. OST programs strengthen school engagement, support working families, and contribute to a safer, more sustainable community. I urge the committee to protect and strengthen OST funding so we can continue meeting demand and ensuring every child in DC has access to safe, ensuring opportunities beyond the school day. Thank you for your time and commitment to DC youth. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson. I have your statement right here. Audrey Walker, I believe, is online.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Audrey Walker. I serve as the Director of Youth Services at Jubilee Housing. I am a DC native and a parent of a rising senior at a DC public high school. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on fiscal year 26 performance related to out-of-school time programming. We are a community-based provider operating outside of the school setting, and we see firsthand how consistent access to OST programming strengthens confidence, improves school engagement, and creates real pathways forward for young people. As we evaluate performance, I want to focus on two things: stability and systems. First, sector stability directly impacts performance outcomes. The OSC sector is already undercompensated, and grant levels do not fully reflect the true cost of delivering high-quality programming with trained staff, structured curricula, compliance oversight, and safe environments. When funding levels fluctuate or are reduced, programs shrink. Enrollment is capped. Staffing becomes unstable. In some cases, programs close. Those disruptions affect program metrics immediately. Keeping sector funding stable is essential to maintaining strong outcomes. When providers have consistency, young people have consistency. Second, compliance systems must support performance, not undermine it. As a community-based provider, we are required to track and report student enrollment and daily attendance as a core grant compliance measure. We take accountability seriously. However, uncoordinated government systems make this unnecessarily burdensome. Students are issued a school-based ID number that families recognize, yet when that number is entered into the CitySpans portal, it often results in a low match rate. There's also a unique student identifier issued by OSSI that produces higher accuracy, but most families are unfamiliar with it, and providers have limited access or communicate it. The result is significant administrative time spent troubleshooting enrollment verification, rather than focusing on program quality and student engagement. If we are serious about improving performance, our systems must be aligned so providers can meet reporting requirements efficiently and accurately. Strong performance depends not only on what happens in programming spaces, but also on how well our compliance infrastructure functions behind the scenes. Out-of-school time program remains essential to academic growth, workforce stability for families, and long-term opportunity for young people. As the district reviews fiscal year 26 performance, we encourage continued attention to sector stability, equitable support for community-based providers, and improved coordination across agencies. Our youth benefit most when performance expectations are matched by stable funding and functional systems. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Vera Yaana.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and committee members and staff. My name is Vera Yaana. I am a professional storyteller and the executive director, artistic director for Oye Palava Hut. The accent you hear is from Liberia, West Africa. I'm pleased to endorse Learn 24 out of school time programs for its support of our work since 2015. Thanks to the agency individual attention and capacity building support, Oye Palava Hut has grown from an after-school program at 3 elementary schools serving 60 children ages 5 to 12 to a year-round program for up to 400 young people ages 5 to 18. In addition to the visual and performing arts training, participants exhibit their artwork and perform throughout the District of Columbia for community members, families, and friends. Thanks to Learn 24-OST, we grew at a steady and manageable pace with the necessary infrastructure to ensure success. The mission of Oye Palava Hut is to promote the transformational power of the arts to enhance wellness and inspire imagination, agency, and opportunity. Using storytelling, cultural history, portraiture, and movement, OPH brings performance, training, and cultural awareness to the most underserved area of Washington, D.C. OPH uses artistic history and expression to nurture hopeful and healthy young people who envision themselves as productive members of their communities. I want to thank you for all you do for the children and families of the district.
Thank you. Glenn Gebre, I believe is online. Mr. Gebre?
Sorry, I'm here, and it's Miss.
I apologize.
It's all right. Greetings, members of the council. Before I dive into my testimony, I would like to introduce myself and why this topic matters to me. My name is Glenn Gebre, and I am a junior at Benjamin Banneker Academic High School. A few months ago, us MICVA students registered to testify in front of the State Board of Education. We were informed that we would be dismissed at least around 7 p.m., but instead we started around 7 p.m. We weren't given any notice whatsoever, and because of the unexpected delay, everyone had gotten home late, some at 9 or even 10 p.m. This issue is important because as a student, especially a student attending an academically rigorous school, I cannot afford to give up a lot of time or be out so late when I have to manage my heavy school responsibilities. I was really frustrated because I knew I had a quiz the next day that I needed to study for, but I couldn't because of how late I got home that day. I was also struggling to get home because my mom didn't expect that I would be out so late either, and so I had to wait a while for her to come get me. The reason why I'm telling the story is to exemplify how barriers can prevent youth from testifying. Students are willing to share their stories or their voices, but the timing of hearings are often inconvenient. Starting at 6:30 p.m. or 7 p.m., especially on a school night, doesn't allow a lot of youth to participate since we must prioritize our schoolwork. And for this hearing, the reason only us Banneker students even have the ability to be here on a DCPS school day is because our school is conducting all-day community lab days where we stay at our sites all day while our school hosts student interviews. To resolve this grave issue, I suggest that government entities conduct hearings at earlier times after school, on days outside of school, weekends, and even host youth-specific hearings. If you take one thing from this testimony, at least remember this. If we want more youth to testify, we must accommodate them. Thank you for listening, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gibre. Eva Morel, who I believe is virtual.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon. My name is Eva Morel. I'm a junior at Benjamin Banneker Academic High School, and countless other young women like me are concerned about the lack of sexual health education in DC. Across the schools within DCPS, the amount of sexual health taught is alarmingly scarce. For example, at Banneker, only freshmen and sophomores take one semester's worth of health classes, and those classes rarely include sexual health. Students from other schools in the district, such as Dunbar, H.D. Woodson, Roosevelt, and MacArthur, have all expressed their distress in the inadequacy of the sexual health classes and resources, while other schools have been found to not teach sexual health at all. This leaves the youth of DC at a disadvantage, as sexual health is more than learning about sexual intercourse. It also educates us on healthy relationships, how to support each other when it comes to abuse, contraceptives, safe havens, and pregnancy, how to maintain personal hygiene, and other knowledge vital for when we become grown adults. And it also contributes to the stigma of sexual health not being taken seriously. Sexual health is barely ever talked about, and when it is, people tend to shame someone instead of providing support. Sexual health is important to learn early on, as a lot of youth in DC become sexually active in their teenage years. So them not knowing more about something they're bound to experience could lead to teenage pregnancy and the contradiction and spread of STDs and STIs, all of which could lead to worse complications. As someone who works with the Young Women's Project, an organization focused on advocacy, I've learned a lot more from their sexual health campaign than I ever had during my first 2 years of high school when it comes to sexual health. Council members and education officials at the Student Board of Education and the Department of Health should work to refine the sexual health curriculum of schools across the district, making sure all students receive the appropriate amounts of sexual health education and support and resources needed universally. The district should also work to build clinics in all wards that supply condoms, other contraceptives, and provide general support for sexual health. Youth is the future of the city. We shouldn't be left vulnerable while we grow up. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Morel. Oyen Ediosen, who I believe is virtual.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Oyinkasala Adeosun. I am a junior at Benjamin Banneker Academic High School, and I currently live in Ward 8. Today, I want to speak about the challenge students face in gaining tangible work experience that they can list on their resumes. It is not surprising that work experience is a factor that employers take seriously when hiring. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, entry-level workers are expected to have an average of 1,021 days, or almost 3 years of prior work experience. For young adults, this creates an impossible loop where we need experience to get work opportunities, but we can't get opportunities because we don't have experience. That's where our local internship programs are supposed to help. Currently in DC, we have some programs designed for high school students, like the High School Internship Program, or HSIP, and MBSYP, which target youth ages 14 to 24 with the promise of work opportunities both in public and private sectors. On paper, they offer exposure to real jobs across different career fields, but in practice, these programs only offer short-term employment. For example, MBSYP runs only 6 weeks in the summer, and HSIP offers either employment in the fall or spring semesters, making it hard for youth to gain proficiency in their area of employment, which is limited by time. Additionally, the emphasis on exposure and training advertised by these programs often means that students spend much of their time completing modules instead of working alongside professionals. For the past 3 years of me working through MBSYP and now HSIP, I've listed STEM, office administration, and business as my top 3 career interests. Each year, however, I have been placed in career readiness workshops where the majority of the instruction includes building my resume, making cover letters, and doing mock interviews. These experiences are not limited to me, as many of my peers who are faced with the same dilemmas. Examples include my classmate who looking for a career in veterinary and instead found herself in a creative arts job at a recreation center, or other peers who are looking toward accounting, entrepreneurship, fashion, healthcare, and as careers finding themselves in resume building workshops or workshops that include the concepts of working in the field. These skills, while important, are unable to replace the value of work experience. To fix this, I hope the board would consider these actions. First, adopting a policy that requires internships sponsored by the city to include a minimum number of hours on an actual work site with documented responsibility, supervision, and mentor agreement. Second, increasing communication between youth and job opportunities by creating a formal DC Youth Works site network with the formal website. It will be important to work more closely with local schools so that opportunities will be communicated more openly with students. Third, the board should increase jobs available to work by working with agencies, nonprofits, and private businesses to reserve a guaranteed number of placements each year for high school students. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. A couple of things, and then I'm going to have to step away, and Councilmember Parker will take over and call the next group of witnesses. I did want to say, Ms. Gabre, since you talked about the inconvenience of witness times, there are many factors that we have to take into account when we schedule a hearing. There's the staff to the council who work 9 to 5. There's all the other business, there are all the other witnesses. So I appreciate that students, it's difficult during the day. However, there are 100 witnesses, and I would venture that at least 80 of them are not students. We are having a student or youth hearing on March 19th. It's been scheduled. And it will be at 4 p.m. We scheduled it at 4 p.m. so that it's after school. So youth who wish from any school who wish to testify about concerns they have or observations they have or issues they have with regard to public education, 4 p.m., beginning at 4 p.m. on March 19th. Looking at the hearing notice, committee is interested in hearing about what students think about the quality of their education, the culture of their schools, what students think of their curriculum, enrichment opportunities, relationships with their teachers and other staff, support for mental health, other challenges students face, problems in their school, and any other topics that students see as crucial to their success in school. And we are going to do our best to exclude adults. So it'll be youth only, and so there'll be that opportunity. But I do appreciate that there have been quite a number of students from Banneker who, besides raising important issues, continue to impress us with the quality of their education. The one other thing I want to note, since Mr. Weinberg has been here since 9 this morning, I understand, you will be called by Councilmember Parker, but I will ask President Eddington with regard to what's going on with the university and retail development, commercial activity on Van Ness. So I may be stepping away, but I have your statement and we'll follow up. So I want to thank all of the witnesses, and I'm going to turn this over to Councilmember Parker for the next hour. Thank you all.
Thank you, Chairman. And we're going to move forward to our next panel. Next, we have Genevieve Thomas, Zoe Boyd, Bree Corrales, Mader Dereji, and sorry if I mispronounced your name, Danny Rodriguez, David Weinberg, Fatima Baik, Leslie Lewis, Christina Hansen, Jasmine Brazier, Michael Rodriguez, Dominique Moore, I'm going to stop there. Okay, first we'll hear from Genevieve Thomas, and you may proceed.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Genevieve Thomas. I currently attend Benjamin Banneker Academic High School as well, and I'm living in Ward 6. I'm here today to speak about the lack of access DC students have to quality health services in school. Not all students in DC have the same ability to get help when they need it. Some schools are fortunate enough to have school-based health centers, others do not. And many campuses still do not have a full-time nurse on site every day. This creates a situation where students' health and safety depend on which building they attend, not what they actually need. When schools don't have consistent health services, the impact on students is real. Students with asthma, allergies, diabetes, or chronic pain may not receive the care that they need during the school day. Others hesitate to speak up because they don't feel they have privacy, especially when it comes to sensitive or personal health concerns. Some students even leave school early, miss class time, or push through illnesses because they have nowhere else to go for help. This doesn't only affect student health, but their academic performance as well. When students don't feel well, they can't focus. When students miss class for preventable reasons, they fall behind. And when students go without confidential support, their well-being is at risk. Student-based health centers are only located at a limited number of schools. Nurses often rotate between multiple campuses, which means students, especially financially struggling students, are forced to go hours or even entire days without any trained medical support. The issue is not that DC doesn't have health services, it's that the system isn't reaching every student. I believe that there are several steps that the board can take to help close those gaps. First, expand school-based health centers to more schools, especially those with high needs or large student populations. Second, ensuring having a full-time nurse is a requirement in DC schools, not a recommendation. Third, provide mobile or rotating health service units that can visit schools weekly to offer checkups, health education, and confidential support for students who may not have access anywhere else. And fourth, require schools to clearly communicate the health resources available so students know where to go and what is confidential. Access to healthcare should not be determined by a student's zip code or a school building, especially in a city where everything, including healthcare, costs an arm and a leg. Every student deserves to feel safe, supported, and cared for during the school day. Thank you for your time in considering these changes, and I hope that together we can improve the health and well-being of students across DC.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have Zoe Boyd. Zoe, if you are speaking, you have to come off of mute.
Hello? Still off mute? Okay. Good morning. My name is Zoe Boyd. I'm 16 years old and I attend Benjamin Banneker Academic High School. According to the National Library of Medicine, among adolescents aged 13 through 21 with premenstrual dysphoric disorder, about 18% reported suicidal ideation. In a landmark study led by the University of Illinois College, 49% of individuals diagnosed with PMDD report suicide plans at some point of their lives. Premenstrual dysphoric disorder is a severe form of premenstrual syndrome that can cause extreme mood swings, fatigue, and difficulty focusing. About 31 million women and girls worldwide are estimated to have PMDD, but because lack of awareness of this condition is so low, even amongst doctors, it takes an average of 12 years for a patient to receive a proper diagnosis and treatment. As a young woman who has had a cycle for the past 5 years, I was completely unaware of this condition until I began experiencing my own symptoms, which were so severe and disruptive to my social life and academic performance that I had no choice but to question what was happening. One Google search led me down an intensive rabbit hole, revealing that PMDD is just one example of a much larger problem. Teen girls are often left entirely uneducated about their own bodies. We aren't taught about the menstrual cycles, ovulation, luteal phases, or how our hormones and bodies fluctuate every single month. This lack of education not only affects our mental health, but also our academic performance, safety, and reproductive choices. If we don't understand ourselves, how are we expected to make informed decisions about our health? I have attended Benjamin Banneker Academic High School since the summer 2023, and up till now, I have only had one health class for 2 semesters in my 10th grade year. one health class in 2 semesters, and not once did my teacher mention that women have to go through different hormonal phases. This list could go on forever, but the point is simple. We are being asked to navigate our systems that have life-changing consequences with barely any real education. We need to face it. Young people are living in these bodies every day, and research shows that 300 teen births occur each year in Washington, D.C. I have to ask myself how many of these teens were simply reckless or how many genuinely thought they were being safe. How many were making permanent decisions without incomplete information? If education means passing an Algebra 2 test, memorizing vocabulary terms, or earning another standardized score, but does not include understanding your own body, your hormones, your cycles, your mental health, and your reproductive system, then we have a much bigger conversation about the future of education in our schools.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will have Bree Corrales. And similarly, Bree, if you are speaking, you have to come off of mute.
Yes, hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
My name is Bree Corrales. I'm a senior at Benjamin Banneker Academic High School, and I'm here today to propose to the Deputy Mayor for Education and DCPS to implement a policy allowing students at least 3 excused wellness days per school year. As students, we often come to school exhausted, burned out, and feeling overwhelmed. Although we aren't physically sick, our well-being is not okay. Our mental health most of the time is brushed off, and we are told that it's just hormones, and we are teenagers that will be fine. In many cases, I have had conversations with individuals mentioning how tired I feel after school, and I've been told that I shouldn't feel that way because all I do is sit for 6 hours. As students, although our mental state may be declining, we must show up for school because if not, our absences will be counted against us. According to Chicago Public Schools, students in their district are allowed up to 5 excused absences per school year regarding their mental well-being. PG County schools also allow their students to have 1 excused absence per semester for their students' mental health needs. As a student at an academic school, I deal with the pressure of balancing my academics, my job, extracurricular activities, and family responsibilities as the oldest of 4. I know there are many other students who, like me, have similar responsibilities and deal with other mental health issues such as depression, anxiety, and BPD. We are told by DCPS that our well-being matters, but our attendance policies do not reflect this. In many instances, when a student wakes up feeling mentally overwhelmed, they only have 2 options, which are to show up to school struggling to focus in class or stay home and risk an unexcused absence. These 2 options do not benefit the student and can end up affecting them even more. I'm not the only one who has also experienced this. I know many of my peers have found themselves in these exact situations. Having a policy in which we are allowed to have at least 3 excused absences due to our mental well-being would reduce burnout, improve focus and interactions with other peers, and strengthen academic performance. Students are not machines. We're in a crucial stage in our lives trying to grow, learn, and succeed. Oftentimes, if there is no rest and reset, success cannot be achieved. If DCPS really wants its students to thrive, then our policies must reflect that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will have David Weinberg.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Parker and members of the council. My name is David Weinberg, a Ward 3 resident. I serve on the UDC Community Campus Task Force and co-chair the Van Ness Main Street Economic Development Committee. But I am testifying today solely as a resident vested in the success of the University of the District of Columbia. Under President Maurice Eddington's leadership, we have seen tangible progress. Visible wins include the dual openings of Mom's Organic Grocery and Whale Tea this past April, and the recent arrival of Doghouse Beer Garden just last week. These projects are finally energizing a long static block. Additionally, the new Student Success Center at 4225 Connecticut Avenue has successfully repurposed a long underutilized building. Furthermore, the UDC's Turning Potential into Power campaign has successfully elevated its brand on the metro system and via a much-needed website transformation. However, many of these improvements remain hidden. Several buildings, including the newly renovated Student Success Center, are still covered in old window wraps. This creates a false imagery of vacancy. I encourage UDC to remove these barriers and improve the streetscape to showcase the activity that is abuzz inside these buildings. Similarly, the Chick-fil-A and Fuddruckers that opened in 2023 still lack exterior signage. Many of my neighbors are unaware these options exist. By expanding outreach and adding sidewalk dining, UDC could solidify its customer base and better integrate the campus into the neighborhood fabric. Beyond retail, UDC faces significant infrastructure challenges. Its theater currently sits largely quiet. A fully activated theater would be a cultural anchor for the DMV, drawing visitors who will stay and shop and dine at our local businesses. Furthermore, the near abandonment by DGS of the demolition site slated for the DC archives remains a major blemish on the campus landscape. I urge the council to support a more aggressive retail and infrastructure strategy. DDOT has already invested $1.5 million in initial design for an enhanced streetscape. We must see this through. By increasing UDC's retail presence, we do more than just fill storefronts. We create a dynamic 18-hour environment. This vibrancy is what will ultimately bolster student enrollment, make on-campus housing viable, create a safer environment, and create a sustainable revenue stream through rent to UDC and private building owners, as well as broadening the district's tax base. UDC is the linchpin of Van Ness. If the university thrives, the small businesses and residents of Ward 3 thrive with it. President Eddington has set a strong course, but there is no time to waste. I urge this body to provide UDC with the necessary resources to ensure they can truly turn their immense potential into a lasting power for the district. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have Leslie Lewis.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Councilmember Parker and members of the council. My name is Leslie Lewis, and I'm testifying today as a proud member of the DC OST Coalition. And
I'm sorry to interrupt, Leslie. Are you able to turn the volume up on your microphone or speak more into the microphone?
Okay.
It's really hard to hear you.
Okay. Is this better?
It's a little better.
Okay. I'll speak a little louder if that would help.
Awesome. Thank you.
No problem. I'm a proud member of the DC OST Coalition, and I'm the DC Regional Manager of the PD Green Program. The PD Green Program has been active in DC since the spring of 2015. We recruit, train, and coordinate undergraduate and graduate student volunteers, as well as community members to serve as academic tutors for individuals incarcerated and formerly incarcerated in DC, Maryland, and Virginia. Additionally, we offer out-of-school time programming at the Youth Services Center, New Beginnings in Laurel, Maryland, and the DC Jail. I am here today to urge you to continue investing in out-of-school time programming, particularly for one of the district's most vulnerable and often overlooked populations, incarcerated youth. Out-of-school time programs help students and young people thrive academically, socially, and personally. They are smart, strategic, and necessary investment the district is making in this generation. For incarcerated youth, OST programs are not extracurricular. They are essential. They provide structure, academic continuity, mentorship, and hope in environments where opportunity is limited and inequities are deeply entrenched. Unequal access to high-quality educational enrichment opportunities only exemplifies existing racial, economic, and academic disparities among DC's incarcerated youth. Without intentional investment, these young people fall further behind, making successful reentry and long-term academic success far more difficult. The PD Green program conserved this population because of funding from the Learn 24 grant. We are only and currently the only Learn 24 grantee providing OST educational services to youth inside DC correctional facilities. A reduction or elimination of this funding would be devastating and would significantly limit, if not eliminate, access to these critical services for carceral youth across the district. At the same time, continued and increased investment would also allow us to build on what is already working. With sustained funding, we could expand outreach to additional qualified subcontractors, strengthen already successful OST programming, and provide more robust academic pathways, including GED support, college bridge programming, and reentry-focused educational resources. OST funding is not just about programs, it is about opportunity, equity, and outcomes. I urge the council to protect and prioritize OST funding so that incarcerated youth in DC are not left behind and are given a real chance to succeed during incarceration and upon reentry into their communities. Thank you for your time and continued commitment to DC's young people.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have Michael Rodriguez.
Councilmember Parker, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Mike Rodriguez, and I lead St. Coletta Special Education Public Charter School. We serve 250 students with the most intensive intellectual disabilities in the district. Every one of our students would otherwise require out-of-district placement at great human cost and at significantly higher financial cost to the city. St. Coletta exists because the district made the decision that these students should be served here in their communities with dignity and appropriate support. But the funding structure has never aligned with the reality of the students we serve. The current UPSFF funding model does not, never has, and never will account for the true cost of serving our student population. The district previously acknowledged this gap by providing supplemental funding. In 2019, OSSI rescinded that supplemental funding unilaterally, based on an assumption that the UPSFF would be sufficient in future years. That assumption has been proven false. The UPSFF has failed to cover our operating expenses every single year before, during, and after our funding was rescinded. From FY21 forward, St. Coletta has operated at a multi-million-dollar deficit. This financial situation is serious, and it is unsustainable. We've had to make significant cuts across nearly every operational and student support department. Detailed information on these cuts is included in my written testimony, and there are a lot of cuts, and each one was painful. These reductions were not driven by declining need. They were driven by structural underfunding. Of our 250 level 4 students, 139 currently require full-time one-to-one aides. Serving each new student who requires a dedicated aide adds at least $62,500 in cost. In recent years, the students who require one-to-one aides have grown by 21 additional students. This has added more than $1.3 million in expenses, and no aspect of the UPSFF responds to this increased need as level funding would. Level funding is not an enhancement, it's a correction. As appropriators, the council has the authority and responsibility to ensure funding reflects reality. If St. Coletta is forced to decouple from the district's public education system due to financial necessity, the district will face far greater financial, legal, and human costs and will recreate the very problem St. Coletta was established to solve. Chairman Mendelson, in an April 2023 hearing, stated to the DME, quote, "It doesn't make sense to strangle St. Coletta if the adequacy study says they need more money," end quote. That remains true today. We respectfully urge the council to implement level 5 funding and provide the durable solution these students in this district require. Thank you.
Thank you. It's good to see you again. Next, we'll have Dominique Moore. Okay, I believe she's still not here. So that's going to conclude this panel, and I do have a few questions. Mr. Rodriguez, I will start with you. I'm very aware of the funding challenges that St. Coletta faces. Can you speak to what is needed and what you think is the ultimate fix so that we're not back in this place?
Thank you for the question. It's a great question. My opinion is pretty firm. What is required is what was recommended by the 2023 adequacy study and affirmed by the UPSFF working group, which is level 5 funding. The essential issue in our funding gap is that we're basically not funded for any of our one-to-one dedicated aides. So level 5 would work not as a blunt instrument, but as a surgical tool. We would receive additional funding, level 5 funding, for those students who do require a one-to-one aid, and some do require 2-to-1 aids. When our number goes up of one-to-ones, the funding would go up. When our numbers go down, the funding will go down because we would not require as much. So that really is, it's the smartest and best answer to our situation.
Understood. And what, if any, conversation have you had with ASI?
I've been in this role for almost 5 years, and early on, once I understood the severity of this situation, I reached out both to ASI multiple times and to the Deputy Mayor for Education. I've not received what I would consider an adequate and responsive answer.
I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, this is helpful information, and we will be sure to follow up on it. But it goes without saying, St. Coletta plays a very important role in the district. And I, like the chairman, believe in the value of this school. And again, I'll follow up on it. Leslie Lewis, I wanted to come to you, and if you can, again, just speak a little louder so we can hear you.
Okay.
I know you speak to working with incarcerated youth. I'm imagining, is that a DRS?
It is DYRS.
And
from the
can you
nursing-
can you speak to how your program functions alongside the education offerings of Maya Angelou?
Yes, we provide tutoring for youth that are in those facilities, YSC and New Beginnings. And we have a partnership with students from Howard University, American University, George Washington, and the University of Maryland. And so we recruit volunteers from those institutions to provide tutoring on site. In regards to our out of school time partnerships, we also bring subcontractors in from a multitude of vendors. We have an RPO. We do an RFP, and we ask for people to come in, and they will provide services within the facility through us.
Very helpful. I will be sure to follow up with you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Weinberg, I want to thank you for being here. I think you provided very compelling testimony about the ways in which we can continue making progress at UDC. And I think you give very concrete and actionable ways to do that. I will be sure to share these notes with the chairman, but also lift these up as we await President Eddington. But I did want to just ask, in terms of the streetscaping, what are you hoping that will ultimately accomplish for the future visioning of UDC?
So other areas in the district, and certainly along Connecticut Avenue, Cleveland Park most recently, and the deck over now underway in DuPont Circle, have created a transformation, improvement to those neighborhoods. That's lacking in the Van Ness neighborhood. By doing so, it will create a more hospitable environment for DC students to enjoy a college life. By bringing more students in, we will have more feet on the ground, general improvement and safety, supporting the businesses, some who are struggling, some who have closed, by giving them a reliable base of customers. So it'll be a real win-win. And of course, the more businesses, the more sales, the more revenue coming into landlords who own properties to invest in those properties, to taxes to the district government from the business taxes. So it really is a win-win to create a dynamic, as I said, 18-hour-a-day environment with theater, with dining, with shopping. And a lot of that right now is lacking. And it's also just a matter of public safety. Sidewalks crooked. It's a very choppy look, and we've done a lot of
Understood.
studies to really look at that.
Understood. And one other quick follow-up here. You mentioned you were part of the community task force. I would imagine this isn't the first time you've provided this feedback. What response, if any, have you received from UDC regarding these recommendations?
We work very collaboratively with UDC, and I've had, with my work on the Van Ness Main Street Economic Development Committee, we meet regularly with senior officials at UDC talking about some of these goals. I think the issue at UDC, and President Eddington can speak more assuredly, is that there's a lot of bureaucracy to get things done. It took an awfully long time, probably 3 years, for Doghouse Beer Garden to open just last week. And I believe that lease was signed close to 2 years ago. So it may just be, again, President Eddington and the UDC administration could speak, but we do work very collaboratively with them.
Thank you. And then Genevieve, Zoe, and Bree, I want to thank you for sharing your feedback on expanding health services, making sure that young people are aware of their own health and have access to health classes. And this very compelling idea of wellness days that young people can take advantage of. I don't have a question for you, but I want you to know that I took notes of your ideas, and I'm going to brainstorm how we can make these happen. I do know, and I'm happy to share on the health suite or expanding health access. That is something actively that OSSI is working alongside the council to address. It's a little bit more complicated than just more nurses. But again, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Awesome. All right, that's going to complete this panel. We're going to move on to our next. We have James Morgan, Danielle Schmutz, Laura Mastis, Jennifer Bradham, Irene Jacobs, Rain Johnson, Liddy Bella, Ava Millstone, Kendall Bria, Nolia Mercedes Hurtado Garcia.
Yes, I do have a microphone. How you doing? I'm sorry.
Hi there. If you could give us 1 second, we're going to call a few more guests. Cassandra Lemus Reyes, Kalea Shelton, Toluwase. And my apologies, I'm going to ask you to pronounce your name so I can get it right. But I am told you're online. Cheryl Augustine, Corey Arnold, Evelyn Joe, Heavenly Anderson, Mita Sharma Hoot, Lorena Flores, Dr. Marilyn James, Kayont Tay Rios, and Luis Sotomayor. Okay, we're going to stop there. And James Morgan, you may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councilmen and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is James Morgan, and I serve as the Executive Director of Higher Achievement and as a member of the OST Coalition. I'm here to urge the Deputy Mayor for Education to ensure that funding for the out-of-school time sector remains stable and, where possible, increases during this period of budget tightening and federal uncertainty. The district currently funds more than 20,000 OST seats across DME and OSSI through grants to community-based providers. These public dollars are essential, and because providers rely heavily on district funding to keep programs affordable for families, even modest reductions can significantly destabilize programs or force them to scale back services. Without recurring and sufficient funding, out-of-school time organizations cannot effectively plan multi-year programming, recruit and retain qualified staff, or sustain program quality, even when demand from families remains high. Well-funded OST programs provide safe, structured environments for young people and contribute to long-term outcomes, including stronger school engagement, higher graduation and employment rates, and deeper community involvement. Higher Achievement has proudly served Washington, D.C. for more than 50 years. We currently serve 250 middle school students across 5 schools: Ida B. Wells Middle School, Brookland Middle School, Elliott Hine Middle School, Kelly Miller Middle School, and Achievement Prep Academy. Our scholars receive targeted academic support, weekly mentoring, and meaningful college and career exposure. A critical focus of our work is supporting 8th grade students and their families through the high school selection and application process, one of the most consequential transitions in a young person's educational journey. It costs approximately $120,000 annually to operate one Higher Achievement site. These funds support full and part-time staff, enrichment partners, laptops and Chromebooks, field trips, college visits, and more. We are frequently asked to expand into additional schools. In fact, I have a meeting later this afternoon about doing just that. However, when city funding is unpredictable, it becomes difficult to commit to new school partnerships or responsibly scale our work. At the same time, OST providers are being encouraged by the DME to expand and serve more students, but expansion is not feasible without funding stability. Reducing OST grant awards would not simply tighten belts. It could dismantle programs that young people rely on, destabilize trusted community-based providers, and reverse hard-earned gains in youth development, safety, and opportunity. Stable and increased OST funding is not optional. It is essential infrastructure for the district's young people and families. Moreover, reducing investment in prevention and enrichment places greater pressure on the district's behavioral health, juvenile justice, child welfare, and academic recovery systems. Destabilizing DC's OST ecosystem is fiscally short-sighted. Thank you for your time, leadership, and commitment to ensuring that high-quality OST program remains strong and accessible across the district. I welcome any questions, and thank you again.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have Danielle Schmutz.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Parker, Chairman Mendelson, members of the council, and staff. My name is Danielle Schmutz, and I serve as Executive Director of Beacon House in Ward 5. I'm also a Ward 5 resident. Beacon House is a long-standing community-based nonprofit and out-of-school time provider serving hundreds of young people in kindergarten through 12th grade each year through education, athletics, mentoring, and youth development. I'm also testifying today as a member of the OST Coalition. For 35 years, Beacon House has operated as a place-based anchor in the Edgewood community. We are embedded in the neighborhood, not just delivering programs, but building relationships that span years and often generations. Our OST programs are not peripheral to young people's lives. They are woven into the daily rhythm of family life and community stability. At Beacon House, youth outcomes are rooted in relationships and belonging. We intentionally invest in long-term youth development professionals who grow their careers with us. Many of our staff have walked alongside the same young people for years, coaching, tutoring, mentoring, and guiding them through critical transitions. That continuity is the foundation of our impact. When funding becomes uncertain, particularly in a fiscal environment like the one the district is entering, it becomes harder to sustain the elements that make out-of-school time effective. As the district faces a projected structural shortfall in FY27, decisions about what to protect will signal what we truly consider core infrastructure. Out-of-school time programs are core infrastructure. The DME's commitment to the Learn24 network and multi-year funding has provided meaningful stability for community-based providers like Beacon House. That stability allows us to plan beyond a single fiscal year, expand access thoughtfully, and invest in the people and systems that make high-quality out-of-school time possible. Because of multi-year support, we can retain experienced staff, build leadership pathways within the OST workforce, and deepen the trusted relationships that are the foundation of youth development. For a young person, that stability means seeing the same trusted adults year after year. It means programs do not disappear midstream. It means somebody notices when attendance drops, when grades slip, or when something feels off and steps in early. That consistency becomes a protective factor in communities where young people already navigate instability in other systems. This level of stability allows program quality to deepen over time rather than rebuilding each year, and enables us to respond to community needs with intention rather than urgency. It positions community-based organizations as the consistent place-based institution young people deserve, where relationships strengthen, programming evolves, and outcomes compound year over year. In tight fiscal times, prevention and youth development are sometimes framed as discretionary. From where we sit, they're foundational and they safeguard the district's investments. And I know I'm over time, and I've submitted my testimony for the record. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will have Jennifer Braham. All right, seems like she's not here. Rain Johnson.
Yes, hello.
You may proceed.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the council. My name is Rain Johnson. I am a Washingtonian, born and raised in Washington, D.C. I am also a junior at UDC, and I'm a business management major. I serve as currently Vice President of the Campus Activity Boards and the manager of UDC Fire Dolls Majorette Team. I graduated from Cesar Chavez Parkside High School in 2022 and initially attended Delaware State University. After my first year, I made the difficult decision to return home due to financial barriers and the realization that I needed a better fit academically and personally. I took a semester off, worked, and was accepted into UDC in spring of 2024. Shortly after enrolling, my grandmother, who was the matriarch of the family, passed away. That loss deeply impacted me, and with therapy, faith, and support system that I found at UDC, I pushed forward. Despite my grief and the challenge of being classified as a second-year freshman with limited transfer credits, I earned a 3.0 GPA my first semester and stepped into leadership roles that gave me purpose. Since then, my experience at UDC has evolved tremendously. I joined the Entrepreneurship Club, balanced school with working at Starbucks and substitute teaching in DC schools, and now I work at GPO Federal Credit Union while continuing my studies. Through personal losses and life transitions, UDC has remained a constant source of stability, opportunity, and growth. It has shaped my confidence, leadership, and resilience, and has shown me that even a small HBCU can make a powerful impact. I proudly represent my 1851 and will continue to advocate for UDC and the students whose lives are transformed here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have Liddy Bella.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the Members Committee of a Whole. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee as a whole, District of Columbia Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Liddy Bella. I'm a supervisor and instructor of the Out of School Time program at Chiquente International in Washington, D.C. The Deputy Mayor for Education oversees the Office of Out of School Time Grants and Youth Outcomes, also known as Learn24. I'm speaking today about Learn24, specifically how its professional training strengthens effective program practices. Most recently, I attended the Learn24 professional workshop titled Learn24 Speaker Series, School Partnerships, How to Successfully Partner with Multiple DCPS and DCPCSs. What stood out to me is that the training is not just informational, it's essential. It sets the tone for how schools and community-based organizations can build stronger partnerships to better support young people. Learn24 training creates alignment among DCPS and DCPCS and other partner organizations. Without a shared understanding of expectations, reporting requirements, safety standards, and accountability, partnerships can become inconsistent. And when that happens, students feel the impact first. The training also builds organizational capacity. Not every community organization begins with a deep familiarity with district systems or the students they serve. Learn 24 provides the structure and common language needed to navigate those systems effectively. This access is especially important for smaller, culturally responsive organizations that are solely and closely connected to their communities. Equally important, the training reinforces safety and accountability. Families deserve to know the after-school programming is not simply childcare, but high-quality, coordinated effort to support the future of young people in the District of Columbia. That said, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that my commitment to Learn 24 is also personal. I grew up with a mother who worked long hours. Out-of-school time programming provided continuity, stability, mentorship, and a sense of community. It gave me structure at a time when I needed it most. Because of that experience, I understand firsthand how important it is for these partnerships to function well. It is deeply meaningful to be in a position to help sustain a system that provides young people with the same structured, emotionally safe environment to learn and explore their interests. Learn 24 training is not just administrative support, it is student-centered support. It ensures that partnerships are clear, equitable, and sustainable so students across this district have safe, supportive spaces beyond the school day. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have Ava Millstone.
Good afternoon, members of the committee and staff. My name is Ava Millstone. I'm a Ward 6 resident, a DCPS parent, and a member of the Amadon Bowen Elementary School PTA and the Jefferson Middle School LSAT. I'm here today to speak about institutional strength and whether our education agencies are equipped to function transparently and equitably in this moment. In unstable times, our systems must be coordinated and accountable. Schools cannot individually improvise responses to federal threats, attendance challenges, or student mental health crises. That requires leadership and cross-agency coordination from the Deputy Mayor for Education. Likewise, if we care about home rule, we must care about governance. The State Board of Education currently lacks basic tools, including clear authority to request data and shape policy. Elected bodies without meaningful powers cannot fully serve constituents. Strengthening SBOE authority strengthens democratic accountability in education. But governance is only meaningful if the right data is tracked and that is used to improve our systems, to improve our results, and minimize barriers for the students and families being served. Stabilizing our schools begins with stabilizing the adults in them. I'm encouraged by the DME's educator pathway work, the professional career lattice, and partnerships with teachers. UDC can and should be a true anchor institution for Grow Your Own Pipelines. I ask that you expand and market the parent-to-teacher professional pathway, which paraprofessionals in my kids' schools were universally unaware of, and support building high school education pathways throughout the public school landscape in DC. In my informal research right now, the only high school has a track for DCPS students who want to become educators is Columbia Heights Education Campus. Robust programs like these will help grow, retain, and professionalize our workforce. Belonging is just as important as staffing. Only about half of DC students have access to out-of-school time seats, with stark disparities in Wards 7 and 8. Athletics and OST are not extras, they're engagement infrastructure. Belonging improves attendance, safety, and mental health. And that brings me to my own students' experience with DCIA. DC is unique in that elementary through high school athletics are systems run, not rec-based. That makes equitable access a system responsibility. This year, my 7th grader missed 2 seasons of athletics because we could not get him cleared through the centralized online clearing system. I submitted paperwork in October. It was returned for a technical correction. I resubmitted multiple times over email through the system and dropped forms off in person, as well as emailed them. His forms were finally processed and approved in January, one day after the roster deadline for winter track. I'm not here to call out staff. I know coaches, school administrators, and DCIA staff are stretched thin. What concerns me is the system's design. Clearance is centralized, follow-through is uneven. When I called DCIA, the office blames school staff. In a centralized system, that fragmentation should not exist. I've also watched over 4 years the track and cross-country participation become noticeably less diverse, and our cheer team at Amadon didn't form this year because not enough students were cleared in time. So I know I'm over time, but I'm asking that these agencies conduct a continuous improvement review to track the data and test strategies to reduce barriers.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have Kendall Bria.
Hello, thank you. My name is Kendall Bryan.
Brian, sorry about that. It's misprinted on the.
Staff. Good morning, council. I want to thank Dr. Shancia Lowe's. Yes, no problems, no problems. Thank you, thank you. I want to thank my grant manager, Camille Lessig. I want to thank Mark Wahlberg, Kevin Cordado, Renee Abdullah, and all the professional staff at the OST office. I want to also thank DC Action and the DCOST Coalition, Najari Jenkins and Jessica Wynn, thank you. I also want to thank my fellow executive directors of community-based organizations in Ward 7 and Ward 8, particularly Jackie Carter, Tashana Crump, Gary Hill, and also Jasmine Walkins, thank you. Also, shout out to Irene Jacobs at the Black Swan Academy. So I am the executive director of the Amy Scarvey Institute. We provide humanities, arts, education, and STEM programming via after school and summer programming. We've been doing this for approximately 20 years. We've been working with DOES, OST, DPR, and various other district agencies. To build on DC's progress towards universal out of school time, there are certain recommendations. So we must continue to expedite invoices and my testimony at detail in FY24. Halfway through that grant cycle, there is 9.7 million to be paid out, but only about 500K was. That was only 4.7%. I urge us not to go back to those bad old days. I can say in FY26, the grant payments have been timely. Also, let's acknowledge the importance of OST. I know that the budget, this upcoming budget season is going to be very tight, but you know, OST has a cost benefit for our youth. When we look at I mentioned in my testimony the importance of third spaces. My key recommendation is that we have a further investment in our young people through out of school time programming, especially for small nonprofits.
Okay, I'm going to jump in. Your overtime. Also, you're glitching a little bit on our end. I will have questions, but if you can try just cutting your camera off when you come back, I think that might help. But for the sake of time, we're going to keep moving. But thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Cassandra Lemus Reyes.
Oh, since I have.
Next, we have Cassandra Lemus Reyes.
Good morning, Council. My name is Cassandra Lemos Reyes. I'm a UDC student in the Fashion Merchandising Program and the president of the Fashion Society founded by the FMP. Creativity has been a part of my identity for as long as I can remember, yet pursuing a creative career was never considered the ideal path. When I first applied to UDC after high school, I entered as a natural science major. Looking back, I can confidently say I wasn't prepared neither for the sternness of the program nor for the reality of being a college student. Returning to UDC as a fashion merchandising major completely transformed my experience. This program has expanded my horizons in ways I never expected. I've been challenged with new skills, pushed to grow my jewelry brand, and motivated to revive the Fashion Society. My goal in bringing the club back was to strengthen the fashion program's reputation across the university. With greater recognition, I hope UDC will consider us for additional opportunities such as designing for the Royal Court, the Homecoming Fashion Show, and UDC merchandise. Our program is full of talented designers who accomplish so much within a 2-year window and limited support. We all want more than the very appreciated business aspect. We want a 4-year design program that dives deeply into construction, pattern making, and advanced design. To follow, we require the proper amount of space and storage to comfortably pursue our art, not just for the fashion merchandising program, but for UDC community as a whole. We've already created impressive work by upcycling textiles and old garments, and with proper resources and support from UDC, we're ready to show how far we can truly go and design for DC. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And then I believe our next 3 witnesses are UDC students, and there may have been some mic challenges. But tell me, oh, you're ready.
Yes.
Awesome. Are you Kalea Shelton?
Yes, Kalia Shelton.
Okay, you may proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Kalia Shelton, and I'm a senior double major in accounting and finance with concentrations in logistics and international trade and artificial intelligence and robotics in business at the University of the District of Columbia, where I serve as the undergraduate student government president. Now in my 3rd term in student leadership, as an international student, Jamaica, choosing UDC was more than enrolling in a university. It was a defining decision that needed courage, adaptability, and vision. I arrived focused on academic success, but over time, my purpose extended. During my 1st term in student government, I was learning how to advocate. In my 2nd, I began to understand the structural challenges students face. Now in my 3rd term, I lead with a deeper awareness of policy persistence and the long-term impact of institutional support has on student success. Through student government, I have worked to expand access to resources, strengthen communication between students and administration, and champion initiatives that increase opportunity and engagement. My experience at UDC has evolved from personal growth to institutional impact. UDC has empowered me not only to earn a degree, but to help shape the student experience for others, and that is a responsibility I carry with pride.
Awesome. Thank you. If you could stick around, I'll have some questions for you. Next, we have Tolu Walasi. And I'm sorry, can you pronounce your name so I can get it right?
Yeah, I got you. It's Tolu Walashe Adetasie. You just call me
Okay.
Tolu.
Tolu. Okay, got it. Got it. Thank you. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman and the rest of the council members of the District of Columbia. My name is Tolu Walashe Adetasie, but you can call me Tolu. I'm a senior civil engineering majoring in the School of Engineering and Applied Sciences at the University of the District of Columbia. Since 10th grade, I doubted whether academia was really my strong suit. With the 3.0 GPA, I was convinced that college wasn't really for me. I thought that sports would be my only way into college. When I didn't get any athletic scholarships, I planned on attending trade school, but my mentor encouraged me to apply to UDC. That decision changed my life. I got in, and from there, they connected me with Miss Anita Wood, who interviewed me for the STEM scholarship. A full ride was presented, and my eyes widened as I read, "We would like to offer you." I couldn't believe it. For the first time, opportunities that felt out of reach felt really close. Not easy, but possible through hard work. During my time here, I've experienced the personal loss of my sister passing. That season forced me to want to quit, but at the same time, friends at UDC reminded me that I had a purpose of coming here. I had a purpose of completing, and it has made me grow in ways that I did not expect. UDC became more than a university. It became my support system to help me keep going. As a PEPCO Power Scholar, DC Up Scholar, Title III researcher, and an HBCU Up C2 ambassador, I've built hydroponic systems, mentored middle schools and high school students, interned at the Department of Interior twice, and led organizations. UDC hasn't just shaped my education, it shaped my confidence, my leadership, my belief, and what I think is possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And then we have Cheryl Augustine.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well.
So good morning. Good afternoon, members of DC City Council. Thank you for your time today and the opportunity to speak about my academic experience at UDC. My name is Cheryl Augustine, and I am a business management major and senior here at the University of the District of Columbia. My journey as a non-traditional full-time student while simultaneously maintaining a full-time career in human resources has been demanding yet rewarding. Choosing to return to school and complete the degree I began many years ago reflects my commitment to personal growth, my resilience in balancing competing responsibilities, and my determination to pursue a meaningful and impactful future for my career. UDC has played a transformative role in this journey. The university has challenged me to think more critically, manage my time with intention, and apply what I learned directly to real-world situations. As a working adult student, I have benefited greatly from the flexibility and support UDC provides, allowing me to excel academically while honoring my professional responsibilities. Over time, my perspective has shifted from simply completing courses to fully engaging in my academic experience, embracing leadership, professional development, and lifelong learning. I am proud to be graduating in May with a 3.0 GPA, which is a clear reflection of both my dedication and the strength of the institution that has supported me. UDC has shown me that growth is possible at every stage of life. I am proud to be a UDC student, and I will carry the lessons, resilience, and perspectives I've gained here into my career, my community, and every space where I can make a meaningful impact. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. And then I believe last for this panel, we have Lorena Flores.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Lorena Flores, and I am the parent of children who were enrolled at Washington U Ying Public Charter School. During that time, our family experienced firsthand the consequences of a fragmented oversight system and the absence of clear, enforceable safeguards designed to protect our children's well-being. I am here today not to relitigate a single school dispute, but to raise a structural issue. The District of Columbia does not currently have a unified mandatory child safety escalation framework across all publicly funded schools. When safety violations arise, families are routed between agencies: the DC Public Charter School Board, OSSI, the Ombudsman, OSA, Deputy Mayor of Education, and sometimes child protection authorities. On paper, that structure appears comprehensive. In practice, it is siloed. There's no centralized system that aggregates repeated safety complaints over time. There's no defined statutory threshold that automatically triggers independent review when patterns emerge. Instead, oversight is reactive. Schools self-report, families file complaints, harm escalates. Then agencies respond, often after significant damage has already occurred. Oversight that activates only after public scandal is not oversight. The authorizer model places the DC Public Charter School Board in the role of regulator and sector steward. Even when acting in good faith, that dual mandate can create structural tension when systemic safety failures arise. What is missing is not authority. What is missing is a statutory mandate. I have included a sample statutory language in my written submission defining a mandatory pattern trigger mechanism. The district already knows how to build statutory accountability systems. The School Safety Omnibus Amendment Act demonstrates that when child protection is prioritized, the council can define reporting system requirements, escalation timelines, and cross-agency coordination. What I'm asking the council to consider are 3 targeted reforms. First, designate a centralized cross-sector intake to aggregate credible student safety complaints across publicly funded schools. Second, establish a statutory pattern trigger so that when a defined number of credible complaints occur within a defined time frame, independent review is automatically required. Third, mandate a cross-agency notification and transparent reporting of findings and corrective actions. These reforms would not create a new bureaucracy. They would integrate systems that already exist. Children in the district move between charter schools and DCPS without regard to governance structure. If the district funds the school, it bears equal responsibility to ensure consistent safety protections. Child protection should not depend on sector, disability status, or a caregiver's ability to navigate bureaucracy. It should depend on law. If the district has the agencies, it has precedent, it has authority. All it needs is a unified mandatory escalation framework that prevents systemic harm before it escalates. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm willing to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. And I believe that completes this round of witnesses. I will start with you, Ms. Flores. Thank you for that testimony. Can you give me an example of an
hello?
incident that might require escalation?
Excuse me, hello?
I'm sorry, one second. Yes.
This is Corey. I did a testimony on behalf of UDC. I guess I was called earlier.
Oh, okay. I had you as not showing. We'll start with you on the next round if that's okay.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Flores, can you give an example of an incident that might require the type of escalation that you're talking about?
Reports on children being hit by children would be one.
Okay, so right now schools have
Sorry,
their
teachers hitting children.
teachers hitting
Yes,
children.
sorry.
Okay. And what I'm hearing you say, if this is an ongoing pattern, there should be a way to lift that up outside of that LEA.
Yep.
So that to some central authority for them to take action or to investigate.
Yes. In our case, I could just speak about my case specifically or our family's case specifically. I won't say others involved, but like when it happened, you report to the school. The school supposedly does an investigation, but as mandated reporters, they're supposed to trigger that already to Child and Family Services Agency and so on. When none of that happens, as a first-time parent and as a first-time, like even really being that involved with children's and education in the system, like I have no idea what to do. I trust the school and I trust the system. So just leaving at that, and after coming back, my children are coming back with these, I don't know. So the school didn't do their part in helping, not even reporting, not even taking notes. And it was much later until actually we pulled our kids out, where I realized and put them in a different school in DCPS, and DCPS does have that structure to everything. And they were actually so helpful. And that's when I understood like there's a complete disconnect between charter schools and DCPS. And so us trying to help our kids through this process whatever happened to them at the previous school, I started learning more, and it's just ridiculous. It's been almost like over a year and a half, that I'm just like navigating the system and everyone just points the finger at each other instead of protecting children.
No, I can imagine how frustrating that is. I have your testimony here, but before you leave, if I can get your contact information, I would love to follow up with you. One, on your testimony, but also just to make sure there is resolution in the incident that you're referring to.
Yes, and also within my communications with the school, I have forwarded like our communications to the ombudsman, to OSSI, to the Public Charter School Board, to the Deputy Mayor of Education, and also CFSA. So everyone's been involved. Have I heard back from them? No.
So from none of those entities have you received a response?
So I heard back from OSSI, someone, but that was like, I was consistent in like speaking with them, and they said there was nothing that they could do. Public Charter School Board. The Public Charter School Board, it was with Teresa Kemp, which is complaints. They direct that back to the school. And so I'm like back in this loop that goes back to the school, to the perpetrator. And
that's not how it's supposed to go. So I can imagine how frustrating that is.
Everyone says that. And also even speaking with people who are in those environments and laws, and it's just like there's nothing to protect the children.
We will follow up. That is why we have performance oversight hearings. And so you can elevate these concerns so that there can be action, but also you make very sensible policy recommendations. So thank you for your testimony. We had a number of UDC students. It sounds like you all are sharing a computer. So hopefully this doesn't complicate things. Cheryl, I wanted to start with you. As a non-traditional student, how was your transition to the campus or the school community?
Sorry about that. Give me one moment.
I figured this was going to be tricky. Yes.
It is.
Sorry about that.
Device. Let me ask as a non-traditional student, how was it for transitioning? Am I correct?
That's right.
What was the question again?
As a non-traditional student, how was your transition into the school community at UDC? You referenced it as demanding, and if you could elaborate a little bit more.
I'm sorry, just to repeat your question, you said how was my experience as a non-traditional student? With
Yes, your transition into becoming a student as working a full-time job. If you can elaborate briefly on what that experience was like.
So just, I, again, work full-time in human resources. So just trying to juggle with my class load. Last semester, I took 6 classes. This semester, I'm taking 5 classes so I could graduate in May. Sometimes the classes weren't offered at a time that I was able to take them. So that's in particular why I had to double up a lot last semester. So that, obviously increase the demands, having to work my work schedule, getting special permission from our CEO of my company, just so I can, come and go as I needed to, while on top of that, making sure I fulfill my responsibilities at work.
Okay, one quick follow-up. Did you feel as though you had the person, the team, the department that you could go to for support if you were feeling overwhelmed, if you felt as though the scheduling of courses weren't working out for you?
Yeah, there's actually, it's been great so I have my advisor for my sorority that I did end up joining spring of last year.
What sorority?
I'm sorry?
What sorority?
Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated.
Nice, congrats.
So yes, I did even as a non-traditional student, I have been doing the whole college process.
Awesome. Okay, is Tolu there?
Yes. Give us one moment. So,
while you're transitioning, a theme I heard from most of you was one of support. Many of you referenced support, how the agency was supporting or the school was supporting you. Can you elaborate on the support that you received? I believe you referenced in the direct passing of your sister, and I'm sorry to hear about your loss, but how did the school community step up to support you as a student?
So it was very hard because I wanted to act like it didn't exist at home. It was very hard to, for me to act like it didn't exist. So when I came to school, nobody they didn't, cramp me and make me feel uncomfortable, but people expressed their condolences, to me separately. I didn't know my professors knew before I told them, but they knew. And one of the department chair sat me down and he said, "Hey, if you need time to do assignments, just say that. I understand, how it feels, and I can understand if you just need to slow down sometimes. So just all you got to do with me is communicate." And on top of that, the scholarship program, they probably they asked me if are we okay, and they asked me what can we do to help, and basically we did check-ins, when we had our little meetings, our little cohort meetings, we did check-ins to see how everybody was doing.
Nice. And I imagine that sense of support translates to you wanting to stay and finish your degree, which goes a long way. Thank you. Kalea, if I pronounced that correctly, if you're there.
I am.
Awesome. As president of the Student Government Association, can you name one issue that you're actively working on with the UDC administration?
Yes, so one of the issues that we're currently working on is really just helping ensure that all our students are best being utilized or getting all their needs. So currently we're working with our athletic department. One of the concerns we receive from our student athlete is sometimes during early morning classes and early morning practices is really hard to make their own meals. So currently we're working on a snack bar initiatives in which we're gonna add refrigerators within the sports complex, so they also have their own student athletic lounge in order so that they can have sandwiches, protein shakes, protein bars, and just various healthy meals that they can just grab and go in between practices and classes. So that's something that we're currently working on, as well as we are working to improve the food options at our university.
Nice. Can you say a little bit more about the expanding food options?
So currently we do have a bit of limited food options here, which has oftentimes been a concern for our students. So we're currently conducting survey to see what is the best way to approach for it. So last semester we did a pitch competition where students could pitch to us as student government ideas in order to improve it. And right now we're in the phase of combining the top 2 ideas. One of the ideas was, one of the things that our university has on some Saturdays is we have our UDC farmers market. So we're thinking about asking vendors to come during like school hours, but we're still kind of working out what's best. But that's currently the process in which we're right now. We're trying to formalize and solidify a proposal that works best for our university, but also our students.
I love that. I would love to chat more with you about that because I think that's
course.
very important. And I'm a fan of the newly minted farmers market. I'm going to move more quickly through some of these questions, but I did want to come to you, Cassandra. You too are a student at UDC. Can you speak to the support that you've received from the institution to revamp this arts focus or fashion focus program?
So,
or the Fashion Society.
Mainly, it has been difficult and not much support has been provided. The main point that has been revealed to us was that we need to gain more recognition, essentially, so they know kind of what they're providing funds for. And so that's mainly the work that I've been contributing to towards the university. My program is a 2-year program, so it being associates, we're based in the community college. And with that, because that community college is by South Dakota Avenue and the Van Ness is all the way up there, northwest, it obviously there's some collision when it comes to that kind of support. And I hear about this food program and it makes me excited, but I don't hear anything about it being towards the community college. So those are just my concerns.
That is a very powerful testimony. And it's actually on my list of questions to ask President Eddington about how are we incorporating the community college, supporting and investing in programs there. And so thank you for that testimony. I will be sure to follow up to ensure that you get the support that you feel like you need. I'm making sure I'm ticking through my list. Ava Millstone.
Yes.
You also gave very compelling testimony about the need for coordination from the Deputy Mayor's office. You also spoke about the State Board Authority. Now that the chairman is back in the room, I'm going to focus my questions there. Just very briefly, what problem do you think expanded authority for the State Board would solve in our current times?
Yeah, well, I think the State Board has a potentially really valuable role of collecting data across sectors and being able to advise and even potentially create, advise on policy and share some of the work of the committee of the whole. Because right now, as elected representatives for our community, I don't want to use the word that the board's been neutered, but it's like that, we can talk to our representative and they can just kind of help us advocate, but they don't actually have any policy levers or actions that they can really take on our behalf.
I hear that. As a former State Board of Education representative, I do think the board has power, but your point is well taken that it is muted or neutered, as you said. Thank you for your testimony. I did have one other quick follow-up. In terms of your reaching out to DCIA for access for your student to be able to play, what was the communication systems like as you were waiting? It sounded like you were having to follow up, and ultimately they missed the deadline.
Yeah, ever since COVID, the process for students to get cleared for athletics has been centralized through the online system. Initially, this was fairly easy, at least for my family, but in the last couple of years, every time we submit, it comes back with some kind of issue, bureaucratic, you've missed this box. And it really is dependent on, in my experience, on the staff at the school itself, the athletic directors, if they have one, and the coaches to be able to help families resolve those issues. It's very easy to get disappointed and kind of give up when you can't overcome those
But just
bureaucratic
quick
barriers.
follow-up. So as you're waiting,
Yeah.
did you feel as
There's no communication. So
did you feel as though you knew who to go to ask questions and or to push it along?
No, I went to school staff. So at the elementary school, the longstanding relationship, and there was more, they were able to help me overcome that barrier for my younger son. At Jefferson, I've kept resubmitting in different ways, and it didn't end up going through until too late. So I don't point any fingers here. It just felt like there wasn't any option to reach out to DCSAA until I asked around and then got the number and asked who to talk to. It really felt like the accountability was on the families to kind of continuously follow through rather than,
And then ultimately your young person wasn't able to participate.
Yes, so hopefully he will be able to participate in the spring, but he's missed 2 seasons as a 7th grader, and I would rather have him in athletics than home playing video games.
Understood. Thank you. For the sake of time, I just want to acknowledge those of you testifying for out of school time funding and programs. So James Morgan, Danielle Schmutz, Liddy Bella, thank you. And your advocacy is well noted. Consistency, stability, and funding beyond 1 year is important for these vital programs. And then last but not least, Rain Johnson, I did not forget you. You talked about UDC being a good fit after you transferred from an out-of-state institution back to the college. Can you speak to what that transition was like? And then we'll move on to our next panel.
Yes, sorry. Transferring from Delaware State to UDC was a little bit tough going from at Delaware State. I didn't do my best as a freshman my first semester. I got it together my second semester. I left with a 2.0 GPA. Leaving DSU, I was on academic probation and regular probation. So going from that to UDC as a second-year freshman, with only half of my credits transferred, it was a little bit of a discouragement. But as time went on, even with the passing of my grandmother, a year later, my aunt had passed. And with the support of UDC and staff and students, me persevering through all of that, I was delayed and not denied. So I had different perspectives of what I was going through and people telling me you were delayed, not denied. And the growth from then on has been excellent. Transition was a little bit difficult at first, but with the support from family, friends, and then also UDC and adjusting to it, I eventually got the hang of it. And I persevered.
Awesome. Well, you have a lot of people cheering you on. One quick follow-up question. Were you aware of your credit transfers, that they would not count when you originally applied for UDC?
No. So that was the biggest worry that I did have because I had college credits from when I was in high school. I took dual enrollment in high school. So even transferring to DSU, I had to make sure those credits from high school transferred, in which it did. And then transferring from DSU to UDC, I was trying to make sure that all of the credits were transferred, but they couldn't give me a definite answer. So I left DSU with 27 credits, and when I applied to UDC and I was accepted, they only accepted 15, in which they explained what some of the classes didn't correlate with what UDC offered. Most of them did, and it covered the first half of my semester for freshman year, and I just had to remake up that second half. So I wasn't aware at first, but once I was aware, it sucked, but I made it through.
Okay. Well, thank you. And thank you all for testifying and working and making it work. Again, we will be sure to follow up. I want to thank all of you for providing your testimony. We're going to move to our next panel, and the chairman is back. So I'll call the panel if that is okay, and then I'm going to turn over the reins back to the chairman to continue forward with the hearing. Corey Arnold, we'll have you lead this panel. If you can give us 1 second, we're going to continue calling others. Marcia Clint-Scale, Tara Brown, Lashima Burnett, or Burnett, my apologies. Dylan Perry, Josephine Mazik, Awesome. Amir Lowry. Kalia Jackson. And Jeanette Planter. Devon Montgomery. Rosalind Lake. And we're gonna just finish the rest of this panel. Cara Shiavon. Angie Perko. Ange Perko. Zach Wilson. Celia Daltrich. Was there anyone here in the room that was missed? Dominique, what do you want to join this panel? And with that, Corey Arnold, you may begin with your testimony.
Hello, can you hear me? See?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, that's great. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Corey Arnold, a first year student at cybersecurity at the major. Oh, excuse me. I'm a first year student, cybersecurity major at the University of the District of Columbia, and I'm a member of the Undergraduate Student Government Association. My story started here at Washington, D.C., moving from Potomac Gardens to Benning Road. I've always been driven from my days at Kelly Miller Middle School to graduating at the top 10 of my class at H.D. Woodson High School as a scuba certified and principal on-road student. But while high school told me to study, UDC told me to lead. UDC has shaped my experience by offering more than just a classroom and provided a community. The cybersecurity program has connected me directly with field experts and internships, but what really set this place apart is the faculty. The professors here don't just teach us like name on rosters, they treat us like peers and people, always willing to help us grow. Even in my first year, my perspective has evolved through my work with the USGA. I spent most of my time talking to students, faculty, and bringing new ideas to the table and socializing with the community I love. Thank you again. My name is Corey.
Thank you. Give us just a second here. Hold on. Thank you, Mr. Arnold. Let me just check something, whether we had I had stepped out of the room, as you know, so I'm getting back into it. I don't think I have a copy of your statement. If you could provide that.
Or would you like me to repeat, or you want me to upload that?
No, you can upload through the hearing management system, the way you registered, you can upload your testimony.
Okay,
So do
great.
that.
Okay.
All right, but thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Marcia Clinksdale, I believe, is not here. Tara Brown is virtual. You're up. Get to you. Ms. Brown? You're muted.
Done this a million times and I'm still getting it wrong. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. You can hear me, right? Okay. My name is Tara Brown. I'm a parent leader with PAVE, Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, serving on the Ward 6 PLE Board and the Advisory Board. I'm here today to urge you to continue to invest in what we know is working, high-impact tutoring, so more students can benefit from it. This is more than a hard decision. You can make these increased investments based on pure data with the confidence that it is an investment proven to not only increase proficiency scores, but attendance and student confidence. The greatest gains can be seen among the students farthest from opportunity. We're representing almost half of our student population, but there is something to be gained by every student fortunate enough to receive this additional instruction. Studies have shown that when implemented properly, HIT can increase a student's learning by an additional 3 to 15 months across grade levels. HIT has also been shown to improve attendance in the district. LEAs not only get to provide their students with targeted, customized, impactful instruction in groups of 4 or less, but the teachers also get to focus on honing the techniques and skills needed to execute on a high level. We have already seen how well HIT is working. Now we must commit to making a larger and sustained investment. Last year, the mayor dedicated and the council protected $3 million for HIT in a very tight budget year because it works, but it is not enough to cover every student who needs it. Now that we know this is money well spent, the investment needs to be increased to serve every student who is not proficient in math and reading. It is simply unfair to have uncovered a proven method of instruction and not give every student access to it. This is the very definition of inequality, and it is not how we should operate. Now that HIT is here, we have to expand access. DC made news and has smashed records for the growth we have seen in our NAEP and CAPE scores. We cannot lose this progress or slow it down. How do you continue to improve the outcomes of students in reading and math? Spend more time in small groups, catering to the individual needs of students. Now you need to make sure this is a model replicated in every school for every child. So let's do what we know works and continue to invest in high impact tutoring. Chairman Mendelson, I know it's typically you who asks the questions of us, but it's been a long day for you. So I'm going to switch things up and ask you a question. Chairman, what is your plan to ensure that high impact tutoring remains accessible to students in the district? Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I appreciate your dedication to and partnership in supporting DC students. I look forward to hearing what you have planned for HIT, working with you and answering any questions you may have. Thank you.
Well, I think everyone in room 412 is waiting for my answer, but I was thinking of calling the next witness. A lot of it depends on what the budget is that the mayor sends down, but we recognize the importance of it. If you were present earlier when somebody from Literacy Lab was present, we talked about Literacy Lab versus high impact tutoring versus funding and the need for additional literacy support so that more of our students get to grade level. It's the best answer you're going to get out of me.
Thank you.
Nice try. Lashima Burnett, I believe, is online.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff. My name is Lashima Burnett. I am a Ward 8 resident and proud mother to 2 amazing children and a paid parent as well. While I'm not a native Washingtonian, I have had the pleasure of living in DC for 10 years and care deeply about students and their success. I am here today as a mother dedicated to ensuring all of the district's kids thrive. A key strategy to make this a reality for district kids is to invest in high-impact tutoring, HIT. Access to high-impact tutoring, also known as HIT, is a way to bridge the gaps in DC. Council members, DC can be a tale of 2 cities, the haves and the have-nots. It is our job to level the playing field so that all of our students can excel regardless of where they are from. Students from east of the river deserve the chance to become an astronaut, an engineer, or whatever it is that they set their minds to. To help all children meet their goals, they have to be proficient or better in literacy and math. HIT is a way for us to ensure that all of our students meet or exceed this threshold. As a parent, I have seen the impact of HIT firsthand. My daughter has received HIT impact tutoring through the Math with Friends and Reading with Friends HIT program at Ludlow Taylor Elementary. She's also participates in the HIT program at Flock and the DC Dream Center located east of the river. My daughter began HIT in literacy and math in 4th grade. Her growth was astronomical. In 1 year, she jumped 2 levels in reading and 1 level in math. This year in 5th grade, my daughter has continued with the HIT program in her school, this time for a small fee, and is engaging in the free HIT programs on the weekends. I have continued to see her growth academically, and she's become more engaged in her learning. Each day, she grows more passionate about school. She is noticing what she learns and pays closer attention to her grades. She's taking ownership of her education. I could not be prouder of the hard work my daughter has put in. The support she is receiving while she serves the rest of, this is going to be important to her for the rest of her academic year and life. While I have access to HIT programs for my daughter and can cover the fee, I worry about those who do not have access to HIT. What would happen if my daughter switched schools and lost access to her Ludlow Taylor tutors? What are we going to do if the program fees get too high? What will happen to the program that provides free HIT if their funding changes? How will I continue to support my daughter's academic growth? I am not alone in these concerns. We must help all students bridge the gaps in their learning by providing access to HIT programs. I want all of our students to shine. We must support our students with the resources they need. This is why we must continue to invest in high-impact tutoring so the children in the district have the support that they need to make their dreams a reality. Chairman Middleton, thank you very much for continued partnership with paid parent leaders and for taking the time to meet with us.
Thank you so much. So I'm going back to witnesses because Luis Sotomayor, who was called when Councilmember Parker was here, just got on. So why don't you sit down and testify?
Yes, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Okay, I just need to get myself to a better location. Where am I? Let me move, please. Yes, hello.
Please proceed.
Yes. Thank you for your time, committee members. Just want to say the after-school programs that we've been doing here have been very beneficial to the students. We have a diversity of population that we serve, and we also offer a multitude of activities that they enjoy. The lower grades of elementary up until our 8th graders. So we have diverse things such as academics, sporting events, clubs. I even like to do a culinary class once a month where we cook things, and we've done learning how to hold a knife and chop things properly. We've made salad, chopped fruits, and shared that with the students. And we've baked cookies, and we're going to make empanadas next week. So something that they all enjoy. What's helped most is to boost the confidence of students, because what they've learned in the after-school programs has helped connect what's going on in class in the real world, and then they come and perform better in class. It's really been wonderful to see them do that. So I'm sorry, your time committee members, I am in the middle of also hosting a class, so I'm doing double duty. But the efforts that's been done, the easement of parents having that extra help or that extra activity for the children to be somewhere safe and to socially interact and get better and recognize each other has been nothing but a plus. And it's been a very, very important, without being religious, but it's been a godsend basically to have this opportunity for the children here. I don't know if there's anyone that has questions, but the last thing I do want to add is, as well as social development.
Does that conclude your statement?
Oh, I just had one last thing to add.
Please do.
Other than the social development and personal interactions, it also has translated to academic growth in the classroom. So the balance of having both of that together has been a positive for everyone in here. And I hope we keep this thing going. It's been very beneficial. And thank you, committee members, for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Sotomayor. Is Dylan Perry here? Josephine Mazik, thank you. Please proceed.
Good day, Council. My name is Josephine Mazik, and I'm the Executive Director of Fihonkra Acoma and Tuaso, also known as FAN-DC, a youth-focused peer-operated community center serving Ward 8 and a proud member of the OST Coalition. Through our OST programs, we serve an average of 87 youth annually and more than 600 residents each year through our broader community center and food pantry, all with a team of 3 full-time and 3 part-time. Many of the young people we serve have been or may be impacted by the child welfare system. They're navigating trauma placement, instability, housing insecurity, behavioral health challenges, and systemic barriers. For them, OST is not just enrichment, it is stabilization, prevention, and continuity. Today, I will focus on 3 areas: student data coordination, space and equity, and funding sustainability. First, student data coordination. This year alone, FAN serves youth from 11 different DC schools. To obtain required unique student identifier numbers, our program director had to contact each school individually. In many cases, staff were unfamiliar with the request, requiring repeated follow-ups and physical visits. At the same time, we must help families complete FERPA releases so schools can share student data. Families with prior system involvement are understandably cautious. For a 6-person team, this fragmented process creates a heavy administrative burden. Every hour spent chasing identification numbers is an hour not spent mentoring a young person. We need stronger interagency coordination so providers can focus on youth rather than navigating silos. Second, space and equity. FAN operates in a rented space through a church partner. Our footprint limits enrollment, even as demand in Ward 8 exceeds our capacity. Access to safe, consistent after-school space for youth impacted by the child welfare system is an equity issue. We are prepared to expand seats and deepen programming if funding and accessible space align. Third, funding and sustainability. FAN operates on a $350,000 annual budget with 72% spent directly on programming. With that investment, we provide 32 weeks of after-school programming, 7 weeks of summer, daily transportation, full meals, educational trips, workforce exposure, youth stipends, and wellness initiatives. 2 summers ago, we took youth out of state for a week. For many, it was their first time leaving DC. That experience was exposure, healing, and prevention in action. We have not had stable funding to repeat it consistently. Right now, we operate lean. I stretch my team thin, and I'm grateful for their commitment. But heart should not be the operating model for prevention infrastructure. If organizations like FAN are expected to scale responsibly, retain staff, manage compliance, and expand seats, sustainable budgets closer to $1.5 million annually allow us to move from fragile to stable. When we underfund prevention, we pay for crisis later, especially for youth already navigating system involvement. Stable and increased OST funding is infrastructure. The youth are there, the demand is there, the families are there, and we stand ready to grow and align systems. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Mazik. Amir Lowry, who I believe is virtual.
Hey, Chairman Mendelson.
Please proceed.
Okay, just bring up my doc here. I'm going to read some of my testimony and just introduce myself and then go a little bit off the cuff. But good afternoon. Thank you all for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Amir Lowry. I'm the Executive Director of Open Goal Project. We're a nonprofit based here in Washington, D.C., dedicated to breaking barriers in participation for competitive youth soccer, and then providing holistic youth development opportunities for young people from marginalized communities. So I'm a DC native. I grew up here. I've testified in various ways before. I went to Oyster Deal in Wilson growing up. I played at Wake Forest University and professionally before moving back here and founding Open Goal Project with a good friend of mine and our co-founder. And I just want to speak to our gratitude, the efficacy, the importance of the Deputy Mayor for Education's office, their Learn 24 out of school time funding, and also just to share how transformative this support has been for our program, for our organization, for our entire community. And I think that, you know, there's a lot of people like myself on this call who are running programs, who are investing in their communities. I see a lot of and hear a lot of program participants that are benefiting from a lot of the initiatives that are being addressed on this hearing. And I just want to emphasize that, you know, I don't think I need to go too far in depth as far as our work, but more broadly, you're seeing what your mandate is as a member of the council and in a leadership role. You know, you're hearing from organizations that are doing a lot with a little, and quite frankly, it's not an ask. We're demanding that you guys continue to support us the way you have been. You know, you can you can address the funding issues in a lot of ways, but we should be the last programs that are cut, given how much we're investing in the community. Like I said, given the importance of this work in our communities in this moment. So our program is a fully funded year-round model that's based on competitive soccer, mentorship, academic support, workforce development, and social emotional learning. We have an empowerment cycle that brings our youth through our program. I just want to speak to this. And we train them, we upskill them to become coaches. It makes them culturally competent. It allows us to build skills in them so that they can then reinvest in our community. So it's these kinds of initiatives that cover, I'm almost done here. They cover health and wellness. Our program does health and wellness. It's academic enrichment. It's character development and confidence building. It's upward social mobility and economic development and workforce development. You know, I mentioned health and wellness. It's mental and emotional wellness. And all of these things are vital for our communities now. We need you guys now more than ever. And I just really speak to the power of OST and the funding
Mr. Lowry,
to organizations like us that
I'm going to have to cut you off.
that quite frankly, sorry, this is my last point.
Yeah, I know. You said that a minute ago. and you were off a minute.
In high income areas or well-resourced areas, kids participate at much higher rates in all after-school programming. And
Thank you,
we need to make sure
Mr. Lowry, thank you.
Stays available.
You're over your time.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendelson. I trust you guys will do the right thing.
Sorry to cut you off, but
Happy to answer questions.
a minute ago, you said you were almost done. Kalia Jackson, I believe, is virtual.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and Committee of the Whole. My name is Kalia Jackson, and I serve as the Director of Development and Communications for Midtown Youth Academy and a member of the DC OST Coalition. Since 1977, from our academy in Ward 1, we have empowered DC youth to be champions, not just in the boxing ring, but in the classroom and at home. And we've continued to do so since 2022 in Ward 4. While we appreciate the Deputy Mayor of Education sustaining 20,000 out-of-school time seats, we must recognize that no matter the program focus, OST is an educational necessity. Collectively, these programs provide the critical hours of instruction and mentorship that bridge the achievement gap. Reducing capacity building support severs the learning pipeline. Our organizations operate on lean budgets where every dollar translates directly into the student contact hours. Any form of degradation would stall academic recovery, deplete the educational pipeline, and hinder workforce readiness. Currently, 84% of DC parents rely on these programs to remain in the workforce, creating a stable home environment that is a prerequisite for student success. With increased stable investment, we can move from survival mode to constant excellence. We stand ready to strengthen the learning continuum by closing the gap between the school bell and at home, expand technical literacies by scaling our entrepreneurship and technology initiatives to prepare youth for high-demand STEM careers, and preserve institutional knowledge by retaining the staff and volunteers who understand the unique educational barriers facing our students. Performance in all facets, whether education-based or otherwise, requires stability. We cannot expect long-term educational outcomes like increased graduation rates and college persistence from short-term volatile foundations. I urge the council to view sustained OST funding as an educational infrastructure, as it is the catalyst that transforms a student's potential into district-wide success. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. And I do have your statement. And Jeanette Planter, I believe, is not here. Devon Montgomery.
Hi, I'm here. Okay. Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson. My name is Devon Montgomery, and I'm the Dean of Students and Culture at Harmony DC Public Charter School and Elementary School in Ward 5 and Empower Ed Fellow. I'm here today to discuss out-of-school time programming and how the State Board of Education may gain agency and governance, and how the Deputy Mayor of Education can work in racially equitable ways that foster academic achievement and community growth. OST programs have an amazing ability to enrich scholar experiences in our schools, and every scholar and family should have an equal access to them. Providing transportation to schools, from school to after school programming would relieve some of the pressures on families, especially those at charters who may travel across the city to attend schools that don't have the funding needed to establish robust programs on campus. Additionally, scholars in Wards 7 and 8 need equal access to OST programming. As the DME looks to continue to grow OST programming, it is imperative that these services get distributed and funded more equitably across the district. Lastly, compiling a citywide database of available programming would be an asset to school leaders and families. The council has no standalone committee on education, but there is an elected body charged with addressing an education district, the State Board of Education. As that body, the board needs to have the power to shape policies affecting educators, scholars, and families more directly. In December, the SBOE voted unanimously to pass along legislation to the council concerning their governance. The current SBOE legislation would grant the board great weight, the ability to propose policy in areas they currently only have approval or veto authority over, the ability to amend policy, and the ability to ask for data from agencies. A lack of council support of this legislation has currently left it dead in the water. I ask for the council to schedule a hearing, mark up, and vote on SBOE governance. With no standalone committee on education, any further hesitation on moving this legislation to a hearing, markup, and vote sends the message that the council does not support the board exercising their powers given to them by their constituents. The 4 powers on the table in this legislation do not take away from their capabilities of other legislative bodies. Rather, it allows the only elected officials tasked with educational priorities to champion the educational priorities that their constituents, in actionable ways that are currently unafforded to them. I applaud the DME for the recent boundary study work and their educator pathway program. Both initiatives speak to a commitment from the DME to work within school communities to map out a future that meets the needs of more scholars, educators, and families. However, this work will only continue to grow with more commitment to racial equity as an integral part of the process. Community involvement is crucial, but there also needs to be consideration into larger educational ecosystem considerations as choices get made around school openings and closures. It is imperative that the DME continues to bring in innovative ways to support educators onto the table. OST programming needs to continue to grow in ways that are racially equitable for scholars across the district. SBOE members consistently listen to public comments and need to be able to act by amending what OSI proposes. It is critical that the SBOE has the ability to propose policy to OSI because then they could help bring crucial support from public testimony to life. Thank you for your time and consideration of my testimony. Please review my written testimony from further elaborations.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. And I do have your statement. Rosalind Lake, I believe, is not here. Kara Chivone, I believe, is virtual.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. And good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Kara Chivone, and I'm a high school English teacher at a public charter school in Ward 8. I'm here because I believe that schools should be shaped by their communities and that teachers, parents, and students should have a voice in creating the education system that they want to see. Since 2007, the District of Columbia has been conducting an experiment in mayoral control of schools. While there may have been gains under this system, they have come at a steep price: the erosion of public accountability and the democratic right of citizens to shape their own schools. If students, parents, and teachers are unhappy with our schools, we are left with very little recourse for change. Those individuals who do have both power and public accountability through voting, the mayor and the council, are also responsible for so many other things that the minutia of running our schools often falls too low on their priority list. Council holds occasional education-related hearings, but like last week's DCPS and PCSB oversight hearing and this very hearing, they often happen during school hours when students and teachers can't even come to testify in person for the needs of our schools. For those issues that council considers below its authority level, this means that there is no publicly accountable body with meaningful power that can make these necessary but smaller scale changes. The members of the State Board of Education, on the other hand, have the time and expertise necessary to truly get to the root of the problems facing our schools. And yet, despite sitting on an official board and having been voted into office by their community members, members of the SBOE serve only in an advisory capacity, and their decisions hold vastly less weight than they should. Our city grants great weight designation to our AMCs, but not to members of the state board. This means that the recommendations of state board members hold the same weight as any unelected member of the public, rather than the greater weight of the recommendations of an elected official. In December, the state board voted unanimously to transmit to council a piece of legislation which council has introduced, granting them basic powers. But since then, neither council nor the state board have moved on that momentum. This legislation would make several crucial changes. It would grant state board great weight. It would give them the ability to propose policy in areas over which they currently only have approval and veto authority. And it would give state board the power to amend policy. And finally, it would give them the crucial power to request data from agencies. Our current political moment is challenging to say the least. Students, parents, teachers, and community members are upset to see ICE threatening students and families and are worried about potential challenges to LGBTQ+ students and their rights at school. If there were ever a moment to give the state board greater power to hear and respond to the concerns of citizens through actionable change, it is now. While the council may not feel politically positioned to challenge the Trump administration out of fear of losing home rule, that doesn't mean these concerns should go unaddressed. The state board deserves the ability to meet this moment and every other moment with the authority that their position as elected officials warrants. I appreciate your time and consideration, and I hope to see the state board legislation brought before the council for a vote in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chavon. Ann Perko, I believe, is not here. Zach Wilson. Zachary Wilson, you're up.
Awesome, I'm here. So good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson and Councilman Zachary Parker. My name is Zach Wilson. I'm a 10th grade English and geography teacher who works at Chuck, and today I want to talk directly about DC schools' failure to protect our students from the extremists and the bigots who control our federal government. Every year, thanks to the Office of the Attorney General, 8,500 teachers take a training before the school year starts to help us to recognize and report incidents of human trafficking. But as educators, what are we learning about resisting ICE? ICE kidnaps children. People, including children in ICE custody, have experienced sexual violence. People, including children in ICE custody, have been exploited as cheap labor. ICE separates kids from their families and deprives them of the chance to learn. This school year, multiple students and dozens of parents in the Columbia Heights neighborhood have been trafficked by ICE agents, disappeared off the streets, and taken to detention centers in faraway states with zero accountability to families, schools, and the community. My kids and their families are forced to live with the knowledge that at any moment they can be thrown into a nondescript van with dark windows by masked men, separated from everyone and everything they love. All while ICE operates impunity. What is our crisis plan? We're prepared for fires, earthquakes, and school shooters, but the threat of our students and families face most frequently goes unaddressed by the city. We need a safety plan. We need the city to protect our kids. We need the city government to stop playing both sides and to stand openly, unapologetically with immigrant families, not with MPD and not with Trump's government. I'm advocating for a system-wide approach. First, every school's leadership needs to do a better job of understanding and meeting the needs of immigrant families at this time. Because we can't know the scale of this crisis and we can't help anyone if we aren't analyzing how ICE activity is affecting our students and families, if we aren't listening to them and engaging with them in programming. We can't connect families with legal resources, nonprofit organizations, and social services if we aren't able to determine the scale of ICE's impact. We also can't measure how truancy and attendance are impacted by the threat of deportation unless we're asking families the right questions and building trust with them. Secondly, we need to ensure that all DC schools are distributing legal information and resources to families, rather than leaving this to individual principals and school leaders. Right now, organizing is happening on a volunteer basis without sufficient institutional support from DC schools and DC agencies. We need to stop leaving things to chance. We need to issue clear directives for what it looks like for a school community to meet the challenges of this present moment. For instance, community members have been staging walking buses to ensure that students and parents can commute safely to and from school without the threat of being deported. But what happens when these individuals get fatigued or burned out? Finally, DC schools and government agencies need to be braver in terms of our messaging. As an educator, I'm aware that ICE agents aren't supposed to enter schools, hospitals, or churches. I've heard the police chief and the mayor's promises that police and officers in DC aren't working with ICE. I've seen the DC government's webpage that has been up since Trump's first term that clarifies that DC schools are everyone's schools and that our young people have a constitutional right to public education regardless of their immigration status. The webpage is a good start, but we have a lot more work to do in terms of communicating with immigrant families that they belong in our schools. We need not just better and more convincing outreach, but we also need to make good on our promise to keep immigrant students and families safe. Thanks for your time and cooperation. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I do not have a copy of your statement if you want to provide it. Thank you. Celia Dottridge.
Good afternoon. Hi. Thank you for seeing me today and for hearing my testimony. My name is Celia Dottridge, and I'm a special education school leader and empowered ed fellow who lives and works in Ward 7. I'm currently in my 12th year of teaching with DC across Ward 7 and Ward 8, and I currently serve as the special education teacher and coordinator for DC Wildflowers Riverseat School. As a special education coordinator, I've spent countless hours this year trying to navigate and support special education transportation for my students. I'm here today to share the challenges we faced and to advocate for increased oversight and support of the special education transportation system, as it is currently impeding some of our most vulnerable students access to their free and appropriate public education. Special education transportation is a service that is legally required for students who qualify for it in their IEPs. Currently, this service is handled by the Division of Student Transportation, which is a division of OSSI. While this does not fall directly under the Deputy Mayor of Education or the state BOE, both of these organizations have the power to direct more oversight and regulations around special education transportation as policymakers connected to special education. Based on the current challenges facing the system, it is clear that increased oversight, potentially from a different agency, is necessary to support our students with special needs and their families, and to ensure that their free and appropriate access to public education as required by law. I plan to revisit many of these concerns for OSSI's hearing next week. However, I am raising them here because the DME is responsible for sector-wide school planning and therefore has some responsibility for vigorous oversight of the transit that drives the landscape. Secondly, I know the state BOE has repeatedly heard parent complaints about this system, and I believe that both the state BOE and council need to hear the impact of the updated system that OSSI touts at their meetings. The challenges persist, and we need leadership from all three agencies to just address deep concerns. If you look at my written testimony, which I've submitted, I do have sort of a summary of some of the challenges we've faced throughout the year. But right now with my time, I just want to talk about how I spent my morning. So I started getting text messages from parents at 7:30 this morning about buses that were running more than 30 minutes late with no notification. Those parents each called and filed complaints on their own, but also contacted us. We continued to get complaints throughout the morning about how late the bus was running. And by the time the bus got to school, students had missed over an hour of instruction time. They were 90 minutes late to school. They missed the first hour of our work cycle, which means our students with disabilities have missed an hour of specialized instruction, as well as some of their related services like speech and occupational therapy. In addition to that, we also had parents who came into the building this morning to talk to us about the fact that their children are not being monitored by attendants on the bus, and students are being hit and are coming home with bruises and welts. While this is incredibly upsetting and I would like to support, I am not the person who handles this agency. And in these conversations with parents, it is embarrassing and difficult to continue to defend our policies. I see that my time is up, but I really encourage you to look at my written testimony because it is completely unacceptable at this point, and we are violating the rights of our students with special needs. I am happy to answer any questions you might have, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Dottridge. We have OSSI next Wednesday.
Yes,
And
I'm registered.
You are?
Yes, I will be there.
Okay, excellent. And you will testify before them. If you want to give focus on just some of what you just said about today, be a little bit more specific, and I don't mean more specific than you were today about today, but if you want, let me start over. I think your testimony would be very helpful before we hear from OSSI. If you talk about as close as possible specific incidents. So on February 25th, the buses were delivered the kids to school 90 minutes late. Specific like that, as opposed to just a general statement, the buses are often late.
Sure. Okay.
And
I definitely appreciate that.
Yes, because that's got to end.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. Thank you for that feedback. I'll definitely make sure to take that into consideration when I'm writing my testimony next week.
Yes. And if you want any advice, just call my office, the committee office. and talk with Hannah on the staff who handles OSSE issues.
Oh, I really appreciate that, and I will follow up with Hannah. Thank you.
Dominic Moore. So when you come in late, you're the last one.
I was substitute teaching, so I appreciate your grace.
It's an honorable profession, so please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman and staff. It's great to see everyone. I am Dominique Moore. I am also the community organizer for Empower Ed. I substitute teach. I run a community-based organization out of Ward 7 and 8, so I have a very unique perspective on some of the issues that I would like to talk about today. I appreciate the opportunity to testify and would like to focus my testimony on the Deputy Mayor of Education's office. I would also like to state for the record that I support my Empower Ed counterparts in saying that we would love to see the SBOE governance bill brought up so that we could discuss that. But first, I would like to discuss the out-of-school time grants in the Deputy Mayor's office. Much like you've heard today, out-of-school time programming is not just enrichment, and it's great infrastructure. OST increases student engagement, promotes community safety, and provides young people with a sense of belonging and stability. Yet in the district, only about 1 in 2 students has access to OST seats, and in wards 7 and 8, those disparities are even tighter. If we are serious about violence prevention, workforce readiness, and academic recovery, we must invest in OST expansion as a citywide equity strategy. I believe that OST is another great investment in the ecosystem of funding community prevention. OST is another great backstop that aligns with community schools, that funds organizations and nonprofits that support schools. I think I also echo the counterparts that I hear today that funding stability and space is something that we need to look at and improve on. Second, I would like to highlight the DME's work on educator pathways. I think it is impressive that they have worked to build a flexible, professionalized teacher career lattice that shows real promise. Our system loses too many veteran educators because leadership often requires leaving the classroom entirely. Creating pathways that allow experienced teachers to mentor, guide, and help build infrastructure while maintaining instructional roles strengthens our profession. At the same time, novice educators benefit from gradual release models, structured mentorship, and professional autonomy. When these are done well, we improve teacher retention, which is something we often talk about, school culture, and stabilizes classrooms for students. In closing, I encourage the DME to continue centering equity, not as a value statement, but as a measurable outcome. In OST expansion, boundary planning, which is in my longer testimony, and educator workforce development is important. Our young people also deserve systems designed for stability, opportunity, and belonging. Thank you for your time and leadership, and I welcome any questions. Boom.
All right, you get points for that as well. I do not have a copy of your statement.
I will submit my much longer one when I return to my seats.
Okay. I do not have questions for any of you. The testimony is helpful. And I thank you for your time and for your testimony. We're going to proceed to the government. The way I'm going to do this is I'm going to ask the State Athletic Association, State Board, Ombudsman, Chief Student Advocate to come up. And then I'll do the other agencies, probably the other agencies one at a time. So Kenneth Owens, Executive Director, District of Columbia State Athletic Association. Jacques Patterson, who's President, DC State Board of Education. Kimberly Humphrey, Ombudsman, Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education. And Dan Davis, Chief Student Advocate, Office of the Student Advocate. And before anybody starts, give me a minute. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Mr. Owens, you want to start? And good afternoon.
Thanks. Chairman, members of the council and staff, good afternoon. My name is Kenneth Owens, and I proudly serve as the Executive Director of the District of Columbia State Athletic Association. I grew up in Washington, thrived as a student athlete at DC Public Schools, and then collegiately as an All-American at Georgetown University. I know the importance of interscholastic athletics in the development of future generations, and our agency is focused on providing opportunities to help these young people, men and women, reach their full potential on the court, on the field, in the classroom, and in the community. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on our agency's performance and continued growth of interscholastic athletics in the District of Columbia. DCSAA serves as the official sanctioning body for interscholastic athletics in the District of Columbia. Our responsibility is to ensure that student athletes across DC Public School, public charter schools, and participating private schools compete under a unified, equitable, academically grounded framework. Our mission remains clear: to provide equitable, competitive, educationally sound athletic opportunities that support the holistic development of student athletes. Over the past year, DCSAA has continued to experience growth and participation. Record number of student athletes competing across more sports, continued expansion of the middle school championship, increased girls' participation across multiple sports, broader access across all 8 wards. Athletics continues to be one of the most powerful engagement tools available to support attendance, academic motivation, and student belonging. The success of DCSAA is not accomplished in isolation. I want to acknowledge and sincerely thank our school leaders and principals who prioritize athletics as an extension of the classroom, our athletic directors and athletic administrators who manage compliance, scheduling, and student eligibility with professionalism, our athletic trainers who ensure the student athletes are able to compete safely, our coaches who mentor, teach, and shape young people daily, our officials who ensure fair competition and uphold the integrity of contests, District of Columbia Public Schools, Public Charter School Athletic Association, our independent and private school partners, our partnering venues who provide wonderful experience for DC student athletes to compete on the big stage. I also want to thank council members who attend and actively support our championships and student athletes. Your presence at games and events sends powerful messages to our young people that their efforts matter and that the city stands behind them. This work is collaborative, and it reflects a citywide commitment to youth development through sport. DCSAA remains one of the few platforms nationally where public schools, charter schools, independent and private schools compete for official state championships under one unified governing body. That unified structure reflects equity, inclusion, and shared opportunity. Our championship events continue to grow in scale, professionalism, and visibility, continue utilizing the district's top venues and providing unique opportunities for student athletes to compete. Football championships at college venues, basketball championships drawing strong attendance, expanding middle school and all-star recognition, high-quality experience across all sanctioned sports. These events create lasting memories for families and generate positive local economic activity through venues, staffing, officials, and community engagement. DCSAA regularly receives feedback from its stakeholders, sharing the satisfaction with DCSAA events and their appreciation for providing high-quality opportunities for their student athletes. DCSAA continues to operate with integrity and transparency. Digital eligibility verification system, clear transfer and waiver procedure, structured hearing process, direct communication with schools and stakeholders. We remain focused on fairness, accountability, and student-centered governance. Athletics are not extracurricular, they are co-curricular. Students who participate in high school athletics develop leadership, accountability, resilience, academic focus, and scholarship and exposure opportunities. Our growth in the middle school program and girls sports participation reflects a commitment to expanding access and opportunity. While operational costs continue to rise, including facility, security, and event services, DCSAA has maintained strong program, responsible fiscal management, and measurable growth. Continued investment ensures we can sustain this momentum while maintaining high standards for our student athletes. As we look forward, DCSAA will focus on expanding middle school access, increasing girls' sports participation, strengthening operational efficiencies, enhancing championship experience, continuing to position Washington, D.C. as a national leader in unified scholastic athletics. Council members, athletics change lives. Behind every championship event is a student learning discipline, teamwork, and perseverance. Behind every whistle is a coach teaching character. Behind every game is a school community rallying around the young people. DCSAA is proud of its growth, proud of its partnerships, and proud to serve the student athletes of the District of Columbia. Thank you for your continued support, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Owens. So I will have some questions, but let's go to Jacques Patterson.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, esteemed members of the DC Council, and respected staff. I am Dr. Jacques Patterson, at-large representative and president of the DC State Board of Education. Over the past year, we have worked diligently to enhance our effectiveness, foster collaborations with members of the DC ecosystem, elevate student voices, and advance policies that support equitable outcomes for all students. The heart of our work is to ensure everyone in our community contributes to our students' success. In fiscal year 2025, the State Board held 11 public meetings, 12 working sessions, and 45 committee meetings. We received over 150 pieces of testimony on various topics, including high school graduation requirements, education governance, safe passage, chronic absenteeism and truancy, teacher retention, indoor air quality, and more. Throughout the year, we hosted a robust series of expert panels on various education topics. These public panels range from highly technical issues such as indoor air quality to student-centered concerns such as bullying. In several cases, these explorations inform concrete calls for action. For example, in December 2024, the State Board hosted a panel to explore the benefits and drawbacks of in-school cell phone restrictions. In February 2025, the State Board passed SR 25-2, calling for the elimination of student cell phone usage during the school day, and transmitted it to the DC Council, which then passed the Heads Up Distraction-Free Learning Amendment Act of 2025 in July 2025. The board also passed resolutions to elevate civic education among DC students, SR 25-12, to ensure equity in access to grafting calculators for high school students, SR 25-5, and to support public funding for charter school athletics, SR 25-8. To enhance the board's effectiveness, members agreed during the fall retreat on a new set of strategic priorities that align with the State Board's mission. The mission of the State Board of Education is to provide policy leadership, support, advocacy, and oversight of public education to ensure that every student is valued and acquires the skills and knowledge needed to become informed, competent, and contributing global citizens. Later in the fall of 2025, the State Board approved SR-14 establishing strategic priorities, which are ensuring safety and support for all students, promote excellence and opportunity for all students, and support early career teachers. To complement these efforts in FY 2025, the agency rolled out new tools by which to formulate and discuss policy recommendations. The State Board of Education staff launched the State Board's new official policy blog, the State Board Slate. The blog provides the State Board of Education with a venue to discuss the district's most important education priorities and the policies that can drive meaningful, positive outcome for learners. At the State Board, we continuously work to strengthen cooperation, coordination, and communication to better serve the DC families and educators. In fiscal year 2025, the State Board collaborated with the Office of the State Superintendent of Education on its citywide math task force and community schools advisory committee. In FY 2025, the State Board also geared up to review proposed updates to the requirements. In spirit of collaboration, the board established the High School Graduation Requirement Task Force, which convenes 22 experts and practitioners from across the district to make recommendations with representatives from DCPS, OSSE, DME, and the Public Charter School Board. It is critically important to the board that every voice and perspective is heard as we decide on the next set of graduation requirements for DC high school students. One of the DC State Board's education's top priorities is ensuring that students are not only listened to, but also actively involved in shaping education policy. In FY 2025, we expanded our Student Advisory Committee, which we call the SAC, from 90 to 150 DC high school students. The SAC produced its own annual report with recommendations on key education topics, including college, career, and life readiness, as well as curriculum and knowledge. Student State Board of Education representatives also presented at the National Association of State Board of Education. Looking ahead to 2026, We are advancing several major initiatives, including updating the district's graduation requirements in partnership with OSSE, completing our office renovations with DGS, and modernizing the district's physical education standards. At the same time, the State Board has faced persistent operational challenges in the old council chamber. Since September, every public meeting held there has been disrupted by significant audiovisual and network failures, interrupting public testimony, disconnecting virtual experts, witnesses, and repeatedly stalling board proceedings. Despite multiple requests for assistance to DGS and OCTO, these issues remain unsolved. The State Board did excellent work in FY 2025 as well, and is well positioned to do even more in FY 2026. Now that the board's new strategic priorities are in place. However, we believe we can achieve more. We asked the council to hold a hearing on B26-0553, the DC State Board of Education Expanded Authority Amendment Act of 2025, which grants the board the following expanded authorities. Allow the State Board to request specific policy actions in areas where it already has approval authority. Enable the State Board to require executive agencies to provide requested data promptly. And one, since you are also an ANC, mandate the agencies to give significant great weight to the State Board's recommendations during deliberations, helping the elected board fulfill its mission more effectively and comprehensively. Thank you for the opportunity to provide our annual performance oversight testimony. We value the council's longstanding support for our agency's independence and authority. We believe that together we can create more opportunities and improve the educational experience for all district students and educators. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have later.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Kimberly Humphrey.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and staff. I am Kimberly Humphrey, your Ombudsman for Public Education. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. The Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education is an independent office within the State Board of Education. Our office is guided by the principles of independence, neutrality, informality, and confidentiality. We assist student success through support with academic success and conflict resolution, advancing equity in all 8 wards, serving public schools and public charter schools. The office utilizes strategies from moderate interventions to more complex and structured approaches. We serve as a bridge between families and schools, providing coaching to help parents advocate for themselves effectively. We host facilitated meetings and mediations, identify systemic issues, and offer recommendations based on the observed trends. Through these efforts, we strengthen communication, build cohesion, and create more equitable educational experiences. Our intake line is the first line of defense that constituents seek, and through active, empathetic listening, we build meaningful relationships, educate, and empower families. Although we cannot resolve all matters that reach our office, we ensure constituents are referred to the proper places with care and intentionality. My full testimony has been submitted ahead of time, along with our pre-hearing questions and annual report. Today, I'll focus on highlights covering 1, community engagement, 2, our case trends and recommendations, and lastly, our additional family supports via mediation. So, community engagement. Our team attended 68 community events and meetings, ensuring a strong presence across the district. We were intentional about connecting with local ANCs and focused efforts in wards with the highest volume of constituent needs, wards 4, 5, 7, and 8. As a result of that intentional outreach and events, our office received 836 contacts, which reflects a 2% increase in those communications from the prior fiscal year. In school year 25, 992 constituents attended our trainings. An essential element of these numbers is the vital work of our DC Special Education Hub, and those workshops and trainings that empower families with students with varying disabilities. Through the Special Education Hub, we had 842 touch points, and we conducted 51 trainings. Some of these included SPED Hub 101, Special Education 101, special education settings, placement, and finding the right fit, IEP versus 504 plan, which is right for your child. And we also launched informal conflict resolution training targeting students with disabilities. All of these efforts allow us to connect with schools and caregivers and increase resource access and our visibility. Our general services team added to our training catalog with From Conflict to Resolution. This is a tool that assists families and school-based staff to navigate conflict effectively. So we also expanded our family empowerment series by providing video series overviews for informal conflict and bullying versus conflict. And throughout the year, we prioritize meaningful community engagement, and I'm proud of our sustained regular collaborations with educational partners such as the DC Public Library, Educare, and PAVE, Parents Amplifying Voices in Education. Our case trends. Case management remains the cornerstone of our office's work. In FY25, we received 1,641 contacts through our general intake and our special education hotlines, and we had 550 cases. We frequently work with parents and schools to bolster academic supports, provide guidance on discipline and attendance, and provide support on safety. The highest number of cases originated from elementary, while the 9th grade represented the single grade with the most cases. Our top trends were special education, safety, and communication, which made up 32, 28, and 19% respectively, excuse me. As of January 2026, our office received 157 cases, and those emerging trends are aligning with what we have seen, with safety at 35%, special education at 30%, and discipline at 8%. These numbers reinforce the critical role of our office in addressing and supporting families facing these systemic issues. We also wanted to take a moment to highlight our recommendations. I won't go through all the details, you do have them, but I did want to name them as some of these topics have come up in the public testimony. On student safety, we are recommending an increased collaboration for student safety with the Deputy Mayor of Education leading a unified school safety and emergency communication task force. Second, on discipline, we recommend that OSSI establish and enforce a standard parent and legal guardian notification requirement. Next, on student safety and communication, we recommend that OSSI establish a standard incident reporting procedure. Incident reporting is actually not explicitly named in the DC code, so there creates a lot of ambiguity there and inconsistencies. Lastly, we are recommending increased school choice for students with disabilities. Currently, school choice is available to all students. However, the limited seats that are available really impacts the choice that students with disabilities have. Sorry, one more. My last section is mediation. Mediations are a pivotal part of our work and help to resolve concerns proactively before they escalate. Families consistently express appreciation for our guidance, underscoring the vital role our office plays in educational access and driving positive change. In FY25, our office conducted 11 school-based mediations and facilitated 14 attend program mediations. In conclusion, the Office of the Ombudsman remains committed to ensuring that every student in the district has equitable access to a high-quality education. Our work through case management, mediation, outreach, and policy recommendation reflects a deep dedication to resolving individual concerns while also driving systemic improvements. If families or students have concerns and are looking for more information, they can reach our office at educationombudsman.dc.gov. They can also access a variety of special education tools and reach the hub at specialeducation.dc.gov. Thank you again, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Humphrey. Dan Davis?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff. My name is Dan Davis, and I serve as the Chief Student Advocate, leading the Office of the Student Advocate. Our office supports students, families, and community members who navigate in district's complex education system. Since launching a decade ago, we have grown and adapted, finding new ways to engage students and families. I appreciate the opportunity to share our efforts from this past fiscal year with you today. In fiscal year 25, our team continued to expand our outreach efforts and footprint across the city. We engaged with over 3,700 families and partners at events, community meetings, and school visits across the city. We supported families on our Live Answer hotline over 1,100 times, matching the urgency that families sought as we search for solutions and next steps to their public education challenges together. Our Request for Assistance line allows us to directly support students, families, and community members with public education concerns through one-on-one supports, interventions, and referrals to partner agencies and organizations. It not only serves as a 311 resource for families, but is a tool that reflects the needs of community members served by district schools. In FY25, our total number of requests for assistance decreased by slightly over 4% compared to the prior year. This decline occurred during the transition of a senior FTE that remained unfilled due to the hiring spending freeze until July 25. As a result, our team supported 706 families. Approximately 36% of RFAs were in support of students with disabilities. The majority of all requests across topic areas came from families with students attending a DCPS school, accounting for approximately 61%, 34% attending a public charter school, 5% of calls came from community members not enrolled yet, enrolled in non-public placement, or attending a closed school. 40% of RFAs involved elementary school students, 25% involved middle school students, 23% involved high school students. RFAs are a primary data source that informs what areas of public education to focus staff capacity and how to best support the needs of students and families across the district. We collected house information from RFAs across 13 general education topic areas and 39 subtopic areas. Similar to last school year, the top 3 primary topic areas families are seeking education support are special education, 2, student safety, 3, enrollment access. For brevity, I'm going to pass over that section and continue on to outreach. Our community outreach and engagement efforts in FY25 were grounded in connecting directly with students, families, and partners to address priority issues across the district. We organized student safety conversations in every ward, ensuring diverse neighborhood perspectives informed our advocacy. Participated and hosted youth-led conferences, engaged in numerous task forces across sectors, and testified before the DC Council and State Board of Education on pressing issues such as special education, bullying, and more. Our partnerships span government agencies, community-based organizations, and nonprofits. These efforts strengthen our cross-sector collaboration, expanding access to resources, ensure that community priorities shaped our strategies throughout the year. OSA participated in numerous community events that directly address key concerns for students and families. At Latin American Youth Center, we collaborated with Spanish-speaking youth, listened to their concerns, and introduced them to services and support available through our office. We partnered with organizations such as PAVE, DC Scores, Kid Power, and DC Action to support the Out of School Time Summit. Additionally, we worked with CFSA at Plaza West, where we advocated for multi-generational families and specifically grandparents raising school-age children by creating resources that focus on increasing their computer literacy skills to successfully navigate their schools' online parent portals and student assignment dashboards. During FY25, we hosted student safety community conversation on all 8 wards, creating space for students, families, and school leaders, community members, and agency partners to share concerns and propose solutions. To foster authentic dialogue, we intentionally held these forums in community-centered space such as churches, libraries, and rec centers rather than school buildings. Discussions centered on transportation and infrastructure, environmental safety, and school wellness. Families highlighted the need for improved safe passage training, particularly regarding students with special needs and those using public transportation, as well as concerns about limited metro access and unsafe crossing conditions near schools. We hosted Student Fest in collaboration with DHS Youth Services Division, connecting students facing attendance barriers such as having undocumented status, facing housing insecurity, and limited access to food resources. Students were presented with resources and information on ways they can continue to engage in their education. Our team provided on-site support to ensure students understood their rights within the public education system and were informed about available academic, legal, community-based supports. We engaged youth in meaningful discussions about their educational futures, equipped them with tools to overcome both challenges both within and outside the classroom. This was the first attendance summit the Office of Student Advocate co-hosted with DHS, and over 160 participants and stakeholders were in attendance. We plan to co-host Student Fest this year on April 13th at MLK Library. On April 26, 2025, OSA hosted our fourth annual Youth Leadership Summit, Issues to Impact, with collaboration with MICFA. The summit provided high school students from across the city an opportunity to learn from fellow youth leaders about their ongoing advocacy work. They'll taking lessons learned from past summits. We lengthened workshops time and built in networking opportunities by inviting local civic partners and have more student-led conversations. Student leaders and OSA facilitated 3 separate workshops, which participants rotated through. In FY26, to date, OSA has participated in over 40 community events. Office has pursued intentional partnerships with the Office of Disability Rights, which include educational workshops such as Know Your Rights and Navigating the Educational Landscape. Within this partnership, our offices also focus on language access, working with populations who speak Spanish and Amharic in order to assist in the access of specific citywide resources. Shifting from last year's ward-based student-safe community conversations, this year our office began conducting student safety surveys and focus groups within public high schools and middle schools. These student safety focus groups and surveys are driving our data for our upcoming biennial report, Student Safety: A Student's Perspective. Student safety focus groups and surveys begin in December of 2025 and are expected to conclude in April 26. Our focus remains on deepening community engagement, strengthening student-centered data collection, and ensuring that every family can meaningfully access and advocate for their students regardless of zip code. Before closing out, I want to encourage any students, family, and other community members who have questions about public education in DC to contact us at the Office of Student Advocate at 202-741-4692 or emailing us at student.advocate@dc.gov. Thank you again, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff for this opportunity to testify. Welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Thank you, each of you. I do have some questions. I think I'll start with this to Dr. Patterson. So much has been said about the bill that the that the board has asked the council to consider. One aspect of it is access to data. During the recent Council and State Board of Education breakfast, I believe that was in January, members discussed the challenges the state board has faced when requesting information from certain district agencies. I would like to better understand the current process. What is the formal procedure the State Board of Education uses to request information or data from another agency?
Basically, sir, and I think we kind of followed up with you after one of our meetings, is that we send out a letter asking for specific information. It comes from the state board as a whole, and we ask that agency for a particular information, whether that's OSSI or any other agency in the District of Columbia. So it basically just comes from a request from us.
Now, do you have any evidence that the board is treated differently than, let's say, the council?
I don't believe we have, anything that's, we could say, tangible. What we will say is that there is an ongoing, either a dismissal to respond at times, because there's no real teeth behind if I don't respond. So that's basically the nature of what we get, but we don't have like some calculation of numbers to compare, how they respond to one agency to another agency.
I think when we talked after the breakfast, I had asked if there were some specific instances. I don't recall that we were given specific instances.
I believe, sir, as Ms. McNeely is nodding yes, we did respond to that letter, sir.
So I'm being reminded, we
Yes,
got
sir.
an email
Yes, sir.
and it cited several instances,
Mhm.
but at least two of the three instances were from individual members rather than from the state board.
Okay.
And data was provided, but it wasn't provided as quickly as desired. I remember discussing this with OSSI because that's probably the primary recipient of your data requests. And their explanation is that they get a lot of data requests. They respond to all of them, but that it takes time because they only have a few people to handle those requests, which was an indirect way of saying that the state board isn't treated differently than anybody else.
I hear you, sir. I believe most of our constituents that ask us a question or need data for us to do our work, they would like to have it in a timely manner, just like any other agency. And in the request that we've put forward as far as the legislation that we would like a hearing on, we set times at which we think is very reasonable to respond to a data request. I don't think that we're asking for something that is outside of the realm of what any other agency is getting, but we would like to, since we are supposed to be collaborators in public education, that we do get that information in a timely manner.
Give me a second. We meet from time to time.
I believe just like you're a public official, sir, constituents will come to you and ask you about, a particular situation that is happening in their community, and you want data as soon as you possibly can to respond to them. And using time to time, what I'm referencing is basically, we would like that information to come back to us as soon as possible so that we can respond to constituents, so we can make the right decisions, how we're going to have particular public hearings on particular situations that come up, whether it's on time for transportation or any other issue that comes up that constituents come to us and want to know how we're going to resolve an issue for them. We're going to ask for the data first so that when we hold any type of hearing or respond to them, we need that data to be able to respond to them appropriately and with facts, as opposed to just giving them, a comment.
So this is what I'm hearing you say, is that randomly, there's either inputs that the members of the state board get. No, randomly, there are inputs that the state board members get. Might be something they're thinking of, it might be something from a constituent. And then randomly, they send off data requests to the state board. Those data requests could be very discrete, meaning very limited in the amount of data, or they could be much broader. And the board is feeling frustrated that they're not getting answers as quickly as they would like to what could be scores of data requests.
I'm going to push back.
That's kind of what I'm hearing from
Okay,
you.
I'm going to push back a little bit on your narrative,
I was
sir.
reminded by my staff, there have been, I think, 3 data requests from the council this calendar year. Three. One of them may not even have been this calendar year, was in preparation for the OSSI dot hearing.
Mhm.
And so that's different than just individual members. That's like the committee's about to have a hearing on OSSI dot, and OSSI, if you care about dot and what the committee might do to you, then you ought to get us some information. One of them was for our performance oversight.
I appreciate, sir.
So that seems much more controlled, if you will. Now, you did say from the state board, but I was reminded by Ms. McNeely that the response that we got, because I do remember now, the response didn't talk about board requests. It was requests from individual members, and every request was responded to. It's just that there was a feeling that the responses were not quickly enough. This is by analogy, I have sometimes talked with the DC auditor about helping us with, let's say, some of our work with the Department of Buildings. DC auditor, could you please look into all these violations at the Dahlgren Apartments? It's 6 months, 8 months later that we get the report. So I am suggesting that the next time the board members meet with me, we talk about this.
Okay.
I think it's useful to have some of this conversation out here in the public domain. I mean, I think that the board, so I have no problem with individual members asking for information, but this issue of requiring an agency to respond, I think the board has a right to get data, and it ought to get it as quickly as the agency can provide it. But I'm not seeing that that's the issue. And you wanted to respond, and I didn't
Yes,
let
I
you.
did, sir. And I appreciate that. And I'm happy that Councilmember Parker has joined us as well, because our legislation mirrors what he has also put forth, basically. I don't think there's a member of my peers that just randomly sits around and tries to come up with something to ask them for something. So I'm going to kind of push back on that term as random. What we try to do very effectively and efficiently is to respond to constituents as they come up with issues to us. And then we ask for information and data on those particular issues. And every particular issue that comes up to us is important to that particular constituent. All we're asking for is to be able to access that information in a timely manner so we can be responsive, whether it comes from an individual or an individual board member or from the board itself. What we really would like to be able to do in asking for this is to be able to be responsive in a timely manner to constituents.
So these were the examples that you gave in the email. Some notable more recent examples include when Representative Goulet emailed DCPS about data on the number of families affected by the kindergarten compulsion rule. Representative Williams' request for attendance data related to schools in Ward 1 have received vague responses. And Representative Johnson Law requested various data on special education, including busing and educator training. While most agencies do respond, their replies are often delayed or limited in scope. So my problem with that is that none of those requests were from the board, which is what the testimony has been about. Representative Goulet, and of course I'm advantaged or disadvantaged by the fact that he's here in the room, but it sounds like a pretty discrete request, and that is the number of families affected by the kindergarten compulsion rule. Representative Williams requests for attendance data related to schools in Ward 1. I'm not quite sure what that request was, have received vague responses. I don't know what that means.
Okay, I believe.
But you see, we asked for an explanation, and this is the explanation we got. And I'm just telling you why I was not bowled over by this. And Representative Johnson Law requested various data, whatever that means, it could mean a lot, on special education. including busing and educator training. And then you go on to say, well, most agencies do respond. So you don't cite what agencies didn't respond, which is what everybody's upset about. The replies are often delayed or limited in scope. So I was looking for something more specific, like board requests, where, and it's an idea of what the request is. You know, if I want to know, I'm thinking now FOIA, every email that has been sent to Councilmember Parker in the last 10 years that mentions restaurant, that's huge. And that's a lot different than how many families have been affected by the kindergarten compulsion rule, which I think was like a dozen or 2 dozen, maybe 3 dozen. So I was looking for a sense of the request, requests from the board, instances, examples of where the board was refused the data, and if the data came late, how late was it? And I didn't get any of that. I'm thinking we had the hearing on ASI-DOT. We had a hearing, I'll just hypothetically, we have a hearing in 2 weeks. ASI, give us some data on your bus, how many were late this year? Well, they do feel some urgency, and there is some urgency because there's a hearing coming up. So this timing issue it's a little bit more complex. And so that's what I'm looking for.
Okay, and I appreciate that, sir. And if I may, to give you a little bit more specifics as you requested, if it's okay with you, I'm going to pass to our Vice President, Eric.
Yeah, I know you evicted Mr. Owens, and I have some questions for him.
I just want to join the hot seat for a second here. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to answer your question, add to what our president said on this, you know, and I was one of the members who requested information in an individual capacity. It was very time sensitive on the kindergarten issue. We did not receive it in time, and then didn't have time then as a full board to come together and put the request in. We're able to meet with Councilmember Parker, so thank you for meeting with me on that, and then also talk to you, Mr. Chairman, on the issue, though, and it really became then the council's issue at that point. For me on this, though, the legislation isn't necessarily responding to things agencies didn't do. It was a multi-year effort to identify best practices for the state board. I think even when Councilmember Parker was on the board, this effort began where they set up a working group to look at like best practices on governance moving forward, ways to strengthen the state board. And this is one of the recommendations that working group came up with. And then President Patterson created a committee of 3 members, myself, Representative Thompson, and Representative Henderson, that came together to look at what was recommended by that working group and then put forward a resolution and legislation to the full board. So I don't want to give the impression that we are in any way saying, you know, this is a response to things agencies didn't do per se, but it's to try to create a series of best practices. So if an issue comes up in the future where maybe not us or maybe not this mayor, but there could be a situation where information is not being provided in a timely fashion. Generally, we've had a pretty cooperative relationship working with executive agencies, and I think they have been pretty responsive. But this is to set forth things that would set forth best practices into the future. I think this would be one. I think you look at the issue that we have in there of great weight, that's a more immediate issue where having that great weight afforded to the board would provide an immediate benefit, where this creates best practices into the future. So I don't know if that's helpful in clarifying why this is different from like something like great weight, but I just don't want you to think that we are trying to in any way say agencies are being unresponsive right now. But it is to make sure that we do have that response in the future.
Sure. Now, my question had to do with data. It didn't have to do with the other aspects of the bill. And I asked a question about data because there has been, at the least, implication by the board that this is a problem getting the data. And certainly the testimony I've heard a lot of testimony today. Empower Ed seems to be ratcheting this up, is that the board's entitled to data and they're not getting the data. So there is that angle, even if you say that's not where it's coming from. We don't have anything in the law that says requirement of data sharing with the council. So as I'm, so let me back up here. I think I think the idea of the board having access to data is not objectionable. I would even say not controversial. But there's legislation, and the legislation singles this out as an issue. Why? And it's not something we've done that I can think of. I hate to be corrected, and maybe I will be, but I can't think of any analogy to our doing this elsewhere for the council or any other agency requiring, mandating access to data. And so I can just see having a hearing and OSSI's at the table and they're raising objections, and I'm like, or they're saying we provide the data. And I'm like, I'm not quite seeing where the problem is here. I'll back up. So I was told that when the board requests, and I asked for examples, and I got examples where not the board, but 3 members requested. And the implication from testimony is the board's not getting the data. And what I've heard repeatedly is the board did get the data. And then the only issue is timing, which I remember discussing with OSSI, and they're saying they've got, don't quote me on the number, but it's like 2 people who handle all the data requests within the agency and from the council and from the board and anyone else. And so.
We did not get the data, Mr. Chairman, on the kindergarten information, and we'll be resubmitting that to kind of get the scope of the problem.
I thought you said you did get it, just not timely.
No, I had to go another route. We met with the council at that point because the council we had to get to before they went on recess. So we would have loved to have come with more data, not just showing the families that were impacted, but then showing the fact that it was really isolated into really Ward 3 because of the lack of pre-K there. Elsewhere, throughout the city, students who had academic delays were given that ability to defer kindergarten because they're often in a pre-K 3 program and pre-K 4 program. The reason we don't have that in Ward 3 is there's no pre-K 3. So like students with academic delays were not tracked the same in Ward 3 versus other wards. That would be, I think, the type of data we could have brought to council and helped strengthen the argument. We just simply ran out of time because of those delays. And ultimately then didn't press it as a full board because the issue was mute. It was already summer. So there was no reason to pursue it at that time.
So I'm going to have to turn to my friend, Mr. Parker, but before we go there, I don't want you to think I'm totally evil here. I do think the board should have access to data. I need to better understand the problem we're addressing. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was great. I don't think I heard you. You agree that the board should have more data?
Yeah, I know. I'm distracted by a note here that it referenced FERPA with regard to the request for data on the kindergartners. Don't know if that's correct, but that was the reference.
I appreciated the exchange. For those that may not know, I served on the state board before serving on the council, and I can tell you this access to data has been a long-standing issue. And so I can rattle off several instances. I think of teacher retention data. It wasn't long ago that we were being gaslit to say teacher retention isn't an issue. DCPS said it, the charter board said it, and we were asking as a board, share the data with us, and DCPS refused. So much so, the board had to enter into an MOU with the teachers union in order to secure data via a roundabout way. And lo and behold, we find out there is a massive retention issue. Now, everybody acknowledges today that teacher retention is important and is an issue. But years ago, and the chairman probably remembers this, DCPS was fighting us to say that's not an issue at all. You also may recall that our dear past friend, Mary Levy, worked closely with the board to analyze that data. And we had to do all of that, spending our own resources because we couldn't access it from the agency per our request. I'll give you another example. The once contentious star ratings on the report card that was highly debated. The board requested information from OSSI about the formulations, the data behind those star ratings, and we were fought not to have that. Fast forward today, those star ratings aren't on the report card. And so I use those two examples to just further give evidence to the need for the board to have access to more data. I'm also of the mind, even if a duly elected member of the State Board of Education requests data, they should get it. As the Ward 5 member, if I'm asking something of DCPS, they should get it, just like as a council member, if I'm asking something, I should get it. I also think it's important to just contextualize that the council is in this fight currently with the mayor and the executive office. We are in a battle over data and access to information, so much so the council authorized our general counsel to be able to litigate the matter. And so I just use that as further evidence as to how important access to information and data is. Representative Patterson, I did want to ask questions about the proposed legislation that the state board is authoring. But before I go there, did the board formally weigh in on the expanded authority bill that came from the council? And if so, what was the outcome there?
I'm trying to make sure that I say this correctly. I'm going to look back at our director. I don't know if we.
She's looking like, don't look at me.
Because I want to be accurate in answering that. When we received that from you, we basically started looking at our own, like mirroring what.
Fair enough. But
so that was
to date, there hasn't been a vote up or down resolution. Okay.
No, it has not.
So with you, and I'm sorry, I'm just transparently looking at this for the first time.
Right.
Can you just give me the Cliff Notes version? It's access to data, and what else would your bill do?
Yes. Give great weight. We'll go back here.
Great weight, which is got it. It would give great weight, which essentially means the agency has to respond.
Yes.
Okay.
So the three things, I'll go through them. I'm reading them off my notes, okay? Allow the state board to request specific policy actions in areas where it has already approved authority. Enable the state board to require executive agencies to provide requested data promptly.
So let's pause there. For that first one, you approve the state report card already. That's in your
That's correct.
authority. I recall there being an issue where parents were asking for more information to be codified on that report card that would say the quality of special education services or programs. And OSSI essentially said, well, that's nice, but that's not in our proposal. The board didn't have any leverage or ability to actually do what parents were demanding that we do. Is that fair?
That's absolutely fair and correct. You were there with us. So yes, that.
Okay, so that's that example. We talked about the data piece. What's the third piece?
The third piece is the mandate agencies give significant weight to the state board's recommendations during deliberation, helping the elected board fulfill the mission more effectively and efficiently, basically.
And how do we effectuate that? Like, how do we force an agency to give great weight to your opinion?
In my opinion, it's no different, and I believe the chairman and many of us have served as ANCs. It's no different than giving great weight like we do with ANCs. You know, we have a statutory.
But I've heard the mayor, and I don't know if that's the definition, but it's the one I've gone by. I've heard her definition be that great weight means we respond.
Right.
It doesn't mean we agree.
Right. We don't have to agree. It just gives great weight to what the deliberation and the recommendations is of the state board.
Got it. Okay. So, okay, I get it. And when was this entered? I see December 18th, 2025.
That's correct, sir.
Understood. And what was the vote for this?
Unanimous.
Unanimous. And oh, it does say that. Okay. Got it. I'm clear there. I'm clear. Something else I wanted to touch base on, the graduation task force. I'm pivoting. Okay. Criticism I've heard from the charter sector is why isn't there greater representation on the task force from charters, or for charters rather?
Okay, I want to be fair in this particular answer. We put out, and my colleagues did a great job of advertising individuals who want to be on the graduation requirement task force.
Let me take a step back. How many charter representatives are on that task force?
I believe one at this particular
And
time.
how many people total on the task force?
I believe there's 22.
22 people, and we have one charter rep.
Correct.
We can all acknowledge that's a little lopsided.
That is a little
What
lopsided.
I'm imagining you're about to tell me is that people raise their hand.
That is correct, sir.
I think the criticism that I would likely hear from our charter friends would be, well, what did the board do to get more charter representatives on that task force?
We reached out, as we did with every agency and every entity and publications, to say, we're forming this task force. Please raise your hand if you would like to be on there. I can specifically say at the 11th hour, when we were ready to pass the resolution, that's when I got my first call as president from an individual that is in the charter sector. And then we worked very aggressively to add someone even after the fact, after the resolution was done. So I want to be fair to OSSI, and I want to be fair to my peers on the graduation task force, that we gave everybody the same opportunity to do so.
Understood. And I think the task force is doing great work. I do want to acknowledge that. But I also think that's a fair criticism. When I heard it, I was like, yeah, that's a fair point. When you got 22 people and only one rep from this sector. I did want to pivot again, just for the sake of time. Mr. Davis, I wanted to come to you. We heard testimony today about the need for a centralized escalation system. I know your team has done a lot of work on safety, namely with our older students in high school and elsewhere. Have you given that any thought? Do you have any recommendations or work around that? And I don't know if you heard the testimony earlier, but essentially we have a LEA by LEA system, and there needs to be a more centralized effort to escalate and hold LEAs accountable when things go awry.
Correct. So in our student safety report, we talk about specifically around bullying incidents, around the need to kind of create a uniform structure on what reporting should look like from the school, as well as what reporting should be looking like for that family that receives the report, and like what the expectations are when these processes are happening. I do think I'm in full support of creating a system where there is a centralized reporting structure, where be it housed in OSSI, be it housed SBOE, or somewhere that owns that process. But I
think it needs to be with OSSI.
Right.
I would get on my soapbox about how OSSI needs to step up more. But in terms of your own internal work streams, is that something your team can take a look at and offer the council recommendations? Because the testimony was, we need to move legislation, but it would be great if we could work together to think through what might this look like.
Yep. So we have a recommendation in our student safety report, which was part of our pre-hearing questions response, but I will make sure to.
Okay, so you've already looked at it.
We have, yeah, we have.
Missed it.
We'll circle back with you to make sure, to talk through it exactly.
Okay, the chairman is a stickler for time, but Mr. Owens, I did have a question for you, if it's okay, Mr. Chairman. Yes. We heard testimony from a parent today that her child has missed 2 seasons, in part because of the centralized application process for, I'm butchering it, but being certified to be able to play, and that she did not receive affirmation in enough time. Did you want to respond to that?
I mean, that's a DCPS question, right? So they have a certification process, and you have to go through physical forms, AT, I think 12 is called, and DCPS certifies those athletes to participate. Not my office.
Is it accurate that parents have to apply through your office?
No.
So when you said we went online and applied.
With DCPS.
So
DCIA. So we're the overarching body. So we oversee the charter schools, the public schools, and the parochial schools. So they certify the eligibility at their LEA. And then we oversee eligibility as far as, if they violate rules and things like that.
Let me ask it this way. How many instances of of this type of bottleneck incident are you hearing about, where parents are saying, I applied, I'm trying to get my young person into X sport, but they're not getting the approval at the school?
I've heard about it often. And I think one of the issues is, and I hear this from athletic directors, but then DCPS, is there's, I think, not one unified database where they put all the information in. I'm not sure about this, but this is what I've heard. And I think that's where the issue arises. You know, I have families that have reached out to me and said, you know, what's going on here? How do I, you know, get my son through this process? I filled everything out online. I've taken stuff up to the school, and it's still an issue. So I've helped them out, obviously, to kind of push through whatever the red tape is. But yes, I've heard this often.
Okay, one last follow-up here. Who should parents reach out to in your team if they were running into a?
They can reach out to me directly. You know, that's fine. If they're having a problem, they can reach out to me directly. And, you know, I have a good relationship with DCPS and DCIA, and all the athletic directors as well. You know, we do trainings with them all the time. So, you know, if they have an issue, they can reach out to my office and we'll help try to push things through and understand why it's not getting pushed through.
Okay, thank you. I am over time.
So I want to start by saying I think the state board's got a ringer up here on the dais. And second, I want to point out, this is getting into an intramural discussion. Yeah, we authorized litigation with regard to the budget enhancement requests because the law requires, I mean, the law says that those documents are public. The mayor was sued, not by us, but by a nonprofit entity. The city lost in the trial court. The city appealed it, lost in the Court of Appeals. The plaintiff in the case has now filed a motion of contempt, the mayor in contempt for not complying with the law. And in fact, the motion for contempt was granted. Mayor was found to be in contempt. All of which is to illustrate that we can put in the law that that the state board's entitled to documents. That doesn't necessarily result in cooperation. Just illustrating that. I want to follow up on that last line of questioning from Councilmember Parker, Mr. Owens. But if you get the sense that one of the LEAs is a little messed up with their application process, can't you put some pressure on them?
I mean, so the LEA is responsible for that, right? And the principal is responsible for signing off on eligibility for all their students in their building. Could we put some pressure on them? Yes, we can ask questions about it. But, you know, they're responsible and they have their own processes and we have our own process. We have our own database, right? So I think the frustration with a lot of the athletic directors in DCPS is the fact that they have to enter this information in so many different places. So we could put pressure on them. That doesn't necessarily mean they're going to do anything.
Well, when I say put pressure, maybe you call up the chancellor if it's DCPS and say, Chancellor, I want to meet with you to talk to you about this. Your application process is a mess and each school is upset and the athletic directors are upset and you, because you get to see all this, you're above all of it, are in a unique position to see the problem and to bring that problem to the attention of your peer, which would be the head of the LEA.
Right.
So I'm suggesting maybe there's more of a role for you.
There you go. Got it.
Now you see, Dr. Patterson, that's the way to answer questions.
I apologize.
The State Board of Education is required under the code to participate in the Community Schools Advisory Committee, which is convened and led by OSSI. Has the state board made recommendations to improve community schools?
What we've done, sir, is put it in our budgetary suggestions for this year that we want to prioritize community schools is where you'll see our recommendations most.
I know you had some discussion with Councilmember Parker about graduation requirements. I don't recall that it was focused on this proposed practical studies diploma. Has the board taken a position on that?
We're still, again, I like to be fair. We're still working through those particular aspects around the practical diploma. As you know, and you got to see her yesterday as you presented her with an award, Dr. Johnson Law is very adamant about some things and what that looks like, and we're still discussing those. She wants it to be a lot stronger than what we have currently. It's being proposed, so we're working through negotiating those.
Well, I mean, this committee has received testimony critical of the practical studies diploma.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know that that's an area that the council or the committee should get into.
Okay.
There's more expertise on the state board.
Yes, sir.
But our not getting into it isn't the same as I shouldn't be asking you if the state board is looking at this. And what I'm hearing from you is
Yes.
yes, and
Yes,
that
we
there
are.
are some concerns
Yes, there are some
among
concerns.
members of the state board.
Yes,
Last year, the council allocated funds for cost of living adjustments.
yes.
Has that been helpful?
Very helpful, sir. I have some of my staff behind me. They had not received any type of cost of living increase for years. And we greatly appreciate that. That allows us to keep staff as things continue in this economy to go up. We want to be competitive to keep the great people that we have. It's been very helpful, sir.
I'm trying to remember. Your offices have been going through some renovation.
Yes, sir.
This has been, I think we put it in the budget like last century, but it's finally happening. There was testimony which disturbs me that the old council chambers that you use are dysfunctioning and DGS is not responsive, and I think we should follow up on that.
Yes, please.
But are there any other technical or operational needs that you have for your offices?
I think that's it. I would like to say that, since we've had some conversation with GGS and as far as our construction of our offices, that is coming along. We're looking forward to moving back hopefully in April. But the persistent problem with the audio visual is so detrimental to us having quality hearings and panels that we have every single month. Our public meeting has been interrupted since September, basically every single meeting, by the inability of the audio visual going out or the internet going out. And when you're having public witnesses that are sometimes virtual, coming from other states to give us best practices, it totally damages the ability for us to get the type of information and have the discussions that we need. So we've reached out to DGS on this particular issue because they are the owners of this. And we're still waiting for a reply at this point.
So I think this is a note to staff. I want us to follow up with regard to that. Dr. Patterson, you also in your statement said that in fiscal year 2025, the board held 11 public meetings, 12 working sessions. We received over 150 pieces of testimony. 150, that's all?
This time I am going to actually turn to my director and she can respond to exactly if that's all and how she tabulates that.
I mean, it feels like we've had that many hearings.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. So when we say 100, those are 150 people who have actually turned theirs in. We request that members of the public who do testimony provide a copy so that we can add it to the official record for that particular public meeting. And so there have been times when we've had 60 people show up to one hearing, but all of those individuals may not have turned in a copy of their testimony. So we don't have the actual files to refer back to other than video.
Okay. Thank you for that. It's not that important a point. It just kind of jumped out at me. Ms. Humphrey, how many FTEs do you have?
11.
11. And Since December 1st, you've hired 4 people?
Yes, that.
But also, I'm not quite sure how to read this. There are 2 people who were terminated, 2 people who resigned and 1 who terminated in the last couple of months. Am I reading this correctly?
That might back in September. I mean, we generally do not discuss personnel matters, but I can just say we have had some turnover.
Because that's always a bit of a concern.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I believe that our issues of retention have been, and I've been told, related to pay, and I do believe some of it is culture. We did talk about the salary adjustments that we finally got. That was a concern that had been brought to me, and before we could get some of those changes going and speak with people, there were some resignations. But going forward, you know, this office just, there's some balance and stability that I am very focused on working through. And we're committed to an intentional approach about strengthening the work culture and really cultivating a space of safety so that we'll have great communication, so that we will have people staying for as long as they can, and having professional development opportunities so that people will see that they can grow.
I'm going to keep moving because I'm about to go over my time. I have 4 questions for Mr. Owens. We've been made aware of concerns regarding delays in communication about updates and scheduling for DCSAA events. For example, during the recent boys and girls basketball playoffs, several athletic directors reported that they did not receive the brackets by the Friday preceding the Monday playoff games. What's going on here? Is there something that needs to change with your process?
No, what happens is we have to, there's playoff games in different conferences. So we have to see who wins those games in order to put the bracket together. And some of those playoff games are on Sunday night or Saturday. So once we get the finalized records of who won their conference games, then we could put together the bracket. So that's all. I mean, one of my team members, I mean, he's tremendous at it, right? So he's really on point, but he's got to have the information before he sends it out.
Do you schedule the individual games?
No, each LEA does.
So the fact that the game is on, I think you said Friday night, you have no control over that, which means then you can't do the brackets until
we get the results.
Have you heard other complaints regarding communication and scheduling of events?
No.
In the fall, DCSAA and DCPS announced a new policy requiring earlier game start times, limiting spectator capacity, and prohibiting re-entry. How have these protocols contributed to improved safety at athletic events? Have they created problems for the events? And what measures or data are you using to evaluate the impact of these changes? And are there any further policy adjustments under consideration to enhance safety even more?
So honestly, that's a DCPS policy. That's not our policy.
So I'm wrong in saying that DCSAA and DCPS announced a new policy?
Correct. So that came from DCPS. We might have tweeted out stuff supporting them in the policy, but during the regular season, those are their games. Those are their policies. During the postseason, there are games.
Are you hearing any complaints about these?
I haven't really heard any complaints. I haven't really heard about the implementation. But since they implemented that, there hasn't been that many issues. I've heard very few issues that are happening at sporting events since they implemented that. So I guess it's successful, but I don't know how much it's being enforced, to be honest with you.
Are you aware of any federal presence at sporting events?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
And I'm not asking that like, you're not telling the truth, but you just have not heard any complaint or any reports of federal presence?
I have not.
Discussion, these are last year's priorities. Oh, okay. Last year's pre-hearing answers, you stated your top 5 priorities. How many of those were fulfilled? 1, continue to add middle school sports to our portfolio. 2, continued coach education and expansion of the coach education. 3, DCSAA partnered with organizations to provide training. 4, maintain and/or increase the number of students participating in athletics. 5, there's 6 bullets here. Well, math is not our strong point. DCSAA added novice categories to the swim championship to increase interest and participation. And 6, which will say 5A, create a middle school handbook. So how many of those were fulfilled?
All of the last one.
All but the last
Last
one.
one, yeah, the middle school handbook. We've reached out to other states that had, a unified middle school, and we started the process of creating one, but we're not there yet.
So the first 5 done.
Done.
And how many new sports created a state championship for this year?
So we'll have flag football. We're actually partnering with the Commanders to make it bigger. So we've added more charter schools, and we added more DC public schools because they're funding a portion of that. So that's a big one.
So that's new.
No, it's more of a state. Well, it's a new state championship. We did an invitational before. So technically, it's a new state championship because we actually have a meeting with the Commanders on Friday.
And no, I do have a reaction. You said flag football.
Yes.
And the last I checked, the Commanders don't play flag football, but
Well, they want to fund it. It's a growing sport.
okay.
Yeah.
And you were about to say,
Well, they're going to fund it, and we've grown that. I think swimming's been a big thing that's grown as well. The charter school did a great job. I think when we create things, I think it exposes schools to think differently. The charter schools did a great job of having their first ever swim meet at Howard University. So that's huge for them. So those are a couple of places where we've kind of grown.
Councilmember Parker, do you have any questions?
Just 2, and I won't use the entire round. Mr. Owens, how are sports teams at respective schools funded? Is that on the school, or does that funding partially come through your organization?
Right. So it's dependent on each LEA. So DCPS, they have their own budget, and it trickles down from the DCIA, who kind of manages athletics for DCPS. Then each LEA has their individual budget, whatever that school decides they want to put into sports.
And the reason why I'm asking this is because we often get routine requests for jerseys, or can you help us buy trophies,
Right.
or can you do things that we want to do? But the question is always like, why don't we have money for these things already baked into the budget?
I mean, I can't speak for each LEA. I think there's a breakdown. There's an algorithm that they use, at least DCPS uses, to distribute.
Should those things be guaranteed for DCPS at least?
Sure. I mean, I think athletics is important. So they definitely should be guaranteed to DCPS students for sure. It should be part of the budget. And I know they have their own algorithm on how they decide who gets what. I know you have to apply if you want to have a sport, I think a year beforehand, and show that you have the student athletes that want to participate in that. And then you can become a varsity sport the following year. So each LEA has a different.
Because it ultimately becomes an equity issue where you have some teams that are in well-resourced school communities where they have nice, fancy, flashy jerseys. And then the council member's office is getting a request, hey, can you help school X just get a t-shirt? I just think that systemically we could do a better job in making sure there's parity across our school teams.
No, I agree. I mean, look, if you go to a game, most of these kids, they had jerseys, they got book bags across the board from Ward 1 to Ward 8. So I think they figure it out. And I'm not saying it's their job to figure it out. But, I think they figure out what their resources are. And I agree with you. There needs to be some type of algorithm, which I think they have. But again, this DCPS, and I don't oversee DCPS, right?
Okay.
I'm the umbrella. So I don't have their budget. I have a leaner budget by far, to be honest with you.
Do you think you need more resources?
Yeah, I think we do. I think as we continue to try to grow middle school sports, I think, we definitely need more resources. I think
Understood.
when we have our events, we're able to bring in revenue, but it all depends on the matchup, right? So if we have a Jackson Reed playing against a Gonzaga, for instance, Jackson Reed's going to bring 2,000 kids, right? But if Jackson Reed doesn't make it to that championship, then we're in trouble, right? So we have a shortfall of $30,000 based off of who's made it to our championships last year. So,
Interesting.
and we put those resources back into, adding more programming. So that shortfall is huge for us. And then now, they're talking about a potential 8% cut in our lean budget. That's $128,000 out of our budget. So to continue to add sports.
Wait, Ms. Humphrey, if you could just, oh, I'm sorry. I had a question for you. But I'm sorry. Okay.
So for us to be able to continue to add sports, like we're getting this push for pickleball.
Understood.
But we won't be able to do it. We just got to maintain what we have now and be creative in what we do. I mean, we try to put all our championships at college venues. We're going to be at GW this weekend. That costs. We're going to be at Georgetown on Thursday and Friday, giving kids exposure, to different parts of the city. That costs. So a huge part of our budget is venues. So
we should anticipate there will be a reduction in your budget. But what I'm hearing you say is there should not be a reduction. In fact, there should be an enhancement to your budget.
Along with the 1 FTE.
Got it. And then Ms. Humphrey, I just wanted to quickly follow up because I don't know if I fully understood and maybe there's some context missing. You mentioned working on culture and making sure people felt safe in the office. Can you elaborate? Are people not feeling safe? Is the culture not?
I think that has to do with communications norms. So that if there are issues that are happening.
Is that something you've heard that people don't feel safe?
Not in that language, but I do think there's a lot of research around how to build a strong culture.
Okay.
And that is a common term.
Okay. And how would you define the culture in the Ombudsman's office today?
I think it's a lot. I think it's fine. I think it's had a history.
That's not really reassuring.
I think it's strong. I think it's stronger. I would say that.
Stronger than what?
Than maybe previously with different folks' departures.
Understood.
Yes.
So what I'm hearing you say is you inherited a team and culture that you've been working to improve.
Yes.
Okay. And how are you measuring the success of that work?
So that is actually part of our strategic plan that we're currently working on. And we were actually really excited to be rolling that out when we did experience some departures, which allowed us to put, kind of required us to put a lot on hold. So we are identifying those metrics. And then we've already started the process with targeted development goals, professional development goals. And those reach from the highest levels all the way to the most junior staff, just to make sure that people are getting trained on the skills that will help us all better serve the constituents.
Understood. Last thing I would just say.
Can I add something? I did want to draw your attention to my testimony because I have 2 recommendations that are related to coordination around safety and the types of concerns and communications that we receive regularly. So I just want to make sure.
Okay, I will be sure. Do you want to just give a Cliff Notes version? I will be sure to go look at it. I don't have it in front of me at this moment.
Well, one is around incident reporting and the other is the recommendation for a task force for coordination.
No more task forces, please.
But it's in regards to the communications that happen
Yes.
when emergency instances occur so that there's more uniformity and requirements around those. It's been very inconsistent.
Understood. And where I was going to go with my last question, as chair of the council's Committee on Youth Affairs, we work with the Ombudsman for Children, which is similar, but they are focused more acutely on young people within the care of CFSA or the Child and Family Services Agency. Can you speak is there any collaboration between your offices? And if so, what does that look like?
Not yet. I did have the opportunity to meet the ombudsman months ago. And so those types of partnerships are definitely a priority.
I think it's really important because where they are currently, where we're pushing them to go is to ensure that they're interfacing more with the young people's school communities outside of the work of CFSA. And so I definitely think there is an opportunity for collaboration there.
Thank you for highlighting that. I'd love to follow up.
Awesome. Thank you.
I was reminded, I did have Laura Fuchs, when she testified, raised 3 concerns with regard to DCIAA, which she said I know is under DCPS, but they're interconnected. The first had to do with the forms being extremely cumbersome, but we talked about that. You said that's DCPS.
Yes.
But I do think you should talk to the chancellor.
Again,
The second was, and I'm just going to read, when it comes to stipends, which we know is not exclusively the domain of DCSAA, athletic directors' stipends should be higher for those who are taking on the role on top of their regular duties at their school, given how important their role is to a successful implementation of the athletic program. Additionally, certain sports require more stipends for coaches to ensure student safety. For example, middle school swimming is currently allowed only 1 paid coach for teams of 40 to 50 students. It makes more sense to invest greater money into additional coaches. What do you say?
I agree. I think across the board, the coaches aren't paid enough. I don't know where DCPS is going to grab the money from, but it's an issue across the country. We have some of the lowest paid coaches in the country. So, I mean, that needs to change. If we want to get qualified, good coaches and want our kids to excel, our public school kids and our charter school kids to excel, you got to pay them. You know, as a former national team soccer player, I'm not going to go coach for, $50. I'm gonna find a place where they're gonna be able to pay me a reputable wage. So I think that's an issue. It's been an issue for years, that the coaches' pay is very, very low.
Is this a DCPS only issue or is it charters as well?
See, I'm not sure what charters make, but I think it's an issue. It's a DC issue. It's a DC public school, charter school issue for sure.
Now you have private schools as well.
Correct.
Is it an issue there?
It can be, but they have resources. So more times than not, they have the resources, depending on what the program is. They're going to dump resources into it. But it's definitely across the board in DC. It's a challenge.
The third comment from Ms. Fuchs was another suggestion from our members is moving toward more equitable standards by eliminating the prize money associated with winning championships. Currently, student enrollment varies significantly across middle schools. Schools with larger populations often have a larger pool of athletes, creating an unfair advantage. They suggest, another suggestion from our members. They suggest eliminating the $700 championship prize and reallocating those funds toward more equitable resources for all schools.
Yeah, when she said that, I was unaware of that. I didn't even know that was happening, but I agree with you.
All right. Anything else? I'm done with you all.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Oh, I probably could have said that more diplomatically. Thank you very much for your testimony, and thank you for your service. And thank you for your patience. And especially thank Dr. Maurice Eddington, who has to have more patience because you guys are leaving and he's coming up. Mhm. I did not expect to spend an hour and a half on the state board. That's a reflection of how important they are. I'm going to sit here all day. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening or afternoon.
Yeah,
Good
good
afternoon.
afternoon. Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole and staff, good afternoon. I am Maurice Eddington, the 10th President of the University of the District of Columbia, the district's flagship public institution. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to share an update on the university's progress and our continued service to the district. I want to begin by thanking Chairman Mendelson, the full council, Mayor Bowser, Deputy Mayor for Education Kine for your continued partnership and support. Your investment in UDC ensures that the district's public university remains a vital source of opportunity and economic mobility for district residents. Our graduates strengthen government, healthcare, the arts, education, business, law, and technology across Washington, D.C. and throughout the region. UDC provides high-quality, affordable education across the full spectrum of pathways. With more than 80 academic programs across 7 colleges and schools, we serve students pursuing workforce credentials, associate and bachelor's degrees, graduate education, and professional and doctoral degrees. Nearly 3/4 of our students are district residents, reinforcing UDC's role as a local institution serving local needs. Now in my 3rd year as president, I am encouraged by the steady progress we are making. Over the past year, we have continued advancing our 5-year strategic plan, delivering on the promise, which is guiding the most comprehensive institutional transformation in UDC's modern history. This work has moved decisively from planning to implementation with clear priorities, disciplined execution, and measurable outcomes. The strategic plan lays out a bold and ambitious vision for UDC, which is to become a leading national public urban university, a national model for urban student success, the district's workforce and economic mobility engine, and a hub for research and innovation that drives economic development and prosperity for the district. Since launching the strategic plan, we have focused on a set of core initiatives that reflect the university's mission and the district's needs. We have strengthened enrollment and student success by stabilizing enrollment and achieving a 10% growth since the fall of 2023, while also launching a comprehensive student success center supported by a $1.1 million district investment. This initiative has expanded advising capacity and improved coordinated student support, reinforcing persistence and completion. We have secured unprecedented external investments that reflects growing confidence in UDC's direction and leadership. Over the past year, the university received a $4.3 million corporate investment to strengthen technology infrastructure, and recently a $6.2 million federal award, the largest of its kind for UDC, to modernize facilities, strengthen workforce pipelines, and expand student opportunities. This momentum continues to build through philanthropic and corporate engagement. We have worked to elevate UDC's national profile and institutional brand through a comprehensive marketing and positioning effort. In the most recent U.S. News and World Report rankings, UDC rose 5 spots to number 18 among HBCUs. We have continued to advance academic and research excellence by reaffirming accreditation with middle states, achieving designation as a research college and university, recently launching the School of Education and Learning Sciences, expanding applied research capacity, opening new research centers, further strengthening a law school ranked among the top 20 nationally for clinical training. And at the same time, UDC is partnering closely with the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education through the Education Through Employment Pathways Initiative to use integrated education and workforce data to inform program design, which is strengthening academic pathways and ensuring closer alignment between our academic offerings and labor market demand. We have deepened our role as the district's workforce and economic mobility engine by strengthening employer partnerships and launching initiatives such as the DC Tech Hub in Ward 8 in partnership with Accenture and PeopleShores. These efforts are creating paid apprenticeships and direct pathways in the highways tech careers with a focus on residents from Wards 7 and 8. We are also advancing public safety and human services pipelines in partnership with district agencies and expanding access to high-demand careers for high school students through dual enrollment in early college programs in partnership with DCPS and OSSI. UDC's faculty and staff continues to demonstrate excellence in leadership across teaching, research, and service, contributing directly to improved student outcomes and institutional performance. UDC students continue to excel academically as leaders and in co-curricular pursuits, earning recognition at the regional and national levels and achieving competitive success in athletics while maintaining a strong focus on academic achievement and student development. UDC also remains an anchor institution in wards 3, 5, and 8. Each year, we open our campuses to thousands of community members from across the district and serve as a hub for education, workforce training, and civic engagement, extending opportunity beyond the classroom. Chairman Mendelson and council members, UDC's progress reflects disciplined leadership and strong partnership with the district. With your continued support, UDC will remain the district's talent pipeline, a powerful workforce engine, and a driver of inclusive economic mobility. Thank you for your partnership. Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to address your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Eddington. So I do have some questions. We held a hearing in December regarding a retroactive contract that had not been submitted for council review. What steps has the university taken to ensure that all contracts over $1 million are sent to the council for review and approval before they are implemented?
No, thank you for that. And I'll start off with some of the high-level enhancements, and then I'll ask our COO to chime in as well with some details. But one of the key things that we've done is we've done an assessment of our entire procurement function and the processes and procedures that contributed to that issue. And we've developed a plan to restructure that function. And we launched a national search for a new vice president. And we made an offer, and we anticipate presenting that candidate to the board in March. And so at the leadership level, we plan to bring in new leadership, and that person is going to continue executing on a revamped structure. Another internal control enhancement is that we are positioning a role in the general counsel's office who's going to have responsibility for assisting with contract review to strengthen that process. And also, we are going to have a wealth of enhanced training within the procurement office as well as across campus. And we also have identified at least one external consultant to help guide us on how we structure our programming and our continuous set of efforts to improve efficiency and effectiveness in that office. And I'll see if the COO wants to add any additional details.
John.
Good afternoon. David Franklin, Chief Operating Officer. I believe you've captured it, President Eddington. If there's any further questions on this matter, I'm happy to address them.
So you said a new vice president, this is a new position?
Yeah, we created a new role at the vice president level.
Vice president of?
For procurement.
And you've made an offer?
Yes.
And you expect to onboard in March?
Yeah, pending Board of Trustees approval at our March 10th meeting.
And You said positioning a role in the general counsel's office. That's a new position or it's an existing position?
Yeah, it's actually something, it's a new position. It's something that our Board of Trustees had directed us to implement some while back. And so we made a commitment as we were undergoing the review of the procurement function to make that a priority. And so that role is going to be set up.
So it's a new
level.
FTE. Is your general counsel's office getting too big?
No, actually, she
Somebody's telling, none of us like lawyers.
No, she actually would tell you. I think we just took 2 positions from her office, and so she's had a few vacant positions for some time that we were not able to fill. We just have prioritized this particular role given our need to improve in this area. So the positions under the GC's office, the FTEs, are actually going to be less once she gets this role because we didn't fill some other roles that she has.
But so this is a new person, you have to hire them or is there?
Oh, yeah, no, we're gonna have to hire them from outside.
And when do you expect that'll be hired?
Well, we just recently made the decision to repurpose that and allocate the role. So the GC has not yet had a chance to initiate the search, but it's a priority. I would imagine within around, I'm gonna say a 2-month timeframe, roughly, for her to ideally get somebody to the point where we extend an offer.
And then you said enhanced training and then you're utilizing an external consultant.
Yeah, we've identified someone. We haven't put them on contract yet, but we have identified someone to assist us.
As an external consultant.
Yes.
Now, related to this question, wasn't there an ACFR finding with regard to the university?
Chairman Mendelson, the answer is no. No findings with respect to the Office of Contracts and Procurement.
No, not with regard, I think it had to do with IT.
Oh, go ahead.
My question was, okay, so I understand the confusion, but my question was, wasn't there an ACFR finding? And I think it was like a management, I forget what they call it. It wasn't, they're different levels and I don't remember the level, but there was at least one for UDC.
Yeah.
That's correct.
What was it?
There are actually, at this point in time, there's actually 6 for the University of the District of Columbia. 2 within the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, 1 within the Office of Public Safety Emergency Management, 1 within IT, and the last is within the Office of the General Counsel.
My general counsel had to do with procurement?
No. So no, it's not related to procurement, and I'm going to ask the CFO to go into the details of each of those for you.
Great.
Good afternoon, Roy Lane, Chief Financial Officer. Yes, there were 2 findings related to the Office of Information Technology. The one related to the General Counsel had to do with what they call contingent liability, and the auditors thought that we were over accrued. The General Counsel disagreed with that. There were 2 related to the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. One related to information that we presented for depreciation that had some negative amounts, but that is something that it was just based on how the information was presented. There was one related to accounts receivable that the auditors were looking for certain details which they could not see, but that is something that we do plan to correct. It had nothing to do with the actual accuracy of the information. There was one related to overtime, and that's for the Office of Public Safety, and the auditors thought that we needed policies as it relates to the overtime. The 2 related to information technology, one had to do with penetration testing, which the university already planned to do. So the auditors would be looking for that evidence next year. The second one related to personnel management removing personnel when they were terminated. But the IT, according to their policy, said that there's certain information that they needed from HR until they received that information from HR, they would not remove it. So they were just following their policy. So they disagreed with that finding. Those were the 6 findings.
So my goal in life is that UDC has 0 of these findings when the next ACFR comes out. And I'm pretty sure that UDC was on the list last year.
Last year, we had 1 finding. This
So you went
year,
from 1 to 6.
we went from 1 to 6.
Can you go from 6 to 0?
We are going to try that. Our belief is that we had a new auditor. My background is auditing. In fact, I actually was an alum of our new auditors, the DC government new auditors. And I also was with, years ago, what was then Coopers and Lybrand. My experience is that when a lot of these larger firms go into new clients, one of the goals is that we are going to make sure we have findings, because it's the first year. We want to make sure, they want to make sure, I should say, that they are presenting to management evidence that they did a good job. So,
Well, okay, but that's in a way kind of minimizing. So the auditor samples. The auditor doesn't look at every single transaction and document. They sample. And so if they find something that suggests that there's probably more of the same thing. I mean, I think they even say in their letter that it's not proof positive that there aren't any other issues. It's just based on their sampling. This is what they found.
yes.
So I think it's actually great that a new auditor, new eyes, old auditor maybe got a little glazed over, I'm not criticizing the former auditor. The law requires that auditors get replaced every 5 years. I think so that you get new eyes. So we got new eyes, and the new eyes said, hey, this is what we see. So I would like us to get from 6 to 0.
Yeah, no, our goal is to have no findings. I mean, we're committed to that. I mean, that is what we aspire to do. We've done that in the past, and next year, that's our goal. I can't promise you, right, that that's going to happen, but the way we do our work is such that it increases the probability that we'll have low findings. Right? We're committed to that.
Mr. Franklin, you look like you wanted to say something.
Yeah, and I'll go a step further. I would say that with respects to the 6 findings that the university has received this year, that there will be no repeat findings with respects to those. We have already looked at the findings. We have already put together we have already assessed it and started putting together a plan, a remediation plan to address them. It's also important to note, Chairman, which I'm sure you're aware of, these are not findings that, I call them management recommendations.
Well, that's what
right?
they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, where am I going with that? They're not.
I don't want you to go there,
Yeah,
because I don't want to minimize it.
We are committed to minimizing the findings every year.
I'm going to ask one more question. I have more than that, but then I'm going to turn it over to my colleague. So there was testimony earlier today with regard to the Community Campus Task Force and what you all are doing with Connecticut Avenue. Let me see. After saying some positive things, this witness said many improvements remain hidden. Several buildings, including the newly renovated Student Success Center, are still covered in old window wraps. This creates a false image of vacancy. I encourage UDC to remove these barriers, improve the streetscape, showcase the activity that is abuzz inside. Chick-fil-A and Fuddruckers still lack exterior signage. By expanding outreach and adding sidewalk dining, UDC could solidify its customer base and better integrate the campus into the neighborhood fabric. Theater currently sits largely quiet. A fully activated theater would be a cultural anchor for the DMV, drawing visitors who will stay to shop and dine in our local businesses. The near abandonment of the demolition site slated for the DC archives remains a major blemish on the campus landscape. I urge more aggressive retail and infrastructure strategy. By increasing UDC's retail presence, we do more than just fill storefronts. We create a dynamic 18-hour environment.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I appreciated the testimony of Mr. Weinberg, who's been a very strong supporter of us. And what I want to point out with respect to his comments is, basically what he's saying is UDC's making progress. What we need to do with that Connecticut corridor is to have more visual signage promoting the services that are available, for example, right? Our retail services, Chick-fil-A, the campus. And so we have started doing some of that with new signage for the university. So if you look on Connecticut now, you'll see new signage on the external face of a few buildings. It's in part to get to that point. Two, we have removed some of that outdated wrapping that he mentioned, student success center. They took that down. It's not there anymore. Three, our goal is to move towards the vision that he described. We do work very closely with Van Ness Main Street. He mentioned he's on a task force. And what we need to do and plan to do working with them is we need to get some external approvals to continue expanding the signage on Connecticut. But that's exactly what we want to do and what we're working to do. And then he also mentioned activating more the theater. So we've been in discussion with Van Ness Main Street and a couple other groups about ideas. Now, it does get a lot of usage. His point, I think, was that, so it doesn't sit empty, it's used all the time. And we let other agencies, for example, like DCPS have commencement ceremonies there, right? It's a lot of usage. His point is that we could activate it more as a forum for showcasing artists and bringing attention and traffic to the campus for events and things like that. And so that's something that we've been in conversation, even with Councilmember Fruman assistance and guidance. And so that's something that we're actively exploring how to do more of that. And then he also referenced, as you read, the building 41 that's going to be demolished to make way for the DC archives. And it's my understanding that plans are underway to move forward sometime this spring on that. And so I would say that everything that the gentleman referenced are things that we've talked about, particularly with Van Ness Main Street, and we're partnering on and had the same goals.
I'll leave it there because I'm over my time. I do have some more questions. Councilmember Fruman?
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. Well, you took a bunch of my questions, but we'll stick on that theme of the commercial district. I think there's a lot of good news in the commercial district. I happen to go to Doghouse for the grand opening.
Yes.
You're getting close to full occupancy. How close to full occupancy are you in your properties on Connecticut Avenue?
I'll let the COO chime in.
So yes, we have one space, commercial lease space that's open at this point in time. We plan on bringing a contract to the board of trustees on this March the 10th to fill that one last space. So once that space is occupied, we'll be at full occupancy as it pertains to our commercial lease spaces on Connecticut Avenue. So I guess if it's going to the board on March 10th, you're not going to say what it is on the public record here today.
Right.
All right, well, I'm going to sit on the edge of my chair, very curious to see how that will be filled. I do want to linger on the theater. I do think the theater gets a lot of use, but there's also more capacity there. So I do hope that you will work with third parties to think about ways to activate the theater as much as possible. I have to say, when I saw that the opera was leaving
the Kennedy Center and looking for places, they had at one point used that theater. Is that right?
Is that right? Yeah, I'm not sure.
I think that for a period they used that theater. I would encourage outreach to them because if they're looking for multiple places, I mean, it is a gem, and also the parking that you have, like that could really be a driver for the university and a driver for the community. So I encourage you to think about that.
Yeah, we'll do that.
I'm joined by my Ward 5 council member, Zachary Parker, which makes me need to ask about what's your thinking about the community college now?
No, thank you for that. Yeah, so we have a vision for the community college that is centered around establishing a world-class program with world-class facilities. And so what we're actively doing right now, and a little background, you know this, but put this out so I can have some context. You know, there was a plan in place previously to renovate the Lamont Riggs campus. And there was capital funding in place, but there were other priorities, right, that dictated that the money get reallocated this past year. And so what that triggered is us stepping back and coming up with a new approach, a new vision for what we want to do. And we're currently doing an assessment because the goal is to have a world-class facility, right? That's the goal. I don't think the current facility is suitable for that program. And so we are considering an opportunity to potentially relocate it. One option would be to the Van Ness campus. And so we have engaged one of our consultants that we work with to help us do an assessment of that campus footprint to see if that's feasible. And then also other scenarios would include other locations across the city or the current location. But we're starting with the Van Ness option to see if there's any way that we could provide that world-class facility on the campus, because there's a ton of reasons why the students would benefit from being relocated to Van Ness. And that's why that's the first option that we're looking at.
But you're at this moment, you're exploring options. There was a moment where you were thinking that it would go, sort of tinkers to Evers to chance. It would go to the law school, and the law school would go to another location. That's not on the table in the same sort of way?
We had a vision that had multiple pieces. We don't have the funding to make that happen. And we are sensitive to the climate in the district, funding climate. So what we're doing is looking for things that we can drive and make happen, right, without requesting significant funding from the district, which is why we said, hey, let's step back and look at the footprint that we have. And the reason why that's a potential option is because, as you know, building 4250 is undergoing a complete renovation, and that's going to be our academic hub on the campus. And so once that renovation is complete.
When do you expect that to be complete?
I believe by the end of the next calendar year. Is that right? 2027? Oh, 28. Okay. But it's being renovated in phases. But what it's doing is it's going to open up some spaces in other parts of the campus, because the colleges and schools will each have a home in 4250. And so that provides an opportunity for us to assess what's going to be vacated and to kind of reimagine the whole campus. And so that's what we're doing. I can't tell you yet if it's going to be feasible. But there is a scenario where we could provide a world-class facility to the program and have them on the Van Ness campus.
Another big piece that you think about for the Van Ness campus is student housing.
Yes.
And funding is a challenge for student housing. How are you thinking about student housing right in the moment?
Yeah, no, thank you. And you hit it right. Because of the funding challenges, previously our approach was to approach the district for the full funding for a capital project in the neighborhood of $100 million. We revisited that, pivoted, and decided the best option was to pursue a public-private partnership option. And so we engaged in some discussions with our foundation board, and they agreed to take the lead in pursuing a P3. So our Board of Trustees is working with the administration and the foundation board, and we are now actively pursuing a P3 scenario, which would mean that we would be asking the district for a very relatively small amount of financial support for the project. And so in our FY28 budget request, I believe we're asking for about 5 million, something in that range, to support that versus $100 million. But it would be a P3 project.
And you're asking for $5 million as planning dollars?
Yeah, well, it's not so much as planning, but there's some costs associated with the P3 project. If it's approved and we start construction, by that time, there will be some associated costs that the university could cover if we had funding, but at the same time, the project could still proceed without that. But it would just help with the overall project moving it forward.
Okay, we'll want to follow up on that as we move forward. You know, I'm always interested in enrollment and trends on enrollment. There's the paramedic school. As you talk about enrollment, would you talk about the paramedic school, the imminent launch, or maybe it's already happened, of the School of Social Work or the Masters in Social Work, and the changes or the School of Education things that you're doing? What are those things and how are they impacting your enrollment numbers, which I think has to be a shared goal for all of us to get those enrollment numbers up?
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, so, you know, we have, as you well know, right, a major priority to grow as an institution, but not grow for the sake of growth. Grow because, one, we're offering programs that are in high demand for students and that are aligned with workforce needs. We're offering programming that opens up access and additional pathways for district residents, right? We increase retention, which leads to growth, right? There's several strategies, right, connected to it. And then you mentioned one key one, right, which is our programming. And so you highlighted a few new and emerging programs, right? So starting with the School of Education and Learning Sciences, our Board of Trustees approved that new school in November, and we launched it. Then we have appointed an interim dean. And so now we officially have a School of Education. And so we're moving forward with really leveraging that to increase our partnership with the district. The goal is to grow enrollment, produce more teachers over time, right? So that's a major strategy that's already underway. Paramedic program, partnering with DCFIMS on that. We are making really good progress. We're moving towards pursuing accreditation approval. We actually enrolled the first set of students, but they're not in the formal part of the program. There's some courses that they can take as a precursor. So we opened that up this semester, and I believe there are 12 or 13 students in the first cohort moving through. And so we've been working very closely with FAMS on this, but the progress is proceeding very well. And then the third one, the new Masters in Social Work, we actually had an accreditation visit today. And I'll let Dr. Massey, our Chief Academic Officer, give you a quick update on where we are there.
Sorry. Good afternoon. And
Yeah.
so we did have a benchmark 1 accreditation site visit, and that will allow us to move into accepting applicants as early as fall of 2026. And we will have receipt of outcome in April. And then we will be moved to the June meeting for consideration for benchmark 2. But a clean bill of health for benchmark 1 allows us to begin admitting students in the fall. We have a waiting list of 302 students. We'll take about 25 students in the first cohort.
But we're moving. So thank you very much. You're moving on all three of those things. I'm not sure we would see it in the numbers yet, but they'll turn up in the numbers over time.
Yeah.
Okay, the last thing, I know I'm over, but I just have one last question, which is the site that could be a second field. So you did the renovation of the field. I think that's wonderful. I also see that it does get used by community groups, which I'm very grateful for. There is the opportunity for yet another field next to where the archives will be. What is your thinking about that site at this point?
Yeah. Thank you for that. First, I'll tell you what our athletic director would like to see. She would love to see that to be used as a track field for the track teams to practice on. But we have not made a decision yet on what we'd like to do with it because we have a bunch of things in the hopper, meaning ideas. And so we're going to wait a little bit to finalize some plans because it could be that if we, and I'm giving an example, more hypothetical, but so you can see why I'm saying what I said, is as we continue to think of ways to strengthen our athletics program, there might be another need that pops up in the priority list over that one, or could be that some of these other capital projects that we're talking about trigger some shifts and things on our campus, and then that space becomes a higher priority for something else to happen. And so because we're in the midst of making some critical decisions over the next couple of months, we said we're not going to make a final decision right now about what we should do with that space.
Okay, well, I hear you. I understand. It is in a city where there's a desperate need for fields and there's an empty space.
Yeah.
It calls to many of us. So
Yeah, no, I
let's
know that
stay
is, yeah,
together.
yeah.
I mean, I had been part of an initiative to do a partnership with UDC and Murray and Burke and what was then Stoddard Soccer to renovate both of those fields. That didn't happen. One got done. So we know how to do it.
Right, yeah.
And we know how to get the lights up. We know, so we can get there. Let's see if we can't figure out a way to push that other one over the line.
Yeah, no, thank you. And you're right. That soccer field is used around the clock. You know, and to your point, you've seen the same thing I have. When you walk to that soccer field in the evening, and you see those community organizations on our campus with young kids playing soccer, it really speaks to the value of UDC, right, as a community anchor institution. So we love to be able to do that, you know. So definitely have that as a priority as we make some final decisions.
And as the university gets more and more integrated into the community and it's used in that way, I think it's very exciting and good for the university. Two things, last things, and then I'll go. We gotta both do better at promoting the jazz concert at the holiday season. I mean, that's a don't miss event. And each time I go, I think, why didn't I make everybody I know come here? So let's do better at that. And then a different idea that you had raised, make me and Councilmember Parker and Chairman Mendelson go on that field trip to, is it Towson State that you think we should go to?
Oh, Bowie State.
Bowie State, okay.
Yeah.
No, speak to that just for a minute.
Yes, please.
You speak to
Well, yeah. So thank you for that. So I had a conversation with Councilmember Fruman. I had visited a few of our regional peers, including Bowie State. And Bowie State is one of the schools that I call a direct competitor, right? You know, they're a peer. Students in DC, when they make decisions about where to go to school, that's one of the schools they look at when they look at UDC. And so I was on the campus with their president, President Bro, and she was very proud to take me on a walking tour of the campus because they had an enormous amount of construction, recently completed buildings, and a couple of buildings were under construction. And their campus, if you're familiar with UDC's Van Ness architecture, we had those big stone 1960s era looking buildings that could stand a nuclear bomb, right? They have similar buildings. And what really impressed me was how they have worked to, you know, basically tear those down and building up these new modern facilities. So they had a brand new state-of-the-art nursing simulation lab. They had a brand new performing arts building. And I said, you know what? Our district leadership needs to see this through the lens of, this isn't Georgetown I'm talking about, right? Where you might say, well, you know, Georgetown is one of the nation's elite private institutions. Of course they have the best, greatest, latest. This is our direct peer institution. And so they're offering, right, these state-of-the-art modern facilities. That's standard. And so I think it would be very helpful. And we talked about a tour. Mr. Chair mentioned it to you as well. You may or may not remember. But you raised your eyebrows, which I took as a positive sign.
Because I was hearing a lot of noise. Everybody up here wants to take a field trip.
Yes, yes. And so we talked about arranging a field trip with council members and staff. So you all could really see that, because I think it would help frame your perspective around some of our capital improvement requests, particularly the fact that we want to renovate 2 academic and research facilities on our campus. And I think we all need to know what we're competing against and what the students deserve. So I appreciate you reminding me of that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much and very good to see you.
There's a field trip in our future. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. And it's good to see you, President.
Same here, sir.
I wanted to focus on the Ward 5 campus, the Lamont Riggs campus. The headline, and I just had a meeting with Ward 5 ANCs, is that folks aren't feeling the love. And I'm a big fan of UDC, and I think many are. And the question is, what's the plan for the Lamont Riggs campus? So can you give an update for where we are with the Lamont Riggs 2023 to 33 campus plan?
Yeah, and let me, and I'll let our CEO correct anything that I say that's not accurate. You know, so the plan with respect to the infrastructure was to renovate that building, right?
Yes.
It was a complete renovation. Funding was allocated, and the planning began. We're in the planning phase. And then last year, those funds were redirected to other priorities in the district, and so that didn't happen. And so that's where we took a step back, and I'll have to tell you, I was never certain that was the right move anyway, because I just felt like once I really got to know that facility, I became of the opinion that it's not going to be world class after that renovation, you know. And I think that we deserve a world class community college program with all of the amenities that you see at our peers. So for me, you know, although I didn't want that project to be aborted, but once it happened, I said we should challenge ourselves to put the vision at a higher level. And so we want to figure out, how do we get a modern world-class facility for that program? And then there's 3 scenarios, right? One, as I mentioned, can it be at the Van Ness campus? Can it be at a different location across the district, or can it be where it is? But if it's where it is, we'd have to tear that whole building down and build something modern. So I really don't consider that a viable option. I really want to see if we can come up with a solution that relocates the program to the Van Ness campus, because then some of the other challenges that the students and the faculty and staff experience would be addressed automatically. Food, right? Dining options, world-class library, access to campus life, access to athletics, access to our one-stop student success center, all the resources that you want those students to have, we have at Van Ness.
What's the realistic future for that type of planning? So what I'm hearing you say is that the 2023 to 33 campus, Lamont Riggs campus plan no longer exists.
Well, no, this is where I need him to correct me. Because I was speaking of that one renovation project.
Okay.
Which I'm assuming is part of the plan, but you can clean that up.
No, so I think the president is accurate. With respects to the funding simply.
No, I'm clear on the funding. What is the status of the campus plan?
Yeah, like the master plan.
It's at a standstill at this point.
Okay. So then my next question is, what communication, if any, has been had with the community? Because there was a significant level of outreach and engagement. And I have a note here from the commissioner that they haven't heard from anybody in months.
Yeah. Now I don't know who the anybody is. You know what I would tell you.
A routine pattern, and it was blindsided myself.
Yeah.
And I have a list here.
Right.
So from trash cans to the banners in front of the university building being on the ground, what I heard is we routinely reach out, and usually it goes without a response.
Right. Well, the reason why. So we will rectify that.
Okay, good.
Let me start with that. But the reason I'm a little startled is we have, at least I thought, very consistent and positive engagement with our ANC community in Ward 5.
Okay.
Now, we have a person whose role.
I don't want to put people on blast.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We're gonna fix it. We're gonna fix it.
That I think they
Yes.
would benefit and appreciate,
Yep.
like direct communication.
Yep.
Who would be the point of contact? Because I would imagine it's not always going to be you.
No. We have a person whose role is
Who is that person?
Anita Gray.
Juanita Gray.
Right, yeah.
And so what is her role?
She's the director of community relations.
So if community leaders or neighbors have questions, concerns, that's who they should be reaching out to. Okay, got it. One of these other issues, and I do want to pivot, was just the outdoor recycling receptacles for the Lamont Riggs campus. I have a note here. We continue to request that they place receptacles outside, and we have no response.
Okay.
Is this on your radar?
I haven't heard of that, but we will address that.
I hate being the bearer of bad news, but I think they knew this hearing was coming up. I told them I would ask. And I would love to work with you to just make sure that we can address those concerns.
I would love that.
I'm hearing, and I completely understand what you're saying, is though the plans that were developed are halted because of the market and finances and the headwinds facing the district. You gave two plausible scenarios. We move the campus to Van Ness, or we move the campus elsewhere. But those don't really seem like realistic plans in the near future, if I'm reading it correctly. So is it safe to say the plan is to just maintain the status quo at the community college for now?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Okay.
No. The first scenario, assessing the feasibility of a Van Ness option, we have a consultant that's doing a feasibility study. So we're going to wait to see what the
So that's actively underway.
Oh, yeah, that's already started.
And when will you know the feasibility?
In 3 months.
Okay. Is there a commitment to circle back with the Lamont Riggs community to provide an update on everything we're discussing here?
Yeah. We're trying to have something to talk about, right?
Understood.
You understand? But no, we have a commitment to be transparent, to communicate. We will follow up on the concerns around communication.
And I would love to be a part of that to just make sure we're supporting. Let's take steps forward. So let's say that feasibility study comes back and says, yes, you can move the community college to the Van Ness campus. Then what happens?
Then we would assess what type of resources we would need to make it
So you're going to
happen.
then ask the chairman for money to make that move.
Ask all of you all.
If you get the money, then what happens?
Oh, then we would work out a plan, right? It's not.
I guess what I'm getting at is, let's say the community college is no longer in Lamont Riggs, then what happens to that property?
Yeah, so that really would be something that I think would be dictated by the district, right? Meaning, if you ask me what I would want to do, right? If it makes sense to continue to have a presence and serve that part of the city in some other ways, I would be totally for that, and we could do that. But it also might be that the district thinks it makes more sense to repurpose that space, But,
Understood.
But, so it just depends on what kind of guidance we would get.
Understood. Okay, so 3 months we'll have that study. Then if it is deemed feasible, there will be a need for resources to move the campus to Van Ness. And then there will be a timeline of sorts to actually do that.
Yes.
There is a commitment to circle back with the Lamont Riggs community to provide updates about all of this.
Yeah.
And then Juanita Gray is our point of contact for ongoing needs at that Lamont Riggs campus.
Community related.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I did want to pivot on just two matters. Before we had discussed, President, the issue that came up, I want to say last year during the oversight hearings, where district residents needed to certify their address or the fact that they were a resident in order to benefit from in-state tuition.
Yeah.
Where are we with that today?
Yeah. So the issue that was raised, there's a process, as you said, for district residents. If you want to get what we call in-state tuition, right? You have, as a resident, you have to initiate the process since they requested, right? That's what we discussed.
Yes.
And what we did, so as a student, right, who had an issue, right? And so our position was twofold, right? One, we did not want to make it automatic. That would trigger a whole bunch of other problems, meaning if you just automatically grant in-state tuition to everybody based on some criteria, it's very hard to.
Maybe there will be fraud.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying? It's different. It's better.
So by having students attest that they are district residents, you're able to verify.
Right. But what we did in response to what we heard from, it was 2 students, is we actually made it easier for the students to become aware. You know, we felt like our process was appropriate, like how we notify students, et cetera. But we went a little extra. So when the students apply and get admitted, that's when they start getting information about, hey, if you want to receive in-state tuition, here are the steps. So we doubled down on.
And that's a change from last year.
No, that was the process.
Okay, good.
Then, right? That's the standard process.
Understood.
What we did is said, well, why don't we just be a little more aggressive with communicating? And so we put a few additional communication steps in there, is what I'm saying, right? So a student, you know, there's no way a student wouldn't know what they have to do to get this in-state.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could just have 2 more minutes. Have there been documented accounts of students being charged out-of-state tuition and needing to be reimbursed this year?
Oh, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so that matter was addressed last year. What I'm hearing you say is we are now being even more aggressive in making sure students know the process. And to your knowledge, there aren't any recent or new accounts of that happening.
Yeah, right. So last year, whenever that issue came up, we put some steps in then, additional steps. I personally am not aware. I mean, I will go back and check internally because I don't want to misspeak and tell you it's not happened just to find out. It just never bubbled up to me.
Understood.
But I personally have not seen that's been an issue. And even then, I do know one case that came up after that time, and it wasn't that the student was charged in error. It was that the student had not gone through the process and wanted us to retroactively apply it. You know, so there was one case like that came up later, but I think the student raised it in time for us to address it. You know, they didn't wait a year. Right?
Understood.
But I haven't heard, I don't know if I've heard anything.
And I'll
about
just
that.
end with this general question. And if I'm rushing, I'm just seeing the clock. Can you speak about UDC's academic standing? Where are we today? How are you assessing that with peer institutions like Bowie State and others?
Yeah. No, thank you.
To contextualize it.
Yeah. Well, it starts with accreditations, right? You know, that's the main objective standard. So we have institutional accreditation, and then we have programs that are, we receive what we call specialized accreditation. So in fact, UDC went through its most recent institutional reaffirmation last spring, a year ago at this time, basically. And we came through extremely well. We didn't have any recommendations, things that we had to fix. So it was a clean, you know, I mean, I don't want to use the wrong terminology, but we fared well through that process. And so we were reaffirmed for another 8 years. So right there is one of the key indicators, right? And then when you look at individual programs, for programs that are accredited, right, we want to be in good standing with our accreditors.
But it seems to me accreditation is the floor. I would imagine the elite institutions of the world are accredited. How are we assessing the competitiveness of UDC with other institutions?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm getting to.
I'm sorry.
I'm walking to you there, right? You know, I'm a simple chemist. We move slowly. So,
Okay, if the institution upset about the clock, I'm blaming you.
I don't want that heat.
I already doubled the time you're.
Okay.
Yeah.
But just
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna get. So I'm just trying to paint a picture for you, right? Institutional, right? That's a stamp of approval for the institution. Then there's programs, right? Specific programs like engineering. We have engineering programs accredited by ABET. ABET, this gets closer to the answer to your specific question. ABET is the top engineering accreditor. Very rigorous accreditation process. Even though it's the floor, that floor is high. Right?
Understood.
And
so there are levels to accreditation.
Well, not levels, but there's different accreditors. Let me say,
Understood.
right? That's,
Understood.
Yeah, right,
Understood.
Right. But because the specialized standards are so high, you have to meet high standards. That's a badge of quality, is what I'm getting at, right? It's not like it's easy to do. It's very rigorous.
But are you assessing like average GPA? Do we have GPA in college? I don't know.
Yeah, you have GPS.
It's a blur.
Yeah.
Like, help me. I'm
Yeah, no, that's fine.
how
Yeah,
are
yeah,
we
yeah.
saying even UDC against UDC, that comparing the institution against itself, where are we today versus where we were 5 years ago?
Oh, yeah.
How do you compare that?
Yeah. So a few things, right? I mean, the one, and I this one I don't put a lot of personal stock in it, but it's meaningful. It's rankings, right? Personally, there's some subjectivity, but we are currently ranked as a top 20 HBCU, right? Over 100 HBCUs by U.S. News, right?
That's a big deal.
Yeah. No, but see, because if it goes down next year one spot, I don't want you to interpret that as something negative has happened. You understand? So it is what it is, but it's a measure. That's how it's a measure, right?
Okay.
So that's one thing.
I'm way over time. If you could just succinctly answer, how do we compare UDC 5 years ago in terms of its academic performance to UDC today? How do I know we're better?
I wasn't here 5 years ago, but I can tell you.
I know. That's why I want to. I think generally you're doing a great job.
Yeah, me too.
I don't have a lot of data points that I'm to say we can reference this. Enrollment is one metric I could imagine. Are more students enrolling?
Yeah.
But I'm asking you, kind of tell me, what should I be looking at?
Yeah. One of them is accreditations, right? Like that's a real solid measure.
Okay, I don't like that metric. Give me something else. I don't know if that's
let me give you an example. I'm gonna use engineering.
A parent doesn't take their kid to Georgetown and say the institution is accredited.
Yeah, but no,
we're going to say Georgetown because
we can't. Georgetown.
I'm using that as an example.
But this is real. This is actually what happens. And I'm telling you from experience, right? The students you're talking about, because elite schools have a brand, right? Ivy League, et cetera. That's their brand. Everyone else speaks to the types of things that I'm talking about. So UDC, when we
so
say,
we need to change the brand.
Well, yeah. Also, that's all.
Okay, I'm belaboring the point.
Let me give you this part of this answer because you want to know this. It is when we recruit students who are looking at different schools, and we say we have an engineering program that's accredited by ABET, the top accreditor. That's quality. We have a business school that's accredited by ACSB. Only 6% of business schools in the world have this accreditation. Parents and potential students say, oh, UDC, you have quality programs. That does resonate. That's how we sell those programs, to your point. Like that's very meaningful, right? More than anything else, because it's an objective measure. It's not us.
Maybe the chairman has a perspective here, but I hear that, and respectfully, I honor that. And you're the expert here, not me per se. But again, I don't know if accreditation tells me what I want to know about the academics of a school.
Mm-hmm.
It certainly tells me something if you don't have the accreditation. But assuming that we all have accreditations, I don't know what I'm looking for.
And I'm
help me sell the school and the great work that you're doing. And I would love to be able to point to some metrics to say, here, A, B, and C is why UDC is knocking it out of the park. But
So,
thank you,
but it's in my testimony too.
Okay, I'll take a look at it.
I think that you should lend your image to a poster on the side of a bus saying attend UDC.
Oh, well, no, we do that now.
Just make sure it's on the best bus route.
Right, yes.
After the election. Can't be before the election. Correspondence Act would probably prevent that. Actually, some of the metrics are graduation rate, which you're looking to improve. You have a qualitative goal. For not qualitative, quantitative goal for improving graduation rate. Enrollment is a metric. So I'm looking to put my child somewhere. I look at the school, the enrollment has dropped every year for the last 5 years. That's not so good. Enrollment is growing. That's good. The variety of programs, the fact that, and I believe there are more programs or degrees offered now than there were 5 years ago. Not a lot more, but I think there are a few more. So,
but it's all, and I'm telling you what the parents want to hear. It's all about the quality of the academic programs. That's the answer, honestly. And what we show, it's not selling, right? We present them with the facts. Our academic programs are accredited. They're aligned with high demand, high paying jobs like nursing, tech, right? Those are the things that resonate with potential students and parents. And those are the things that our peers, we look at each other, right? And then there's the things, like I said, rankings and those kinds of things. But, I'm not really using those to answer your question because I want to use things that are objective, that's quantifiable, that's based on criteria. And those are the real things in higher ed that we use as a measure of quality.
Well, you're also looking to increase the university's ranking as a research institute.
Oh, yeah. But
I can't remember what that factor is.
Yeah, yes. So it has to do with two major criteria: the amount of research dollars that we bring in, as well as the number of doctoral degrees. And so we want to be what's called R2. That's the second highest category. R1 is the top. So we're now one step down. And of those two criteria, we currently meet one. We meet the research expenditure level. We do have goals to get the number of annual doctoral degrees awarded up. So once we hit that 3-year average of 20, then we can move up to R2. And again, that's the perfect example, Mr. Chair. That's another one of those examples.
See, I do pay attention sometimes.
You do.
I have a question here about Master of Social Work program. It was asked by Councilmember Fruman, but I was struck by there's a waiting list of 302 students and only 25 will be accepted.
Yes.
Well, we want lots of social workers.
And we do too. But we want to ensure that we have a high quality experience for them. And so we have a hybrid model that will require there be some experiences in person. And we need to ensure that we have adequate resources to make that happen in a quality way for all of the students. So the first class will probably admit between 10 and 15 because they'll be the pilot group. And then we'll have 25 students in a cohort. And 2-year program, you'll have 50 students running through the program together. And we'll be putting out hopefully 25 students a year as a pipeline to the jobs that are waiting in the District of Columbia.
So it's a 2-year program?
I think I'm quoting that correctly, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's great that you've got a waiting list. On January 28th, UDC held an SLP, which I believe stands for Speech Language Pathology, SLP Awareness Day, to build a pipeline into the speech language pathology program. Can you tell me more about this program? How long has it been accredited? How many students are enrolled in the program?
So the program is one of the first in an HBCU to be accredited with accreditation that dates back to the 1970s. And right now we have 23 students in the program. That's about 12 a year. It's a 2-year program, about 12 per cohort. The estimate is that we could probably move to 25 in a cohort if we had the ability to increase our clinic size, increase our faculty size, and have access to a broader range of practicum sites across the DMV.
So you said you could, does that mean you will increase the size of it?
If resourced, we would, yes.
Well, I didn't like that answer. What does
Yeah,
that mean,
well,
resources?
well, what I was- yeah.
It's me.
Yeah, well, I think it's important coming out the gate with the new program that we do it well before we scale up. And so I think that given the demand.
That's social work.
Social work, right, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
but speech,
Well, yeah, same problem though. I'm sorry, yeah. It's still a problem of not that we don't have interest and not that we could house them on our campus. It is what Dr. Mack said, is that part of it is the placements for the training, and that we would need additional support to open up sites, as well as some incentives to incentivize people to stay here in the district once they get the degree, because it's a pretty hot degree. So we couldn't scale up on our own.
meaning you'd need resources. to scale up.
Plus additional placement sites, like places for them to get the training.
I don't think that's a problem.
No, it is a problem, yeah.
Well, the city needs speech language pathologists in our schools.
Yeah, well, it's just like nursing, right?
We need nurses.
You're right. Yeah, and I'm using nursing because it's a national problem, but the nursing programs have problems with placement sites, right?
Why?
Because we need more sites. We need more.
I'm not understanding.
Yeah, so like hospitals, like places where you can get hands-on training.
Yes, but there's a shortage of nurses.
But there's not a shortage of, or there is a, I'm sorry, is a shortage of sites. That's the problem. Like the places that you send your students.
You may
to
not
get
be the
training.
person to answer that, but if we want to have a speech language pathologist in every school, I'm not sure we do, but it is important for special education schools that need it, and we don't have them, then there's sites right there.
That you have a dearth, I'm a speech pathologist by training, so I know this answer fairly well. That you have a dearth of SLPs in your public school system means that you also have a dearth of SLPs who are certified and able to train next generations of SLPs. And so as we build out a pipeline of new entering clinicians to the schools, once we move them through certification and the ability to be supervisors, then we expand the training map. But right now, that training map is not as well developed. And in the District of Columbia, speech language pathology programs are competing against each other for access to those very sites. So yes, we do have a long-term relationship with DCPS, DC Public Charter, with clinics around the DMV, with hospitals around the DMV. We have private practice relationships. So we have really identified every opportunity that we can find to create new places to outplace students. Because we have a responsibility to visit those students in those sites, see them a couple of times across the semester, have relationship with those sites and the supervisors. We have a radius around DC that we have to place within so that we can ensure that we have access to them, we can see them. And so there are real constraints. We're competing with Howard, with George Washington. There are other Loyola, Towson, because people want NIH, they want NRH. And so we're competing with schools from around the region for those sites. It's a very, very competitive field. Those placements are highly competitive. The number of students that get accepted in a semester or in a year is extremely low. The VA, all of those places. And so as the pipeline is built out, the numbers of available resources, supervisors to support the next generation training also fleshes out. But right now, it's highly competitive to place students in training sites.
So what I think you're saying, what I'm interpreting, I'll put it that way, is that it's not just having the site, it's not just having a location, it's having a location where there's already a certified professional who can supervise the student.
It's all of those things, yes.
And so I can offer you a school, but there won't be the certified professional who can supervise or manage the student.
So
And since I can provide the school, but not the supervision, it's not a site where you can place somebody.
correct. So we have a relationship with DCPS, but not every school in DCPS is able to accommodate students for training.
This may not be a question for you, but I'll ask it anyway, and that is it possible to rethink that model so that we can get more speech language pathologists out there? I'm thinking, for example, I'm getting a little over my skis here, that in the area of social worker, that we used to require a level of certification, and we said, well, maybe we don't actually need that. So we dropped it down, and that allowed more placements. And of course, when somebody has the experience, then they become more qualified. So is there a way to rethink this?
So it's not rethought by us, it's rethought by the American Speech Language Hearing Association. So ASHA annually revisits its model for certification. And as opposed to diminishing the number of hours required of students in training, they've actually increased.
So they're
And
going the
so-
wrong direction here.
Well, but the field is evolving, and so the the levels of specialty within the discipline of speech language pathology have evolved, and the training is evolving in concert. And so we have good partnership with ASHA. We do good work with them. They're doing good work on behalf of training. But it's a very complicated field, and they're doing the best. I think they take seriously their responsibility to ensure that SOPs, when they're in the field, that they are trained at the highest levels and there's no risk to clients.
So is it a one-to-one ratio of supervisor to trainee?
So I've not been a practicing clinician for some time, so I don't want to step into what may not be true. It used to be 6-to-1, but I can get you the actual number in terms of supervisees.
6-to-1, meaning 6 students to 1 supervisor.
Used to be, but I'll get you the exact number.
I was excited there for a moment. In UDC's performance oversight pre-hearing questions, UDC described the academic affairs initiative to reduce associate degree requirements from 65 to 60 credits. What does this mean for student preparedness and education quality? How do the 60 required credits compare to other community colleges?
Yes, so 60 credit hours is pretty standard. And what we have been doing is reducing the number of elective courses. So the quality, the core program is not diminished at all. And it is aligning the total number of credit hours with the standard.
And why did you reduce it?
That's why, right? To move in alignment with other programs and what's the best practice.
Is there a disadvantage to having a 5 more credit?
Oh, yeah, costs and time.
UDC and OSSE's apprenticeship program supports paraprofessionals in obtaining their bachelor's degree and a pathway to teacher licensure. The Grow Your Own Teacher Preparation Support Program, also in collaboration with OSSE, creates dual pathways for high school students, paraprofessionals, and local residents to become licensed or certified teachers in the district. What are the differences between these two programs, if they are different?
I'll let Dr. Massey take that one.
So there's some overlap in that Grow Your Own also has a target population of paraprofessionals, but the apprenticeship program is only focused on paraprofessionals. And so they are very focused on moving paraprofessionals working in the schools now to become teachers of record. And so we admitted our first class in 2024. Those students are slated to graduate in 2027. But those would be the differences. Grow Your Own has been focused on moving cohorts of students, engaging them as high schoolers and growing their interest in education as a profession, and then moving them seamlessly into baccalaureate programs and through. They don't necessarily have to be individuals that have any prior attachment to education in terms of career interest or any work. The apprenticeship program is only for currently working paraprofessionals in the DC public schools.
How many students are we talking about in each program?
So Grow Your Own has capacity for 54, I do believe, and I don't know exactly the number for apprenticeship, but I can reach out to Dr. Burton.
And 54 capacity means over the, I think it's a 3-year program?
Grow Your Own?
Yeah, one of them you said was 20.
I said that the first apprenticeship cohort was welcomed in 2024.
Yes.
So they will graduate. We have a group of students who will graduate in 2027. Some of those students had prior attachment to us, though. So we have individuals who started college career at UDC sometime before apprenticeship became an issue. So they're bringing credits forward from prior engagement with the university.
Maybe I should ask it differently. How long is the Grow Your Own program?
So if they come in as paraprofessionals with no university experience, They would be 4 years. It would be a 4-year baccalaureate program.
And the 54 capacity is the total for 4 years?
Across all of the programs, I think it is the capacity for each year.
At least that's a little better than the speech language pathologists.
It's more programs with different experiences.
Dr. Eddington, how is your agency conveying its additional budget needs for fiscal year 27?
You said how are we conveying it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you mean to the mayor's team?
Mhm.
Yeah, through the budget and planning process, we submitted our budget proposal after seeking board approval and complied with the guidelines for the budget process.
So did you submit enhancement requests?
Not this year.
But you did submit budget requests.
Yes.
So explain the difference.
Oh, well, we did not have an opportunity to submit enhancement requests this year.
So what did you submit?
The budget proposal. So that, there's multiple parts. There's the enhancement requests component. There's the operating budget proposal. There's the capital budget proposal. So we sent the last two.
But not any like Form Bs or whatever they're called, Form 2s, Form Bs.
Right, for
budget
enhancement, right. Yeah, no, we didn't have those.
I think we had asked if we could have the requests, budget enhancement requests for the last 2 years.
Oh, yeah, you actually have them. We can provide them again. We've given them to you in the past.
But I think we got the standard answer that other agencies are giving us,
Yeah, so we're trying to comply with guidance.
even though you're independent.
Well, I want to keep everybody happy.
So can you provide them or you're going to follow guidance?
Well, you do have them. Yeah, we've given them to you, and the ones that you wanted this year, you already have them.
Because we've gotten them in the past?
Yeah, yes, you've asked for it previously.
Yeah, I think I ask this question every year.
Yeah.
Give me a second. We asked at a hearing in December for a list of your vice presidents, associate assistant vice presidents. You wrote back with a, by memo. Has that number increased since then? I'm guessing it has because you mentioned the vice president for procurement.
Yeah, that position wouldn't have been filled on there. We're going to fill, well, I don't know if this was on that list, but we're about to fill the VP for Government Relations role soon. I don't know if that was on that.
I think it is.
Oh, okay. So yeah. So I don't think we have any other positions.
Did you say government affairs?
Yes.
Yes, you have listed associate vice president for governmental affairs and vice president for government and community relations.
Oh, okay. Yes, that VP role is the one I'm talking about.
So it's a lot of vice presidents. It's almost as many as a bank. Do you know how this compares with, let's say, 2 years ago?
I don't think it has increased significantly. One thing that I've tried to do is be mindful of the staffing levels that we had in terms of administrative roles. I've made some changes, but I've tried to be mindful of the overall FTE level. So very comparable, I would say, because, for example, I created a chief advancement role that didn't exist. And so I tried to balance it out with using resources from other positions. So we can actually get you the exact numbers, but I've been trying to be very mindful of that.
Anything else? Where are we with negotiations for the 10th master agreement?
Oh, yes. Progress is underway. Dr. Massey, you want to give them a few details?
So Professor Pearsall and I initiated conversations around the 10th master in fall 2025. To date, we have seated the negotiating teams for management and union. We've identified the articles that will be the subjects of bargaining. Each group has been tasked with costing out their compensation proposal to be brought to the table in March and exchanged. And then we also have, on the management side, we have recommended that we negotiate sabbatical and tenure articles, and management is tasked with having those drafted to be shared with the union.
Now, the agreement expired and the 9th agreement expired September 30th. So when will we have the 10th agreement?
The plan is to have a fully drafted 10th master agreement not later than July the 1st of 2026.
Is that the same as the negotiating will be done by July?
That is the projection or the hope.
Last question. I was pleased to see overtime spending decrease from fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 25 and to see more consistent staffing for police. Of the 15 top overtime earners, 6 were maintenance mechanics or engineers. How are you working to address vacancies that lead to significant overtime for these roles?
Chairman Mendelson, when we looked at the Office of Facilities and Real Estate Management, we have 21 FTEs there on 4 vacancies. With respects to the number of things that's contributing to this overtime, it's really tied to supporting other operations. So let me elaborate. The facilities maintenance folks are helping us with activities that takes place after hours. So when we have, for example, when we have the farmer's market, when we have athletic programs that's being ran, these individuals stay after hours to help support those efforts. We also have, as you know, I spoke on this a couple of times, there's a requirement with respects to our boilers that require at least 24 hours surveillance. So that contributes as well to the overtime. We have members on that particular staff that's also supporting us with leaky roofs, burst pipes. So that requires them to be there very early in the morning. The HVAC systems at times, and I want to also, let me finish that. HVAC systems where at times it's supposed to be warm, it's cool. When it's supposed to be cool, it's warm. But I also want to state that the university has made significant improvements with respects to our changing out, modifying, upgrading the HVAC systems is at least by 40% at this point in time has been completed. With respects to our boilers, we have moved away from a standard boiler system to implementing individual boilers. And we plan the goal, the objective based on current funding is that we will have that completed within the next 3 years. So we will have replaced, upgrade the HVAC systems that would alleviate some of that overtime that we're seeing with respects to the maintenance workers.
Well, my rough calculation is that of the top 15 overtime earners, you paid roughly $120,000 in overtime for maintenance and $136,000 in overtime for police. It's possible that an additional position would reduce the overtime and not cost on the net more.
Yeah, I think because we looked at that. I think if we were to add, just say one position to your point, that one person would not still be able to cover the hours that are needed. So we would still have overtime needs because it's not a case of you're short one FTE, so 4 people are filling in to cover the job.
Sure,
Right.
but the pneumatic control engineer alone, he or she was the highest overtime earner of everybody at $41,000.
Yeah. But I think we're paying less than we would if we tried to hire additional full-time people is the point we're making.
And you've done that analysis.
Yeah, we've looked at that, yeah.
Do you currently have vacancies for maintenance roles?
We have a total, again, 4 vacancies. 2 of those vacancies are maintenance employees, in which we have them, actually, those positions are currently posted. So of the 4 vacancies, 3 are posted, and 1 we're waiting on the new vice president of facilities and real estate management to come on board to actually post the director of facilities. But the 2
All right, you
maintenance.
totally lost me. I said, do you have any vacancies in maintenance or police? And you said you had 4 vacancies in maintenance, and then you said 2 are maintenance. And then you said you've posted 3, or you've posted 2 are being hired, or I got confused.
So let me clarify that. Within the Office of Facilities and Real Estate Management, there are 4 vacancies. Of those 4 vacancies, 2 of them are maintenance employees. 1 is the Vice President of Facilities and Real Estate Management, and the last is the Director of Facilities and Real Estate Management. Of the 4, 3 are currently posted. The 1 that's not posted is the Director of Facilities and Real Estate Management, and we're waiting for the Vice President to come on board before filling that position.
Okay.
Giving him or her the opportunity to assess that candidate.
But did I understand this correctly, that of the 2 maintenance positions, 1 is a vice president and 1 is a director?
No.
No.
I think that two, what you're interested in, there's 2 vacancies at the level I think that you're talking about. Then he mentioned 2 additional administrative roles.
So there are 2 maintenance folks plus a vice president plus a director.
That is correct.
I have no idea if I'll be able to understand these notes later. And that could be a problem.
I know.
Anything else? I think we're good for the moment.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you'd allow me, I want to acknowledge we were joined today by our board chair, Mr. Warner Session, if he's still in the building. Thank
Yes.
you, sir, for being here.
And actually, I realized before you get up, there was testimony from, did you send a bunch of students over here to testify?
We asked if there were any students who wanted to speak about their UDC experience, and I think several indicated that they would.
But they raised some concerns. I'll just toss them all out. The first issue is student housing, but I know you're looking at that. The second issue is comprehensive meal plan and dining hall. Food insecurity among college students is real. addressing food insecurity should include not only pantry support, but also small flexible emergency funds. Sometimes a student does not need a large scholarship. They may need a few $100s to buy groceries.
Yeah.
Second, many students experience what many students experience is a small financial gap. I think you've and I've talked about that. Third is course availability and academic resources. And I don't see offhand with fourth. Maybe there wasn't a fourth. Strengthen the digital media department. Increase funding for modern cameras, lighting kits, microphones, editing computers. See, when you send the students, they might have a list of complaints. Advocate for funding for Flame of Freedom Veterans Resource Center.
Yeah, most of those, except for the digital media, that I had not heard from the students on that topic till that student today. But those other topics like food insecurity, food pantry, we actually have invested significant resources to make food available to our students via the food pantry. And we're working to expand that. But there are a lot of resources available now with respect to a food pantry. We also have allocated, I think, a tremendous level of financial support for students in the last couple of years. We have assisted students with paying down their balances. We have an emergency fund through our UDC Foundation. And that's one of the reasons why our scholarship and fundraising efforts are so important, is to increase the pool of money. But those are things that we take very seriously, but we also, I think, have done a pretty good job of addressing the needs that we see from our students.
I'll let you have the last word. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you.
Thank you all, and to everyone on your team.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, it was. It was. You notice I didn't laugh. Thank you. We'll turn now to the Deputy Mayor for Education, Paul Kine. So my advice is don't try my sense of humor. It's not funny. Yeah. Don't try to.
Don't try to amuse you?
No. Yeah, well, that too. Don't try to emulate my sense of humor.
I wish you'd told me that 8 years ago.
There's too much happiness behind you.
They're just emulating your sense of humor.
When you're ready.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, staff, members of the public. My name is Paul Kine, and I'm honored to serve as the Deputy Mayor for Education for the District of Columbia. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the priorities and accomplishments of the DME. In the last year, the district's education system has continued to build on our strengths and maintain momentum, fueled by the dedicated work of our educators and government partners and the commitment of students and families. In spite of headwinds, the district continues to be the fastest improving urban district in the nation, and student achievement has returned to pre-pandemic levels. Teacher retention is the highest it has been since the start of the pandemic. We have reached record high graduation rates, and our early childhood sector is a national model. We believe this progress is due to 4 key drivers: Since the beginning of Mayor Bowser's administration, local funding through the Uniform Per Student Funding Formula has nearly doubled, and we continue to direct more resources to the students and schools that need them the most, including through the mayor's recent announcement of a 2.55% increase to the UPSFF foundation level for fiscal 27. We have invested in our teachers through competitive pay, trainings to implement evidence-based literacy instruction, and a nationally recognized evaluation system to scaffold and recognize instructional improvement. We have built a vibrant two-sector system across our traditional and public charter school LEAs, attracting more families to the district and providing a host of high-quality options to meet students' needs. All of this work is facilitated by our system of mayoral control with strong council oversight, which has improved coherence as we work toward a shared vision and strategic investments that advance academic progress. To support and sustain this progress, my office's focus is on three major priorities: accelerating student learning, keeping young people safe and engaged, and building pathways to family-sustaining careers. We believe that all students deserve the opportunity to build strong academic foundations in joyful and engaging classrooms led by exceptional educators. That is why we have continued to implement the recommendations of the Early Literacy Task Force to train more teachers and administrators on the science of reading, provide tools and resources like the Structured Literacy Walkthrough Tool, and help LEAs select high-quality instructional materials. This past year, OSSI built on the success of the Early Literacy Task Force by launching a math task force, which identified similar opportunities to strengthen mathematics outcomes through professional learning, through high-quality instructional materials, assessments and interventions, and family and community engagement. These efforts are further amplified by the launch of the Capital Math Collective to train teachers, improve family engagement, and connect more than 6,000 students, on top of the over 12,000 students already receiving services, with evidence-based high-impact tutoring. We know that high-impact tutoring has been particularly impactful in math, reaching students furthest from opportunity, adding months of additional instructional days, and improving attendance, while at the same time building a new pathway into the teaching profession for tutors. These investments are yielding meaningful gains across student populations and are ones the district must continue in order to deepen educational excellence and progress. To make sure all students benefit from the important work happening in classrooms, we have sustained and expanded initiatives to improve attendance. For the last several years, we have funded evidence-based nudge technology through everyday labs and connected more LEAs to the platform at no cost to them. In the last school year, 48,000 distinct students received nudge interventions, with nearly half of them improving their attendance and 20% of those students moving from chronically absent to not chronically absent by the end of the year. In 2025, we also expanded the truancy reduction pilot at the Department of Human Services from 5 schools to 10 schools, including 1 middle school. The pilot provides truancy education and case management, and in its first year improved attendance for nearly 50% of referred students within 90 days of their referral. We will continue to strengthen interagency coordination and work within and outside of government to address barriers to regular school attendance. We also have a responsibility to ensure students are safe, supported, and engaged both in and out of school. We have done this in a number of ways, starting with a dramatic expansion of out-of-school time programming targeted to communities with the greatest need for safe spaces beyond the school day. Since the OST office was established 8 years ago, it has awarded over $140 million in grants that have served more than 100,000 students. To respond to families' calls for a unified platform to host the district's rich OST offerings, last March, we launched the My Out of School Time DC, or MOST DC platform, that now integrates 1,268 unique OST programs across DCPS, the Department of Parks and Recreation, the DC Public Library, Department of Employment Services, and the grantees of the Out of School Time Office. We will continue to expand offerings on MOST DC and support families to take full advantage of the district's engaging OST programs. Despite overall declines in violent crime, we know student safety remains a top concern for communities. Supporting the Safe Passage program and DC School Connect program are two ways we are working to help keep students safe on their way to and from school. Additionally, our youth safety team has completed 25 formal school safety inventories focused on schools in the Anacostia, Congress Heights, and Noma communities to identify individual school needs and community-level trends, and to connect school communities with resources. We also released a revised school emergency preparedness and response playbook and launched a communication pilot in Congress Heights to connect school safety teams across 19 DCPS and public charter schools to strengthen real-time coordination during safety incidents. These efforts, along with the work of the Students in the Care of DC Coordinating Committee to identify opportunities to improve services for students in the child welfare and juvenile justice systems, are just part of the cross-agency continuum of supports that keep young people safe and on a path to success. We've also built new programs and systems designed to prepare students and adults to excel in their careers and to understand the impact of our investments in these areas. In the wake of devastating reductions to our federal workforce, we worked with partners across the region to launch talentcapital.ai to connect residents with high-quality employment opportunities, training programs, and personalized career support. We launched Compact 2043, our vision and blueprint for achieving ambitious goals for post-secondary education and employment. As part of this vision, we built on the success of the flagship Advanced Technical Center by launching a new ATC in Ward 8 at Whitman Walker Health. Since its launch 3 years ago, 400 students at the Ward 5 ATC have earned more than 4,500 college credits, or the equivalent of $3 million in college tuition. Whitman Walker Health is also one of 5 employer partners in the new DC Healthcare Employment and Apprenticeship Link program, which provides paid full-time apprenticeships for recent high school graduates in the healthcare sector. To ensure that our education and workforce investments deliver for residents, the Office of Education through Employment Pathways is linking data across education, workforce, and social service agencies to measure the impact of K-12, post-secondary, and employment programs. Later this year, the office will produce public dashboards to help students, families, job seekers, and policymakers make more informed choices, like understanding the wages and industries of employment for our high school graduates based on the path they have taken after high school, or examining education and employment outcomes for students in foster care. Despite ongoing challenges facing the district, we remain laser-focused on working within and outside the education cluster to lift up the brilliance of our young people and ensure they have every opportunity to succeed in life. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify before you today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. We received testimony earlier. I'm looking for it. Maybe because it's right here. Nope. Give me a second. Too much paper here. Too much testimony. Right there. The My Out of School Time DC portal is intended to provide students and families with access to OST programs. As currently set up, there are 2 critical issues that keep it from achieving its goals. The first is that it limits access to OST seats to the % of DC funding that covers the program. Many OST programs rely on a mix of DC and other funding to provide comprehensive programs and are prepared to accommodate larger numbers of students than the portal currently allows to sign up. The second is that OST providers that have partnerships with DC schools but don't currently receive Learn24 funding are not included in the portal. We support debate teams at dozens of DC schools, but no students are able to sign up for the debate team through the portal. This is from the Washington Urban Debate League. So I wanted to bring that up with you.
Would you like a response?
Yes.
So First of all, I would say the MOST portal is honestly an incredibly wonderful and successful act of coordination across city government. And it's basically brand new. And what we currently have on offer is, as I mentioned in my testimony, over 1,200 unique OST offerings. And the way we've built the portal, as you can imagine, given that it's new, is we've done a phased approach. We started with every grantee of the OST office being included. We rolled in DCPS, and we rolled in all of DPR's offerings. So that was the foundational work that we did in phase one, because you can't do everything all at once. We have spent the past several months integrating now DOES, out-of-school time programming, and the DC Public Libraries. So we do have a plan to ensure that we are integrating, I'll say, the non-publicly funded out-of-school time offerings as well. We just haven't gotten there yet in our build-out roadmap. We'd be very happy to meet with the debate person who spoke and to talk about some of the issues and concerns and to share more about our own timing, but that's the issue.
So to rephrase that, the program is being, the portal is being, still being developed. And at some point, Washington Urban Debate League will be able to participate fully.
100%.
And you're willing to meet with them or have them meet with you?
Yes.
Okay, maybe we can coordinate that. Because we know what it is, unless you know what it is, and we can just kind of put them in touch. A DCPS shared initial school budgets with school communities last week. District-wide, it showed overall at-risk multilingual learners and SPED projections were down. What's going on here? That the numbers are down?
So if this is a question about our enrollment projections overall, and I guess with those specific subpopulations, I would share it's a very challenging moment, I would say, for our public education system in relation to our overall student enrollment and also the projections that we're making against that enrollment. So we begin with the understanding that we actually have a world-class system of projecting our public school enrollment. The last 3 years, I think for DCPS, we were well under 1% off. For the charter schools, it was about 1%. So we really follow a terrific methodology, and we're basically very, very accurate. I mean, for the charter sector this past year, we basically hit it exactly. The challenge is that any methodology is only as strong as the inputs that you're using. And in this case, we have been growing as a district every year apart from the pandemic years. And so the methodology is biased towards a trend line that is going up. And what happened is this year, we did not see any growth in our public school enrollment, the current school year. It essentially flatlined, and we may have lost a few students. And so now we're trying to have the projections catch up with what's actually happening. We believe this is the softening in our public school enrollment that we have been anticipating since we've observed the birth rate in DC declining quite dramatically since 2017. And most of the softening appears to be occurring in the early years, the non-compulsory pre-K3 and especially pre-K4. So what we're now doing is, as we project forward, we're trying to build in the new information based on the enrollment that we've got this year, and we do it on a school-by-school basis. And we do it according to what we see as the shifts in the populations that you're describing. So that's where we are. I don't think it's perfect, but that's the reason that the enrollment projections are changing.
Where are these projections done? I want to say who, but I don't mean like John Doe. I mean like
DCPS runs its own projection shop, which we then verify. And the charter school projections are done in my office. Which is why I like to point out that we were exactly accurate.
But you said charter was, you said DCPS was less than 1% off and charter was about 1%.
That's right.
Well, about 1% is not precise. I'm not being critical, but it's not precise.
I'm speaking for the general audience here. I've got the exact numbers if you want them.
But multilingual learners was down especially 618 fewer.
Can you just share with me the number that you're referring to? Is that the projection for next year?
Yes.
And that was,
Yes.
you got that by adding up across all the schools?
Yes.
And do you know if that's down off of the actual enrollment or down off of this year's projection?
I think it's off the projection.
Yeah, so the projection this year is too high. And it would make sense that the number would come down because in DCPS, I know for certain that we have projected an increase over the actual, but we've projected a decrease off the projection.
Why would the decrease in the number of at-risk students, so there are a lot of different categories and some go up or some go down. Why would the decrease in the number of at-risk students exceed the total number of projected decreases? There's a 1,780 student at-risk decrease compared with a total of 1,301.
I'm at a slight disadvantage because you're looking at numbers I don't have, but I can tell you conceptually, the at-risk categorization is an attribute that's applied to students. So let's say, for example, you have 10 students this year, 5 of them get the at-risk designation because they are in families that receive TANF or SNAP, have been categorized as homeless or experiencing homelessness over the past year, have been touched by CFSA, or are overage in high school. So 5 of the 10 are at risk. Next year, we might say we'll have 12 students, but only 3 of them will receive that categorization because it's based on a set of attributes that we get from OSSI and from some of our partner agencies. So you could see the number of at-risk students going down, but that doesn't relate to the overall number of students. It's simply the designation that goes on top of the enrollment numbers of students.
Sure, but then isn't that saying something about the demographics changing in our schools? And when I say demographics, that could be race or it could be income.
It might be, but again, I don't have the numbers in front of me. So if in fact we have a lower projection for at-risk students, then that would suggest that there are fewer students who are receiving TANF SNAP, fewer students who are overage in high school, fewer students who've been touched by CFSA, or fewer students who experience
Sure.
homelessness.
So
that's what it would mean.
Yeah, but then that begs the question of are public school students becoming more affluent?
I would not begin to assert something like that based on that. I mean, half of the students in the city are designated at risk. It's a very, very large number. And if you're seeing some, I don't know what the number is you have in front of you, but if it's a relatively small number compared to 50,000.
1,780 decrease in at risk.
So again, I will assume that it's a well-intentioned number, but I guess I would share, we don't know what's driving that. And of course, we'll look into it, but it could be that there's, the changes in SNAP and TANF eligibility have affected that number. That doesn't mean the school district is more affluent. Yeah. It simply means that the US federal government changed its eligibility criteria.
Okay, I mean, I think you've answered the question, which is that we don't know if this is reflecting a trend or what the trend is that this is reflecting.
That's fair, yes.
How do we get more schools to offer at-risk designated seats or preferences? Is there resistance to the idea?
No, not at all. In fact, we are seeing an expansion in the number of schools that are offering at-risk preferences. We do it through the My School DC lottery. LEAs have to sign up themselves. And I've been really happy at the number of LEAs, including DCPS schools that have stepped up and are now doing this.
So when I say, how do we get more schools to offer at-risk designated seats? Your answer is, well, actually more schools are offering at-risk designated seats.
Yeah, we have seen a growth, quite a dramatic growth in the number of schools who are doing this from when we started the program. And to go further, if we want even more schools to offer it, we simply have to do more outreach to them to encourage them.
Your pre-hearing responses suggested a draft framework was developed for co-planning school openings. Will there be a final framework made public?
Yes.
What can you share publicly now?
I could if I remembered it. It's not secret, and it's also not rocket science, but we are very pleased. This came out of the school boundary study, as you'll remember. And we recognized then, in part based on the kind of discussion you and I are having about enrollment trends, that it was very, very important for us as a city to consider ourselves much more of an integrated ecosystem and to ensure that we were looking at a shared set of information whenever any of us in any sector was considering either starting a new school or expanding the enrollment of existing schools. And so we have worked for the past year. In fact, Jen Comey behind me has been leading this work with DCPS and with the Public Charter School Board very amicably on a set of measures that now ask questions like, does the city need the program? Does the neighborhood need the program? Are parents asking for programs like this? And importantly, what's the impact that we would expect on schools around the city and in that neighborhood if the program did open or expand? So we've got that. We've got a very good draft of those measures. I'm very happy to share it with you if DCPS and the Public Charter School Board agree. And the Public Charter School Board is currently considering how it might integrate those measures in their new needs assessment that they're developing. And you can talk to Dr. Walker Davis about that when she's up here in a moment. And certainly we're working with DCPS leadership to ensure it gets integrated into its own planning decisions. So we've made good progress.
Dual language study. We're owed a report?
You are owed a report, yes. This was legislated by council and we have happily been working on it. We have a full draft and we expect to get it to you in the next few weeks.
The next few weeks means 2?
I actually don't know where it is in the process. Marissa, do you know? Oh, we have one final stage, I'm being reminded by my team, which is on Monday evening. We have a final citywide town hall to review the findings and get final feedback, and then it will go into IQ. And then you'll have it very quickly thereafter.
Now, don't make promises you can't keep. You don't control IQ. And we know that that pipeline has been gummed up with molasses or something. So do you still say we should expect it in the next few weeks?
Yeah.
And what does next few weeks mean? 2 weeks?
I mean, I would say based on prior experience, probably 4. It's also, I'd just like to reiterate our invitation to your staff to attend the meeting on Monday.
Okay. Where's the meeting?
It's virtual.
How is your agency conveying its additional budget needs for FY27?
To whom?
To the budget director for as part of the formulation process?
I don't believe we have conveyed needs this budget cycle to the budget director.
Is that another way of saying that you've not had any budget enhancement requests for the coming fiscal year?
Well, you're inviting me to get into slightly tricky territory because I think there's been quite a lot of back and forth on the topic of enhancement requests. Typically, I would say the city administrator has shared with us not to convey information about those things to you and to just defer to the city administrator. I know that there's been this ongoing lawsuit and there's some work and back and forth on trying to figure out what the next steps would be. So I think I might just defer to that process.
But my question wasn't, can we have copies? Although that could be my question. It was, did you make any budget requests?
We did not make any budget requests.
Okay, well.
This is an agency-specific answer.
Yes. Yes, that you're throwing me off by saying that. I mean, DME is before me.
Correct.
I'm talking about DME.
Yeah.
So DME is the agency, and you're saying DME did not make any budget increase requests or budget enhancement requests for the coming fiscal year.
Correct. This is not a year to be making budget enhancement requests, as you know.
And if I said, could we have copies of your enhancement requests from last year and the year before, your answer would be go talk to the city administrator.
Yes, that's essentially what I would say.
I don't understand this question. In a previous hearing, it was suggested that council evaluate adopting a SPED school weight rather than a SPED level 5 weight. Did the DME consider the trade-off between these two different approaches?
We did, yeah. And that's all still part of budget formulation. So I don't think I can share any kind of resolution. But what the question means is when we convened our UPSFF working group on the topic of whether or not we need to provide additional funding for students that have very severe disabilities and who receive technically 24 hours of additional intervention time in their IEP plus 24 hours or more of a dedicated aid, which is what that group looked at. We came up with a way and a process of doing that and promoting it and getting the funding to schools. That would cover all schools. And that's actually, we don't know exactly what the price tag would be. We think it would be quite expensive. And so an alternative, if you look at just the needs of St. Coletta and River Terrace, would be to, instead of adopting a new so-called level 5 weight across the entire system immediately, initially you could simply increase the weight for the special education schools. And that's the weight that's applied to St. Coletta's and River Terrace. So that would be less expensive for the system because it would just be for 2 schools. So you could accomplish a similar goal, meaning you're providing additional funding to those schools for students with the more severe disabilities if we believe we're not funding them adequately to service the needs of those students. But you wouldn't be applying it to every other school in the district.
Well, my impression, and this conveys my ignorance, is that the students that St. Coletta serves are severely disabled. And St. Coletta's does a good job. Are there such students in other schools that are not a special ed school?
Yes. Yes.
So the answer to my question is you have considered the trade-offs. What it means in terms of what a final decision is, you can't say because you haven't made that decision.
That's right.
The trade-off, I assume, is the one approach could be require less budget. But then on the other hand, schools that have a few of these severely disabled students would not receive additional resources.
That's right. There are other logistical considerations because we're not yet I think, prepared as a system with the infrastructure to implement the whole level 5 across the system. Because it turns out that our way of tracking IEPs and special education students through OSSI doesn't yet allow us to specifically identify the exact category of students that would be eligible for this new weight. We don't include it in our audit process on October 5th. And as I said, we don't yet know what the exact price would be. So we wouldn't be able to implement this, for example, in September. So the other reason to do the school weight would be that you could actually just do that now.
So I may be wrong in phrasing it this way, but I'm thinking of these severely disabled students as being a level 5 student. Maybe that's not the correct label. And what you're saying is there is no, in the system that calculates the UPSFF, there's no input for a level 5 student.
That's right. And we don't have the infrastructure built yet to be able to do it easily. So that is something that OSSI is working on, but we haven't yet remedied that.
The attendance works 50% challenge suggests chronic absenteeism needs to be cut in half. Is that the goal?
That's the goal.
What kind of progress are we making?
We made very good progress in the first year, or maybe the first 2 years coming out of the pandemic, as you know. This last academic year, we flatlined both truancy and chronic absenteeism. Somewhere around 39%, I think, for chronic absenteeism.
Yeah.
So we didn't make progress. But I would share that was in the face of a lot of turbulence in the city with the federal surge and other potential kind of chilling effects on attendance in some places. And so we were pleased that we didn't see attendance get worse, frankly, over the course of that academic year. But, you know, as I shared in my testimony, we are hard at work on a number of attendance initiatives, which you are very familiar with, that we think will support improved attendance and decreases in chronic absenteeism this current school year.
What can you share about the effectiveness of the DHS truancy pilot?
I gave in my testimony some of the data that we do have, and I know we owe you a mid-year report coming up. We saw essentially of the students that were referred to DHS, about half actually improved their attendance. And importantly, it looked like 20% or so of those who were chronically absent were no longer chronically absent when we looked at them again after the intervention. So we were pleased about that. I do think on the DHS pilot, actually, you know what? I'm so sorry. I was just referring to the Everyday Labs results, not the DHS results. So you can just
cross that out.
Cross it out, scratch it from the record. But on DHS, what we are seeing is that about half of the young people who are referred actually want and engage in attendance improvement remediation. So they go into either short-term case management or they go into the PASS program for the longer-term case management. And if I remember correctly, I think about half of the students that have received the services actually have also improved their attendance, I think within 90 days. So it does seem to be working, and we are learning as we're going.
Is your answer speaking to last year, what we saw with last year, or how it's going this year?
It's both.
We've expanded the number of schools this year.
That's right. We went from 5 to 10.
And did all 10 become 10 in September or phased in as with last?
They're actually still being phased in. So we started early in the school year with Kramer, which is the middle school. We have phased in 2 others, and the 4th and 5th are either being phased in this month or due to be phased in March.
Why so long to phase them in?
It's my understanding, working with our actually quite wonderful DHS colleagues and Director Pierre, is it's literally a staffing issue. You've got to hire the right case managers. They have to be trained. They've got to develop a little bit of a relationship with the school before they get going. So it's about people.
In the chancellor's recent letter to schools, he described an $8.1 million investment to expand after-school programming for elementary and middle schools. Are these new funds or part of existing OST grant funding? Do you know?
They're unrelated to our office's OST grant funding. That's all internal money at DCPS, as I understand it, including both federal and local. And he is talking there about their commitment to expanding access to great athletics and out-of-school time programming at DCPS schools. So I think he's just talking about the focused effort that they've got to try to move even more resources there.
But it's local and you think federal?
I think also federal, yeah. They receive 21st century funding through OSSI from the federal government, and I think part of that is accounted for there. And the local funding obviously is what they're getting through the UPSFF.
Yeah. In your pre-hearing responses, there was mention of 12,000. I love these numbers, $12,673 to support school security costs for OST. If memory serves, you said the DME was splitting those costs with DCPS. Has the entire fuss over these out-of-school time security costs amounted to less than $50,000?
Yes.
So if
That's our half. That's our half.
Is 12,000.
And my word is my bond.
I'm not looking for a bond, but so all that fuss over less than $50,000.
Yes.
Speaking of OST, so I assume you heard a lot of the testimony today.
I did.
What do you think of the OST comments? Because there was a lot of OST testimony.
I mean, it's interesting because, on the one hand, I love hearing from our OST providers, and there's a lot of good news that comes out of that testimony. They talk about how they've enjoyed improvements in the work of the office. They love the expanded access. I mean, as you know, we've increased the dollar amounts flowing into communities tremendously over the past 8 years. So I think it's wonderful to sort of hear that. At the same time, they're elevating a number of issues that we know to be true. So, for example, we know there is too much of a data burden that's placed on small providers, in part because we can't yet exactly get our systems to talk to each other in ways that would make it easier. But these issues are well known to us. The team led by Dr. Lowe, who is here, has been working on data verification efforts within CitySpan that actually have reduced the burden. We are trying to adjust our data sharing agreements with OSSI and DCPS to account for some of those. So I would say we're making progress, but the providers are obviously elevating issues that are real and that they feel strongly, and we are trying to work with them to address those.
Why can't we make it easier? So, there's 3 different data requests? I'll phrase it that way. Why can't we combine them? You said you're aware of the problem, but it can't be fixed easily.
That's because it's not simply us asking them for a report here, report here, report here. What we're looking for is we're trying to verify the eligibility of a student. And we have a way that we do that. And there's only one way we know how to do that, which is to basically get access to their student ID number. The problem is, for historic reasons, OSSI and DCPS have different numbers. And so when
different student numbers?
Yeah. And so when we're asking the providers to verify the students, often they find they have to contact the schools directly to get access to the number that we need to see from them. So it's about record keeping within the district and the fact that we've got a number of agencies that just do that differently. So again, it's not as though we can't resolve this. I believe we can, but we haven't yet found the fix that will allow us to kind of flick a switch to resolve it right now, because we still need to do the eligibility verification.
Well, are we perpetuating the problem? And by that, I mean, I'm assuming that that's not the only issue, the student number. Am I correct? It's not the only issue?
I think you're probably correct. I mean, there are other things that we require in terms of the submission of attendance results. You know, we have some accountability measures that we require as good stewards of public resources. So I assume some of the providers feel those to be onerous as well. But the one that we've heard most about that appeared in the testimony today was really the student ID issue.
So when I said, are we perpetuating it, what's occurring to me, I mean, it would be nice if this could all be fixed in a year. And that means all the students who are eligible that go into OST, this gets fixed for them. But at the least, are we, for kids coming into the system brand new, assigning the same student number, or are we continuing with two different numbers?
Well, as far as I understand it, which is not very much, we are continuing in the systems at DCPS and OSSI, so they continue to get assigned the numbers that they, within the context of the system that they're in. Which is, I think the answer to your question is no.
No, it would be yes, we're perpetuating the problem. All the kids who are coming in as kindergartners are getting two different numbers, when we could be giving them the same number. So yeah, I'm not sure that fixes the problem, but at least it doesn't perpetuate it. You get what I'm saying?
I do.
I'll keep moving. I'd asked earlier about the MOST portal. One thing I have here that I didn't ask was there was a working group associated with it and it was disbanded. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to chuckle. It's just the word disbanded seems so loaded.
Well, my note here says that the working group disbanded out of thin air.
Well, I think what I would share, and this goes back to the approach of the way we're developing this incredibly useful and powerful new tool that is doing a lot to coordinate for parents. We have had a number of different working groups that have engaged stakeholders through the process of developing this portal. We don't ever intend, as we establish groups, to sustain them indefinitely. So the idea that it was disbanded suggests something untoward happened. I would suggest it fulfilled its purpose and stopped meeting as we had intended.
And the members understood that?
I hope so.
Education through employment pathways, capital costs, expected to cost about $3.6 million over the lifetime of the project. What did we get for the money?
Well, I think the question is rather, what are we getting for the money? And that is one of the single most exciting and innovative policy and family-facing tools that we have seen in the district in a long time. And what I mean by that is we are actually now going to be able, starting this year and the dashboards that I described in my testimony, to link student outcomes in a very real way. Jobs, wages, higher education, employment, to what students actually did in school, what they did with CTE, what they did with their internships, what kind of post-secondary experiences they had, what happened as they traveled through workforce training providers. I mean, the kind of insight that we're going to be able to garner from this is really unsurpassed. So we are delighted about this. Also, by the way, just because you mentioned the money, my understanding, and it's very ably led by Monica Dodge, who's sitting behind me, who can come answer additional questions if you have them, but we actually have a much lower cost base than we see in other states. So we have delivered this project on time, under budget. It has delivered insights even before its final build. It involves 12 agencies across city government. We've got data sharing with 6 agencies. This is an absolute and total win for the city.
So when will we start understanding which programs work and which programs we shouldn't invest in?
Later this year.
Can you give any examples now?
We haven't actually run the match, so we don't have the analysis yet. I will tell you something that they learned, however, that's comparable, which is analysis that we did, and President Eddington alluded to this, using UDC data in partnership with census and then workforce data. And we discovered that UDC does a couple things really, really well. So first of all, there's good ROI on a UDC degree if you just look at the wages students from UDC make after they leave over the course of their next many years. Secondly, 80% of UDC's bachelor's programs are aligned directly to high-wage, high-growth jobs in the District of Columbia. It turns out that that's not true for the community college. It's a much lower percentage of programs that are actually aligned to high-wage, high-growth jobs in the district. And the executive director, Ms. Dodge, went and actually presented to President Eddington and his entire cabinet, and they are using this information now as they do their redesign of the community college. So that didn't use the database, but it's a perfect example of the kind of insights that we will be able to use to drive decision-making and change behaviors in the city.
Okay.
I mean, I would expect more enthusiasm from you, Chairman, because this is totally up your alley.
Well, yeah, but I have another agency.
Fair enough.
No, I think that sounds interesting, and I've been a little skeptical of all this, and what you're saying is impressive. That may be the most enthusiasm you're going to get out of me.
That seems fairly enthusiastic. I'll take it.
At 6:31 p.m. But I also have a thought. I don't want to spend more time on this than I'm about to. Is it possible, though, that some of the programs at the community college aren't intended to be high wage jobs?
Yes.
And so then therefore the lower percentage being connected to high wage jobs isn't necessarily a bad thing.
I think, and this is probably a conversation for another time and perhaps with the president, it depends on what you see as the purpose of the community college.
Or the purpose of the particular offering. So I really like librarians. That's not a community college thing. So I have a degree program for librarians. Maybe I should quit before I take that further. I'm going to move on. DBH transition. We're hearing a great deal of concern about Department of Behavioral Health's transition away from using community-based organizations to provide school-based behavioral health. How is your office coordinating across schools to address these concerns?
Well, we are hearing a lot from LEAs and schools about that particular topic, and we've engaged a lot with Dr. Bazran and our colleagues at DBH. And, you know, I've got to take my hat off to them in the sense that they are really working hard to try to resolve an ongoing issue, which is the inability to get licensed clinicians into schools in the way that we need them. They've been, the community-based organizations, as you know, have been holding a lot of vacancies for a number of years. And this new model, which is actually modeled quite a bit on the school nursing model, which is a team-based approach to provision, is a response to these sort of nationwide staffing shortages. So we have elevated the questions and concerns as they come in. We've talked to DBH. They are making some adjustments to their model, but we are all kind of in this together trying to resolve this real challenge that DBH is hoping to address through this new approach to team-based staffing.
So to rephrase that, there's been a shortage in our schools. And the CBOs don't seem to be able to meet the shortage. So we're trying a new model.
Yes. By the way, that makes it sound like, in some senses, I'm pointing the finger at the CBOs. I think what they would say is we haven't funded them enough, and/or we assumed that they'd be getting Medicaid reimbursements that they were not able to get, and so on and so forth. So it's a complicated ecosystem. We had one approach that we tried for a few years, and we felt like we couldn't make it work together as a collaborative. And now we are trying a new approach.
But we've heard specific concerns from schools like McFarland and Cleveland, who like their partnership with Mary Center and are not happy about losing those trusted providers.
One of the things we're talking with DBH about is whether we can sustain some small number of partnerships, which I think is an open question still.
Does that open question get answered too late? In other words, is Cleveland being separated from Mary Center and it'll be hard to put it back together?
I'll have to get back to you on an answer on that. I actually don't know the specific timeline. And I don't know I don't know when too late would be, but we can easily find out.
So there is discussion about modifying the new approach, maybe allowing for some CBO connection to continue, existing CBO connection to continue, but when that gets resolved is not clear.
Correct.
Give me a second. So are you familiar with the bill that the state board submitted to the council that got a lot of discussion today?
Yes.
So not to put you on the spot because you weren't told this was a hearing on that, but what is your view of their request for legislation that mandates they get data, I think within 15 business days, that their recommendations get great weight? I don't have the bill in front of me. That's what I was just checking on. I think a colleague stole it from me. So I don't remember if the bill also includes the ability of the state board to amend policies that are given to it. To what extent can you speak on this?
I think it's unnecessary.
Can you say more? This is an early opportunity to have a little bit of discussion about this.
Yes.
So far, the discussion has been largely one-sided. Great bill. Horrible council chair who hasn't scheduled a hearing on it yet. So I'm looking for just a little bit more, what do I say, variety to the discussion.
More than my one phrase response. Here's what I think. I think our public school system is a true jewel in the United States of America. I think if we have seen continued improvement on multiple measures over time. And what that says to me is the system we have in place is working. When you talk about issues about whether we should make any structural changes, for example, giving the state board a little more authority, to me, that's a distraction from what we should all be talking about, which is how do we sustain our progress? Now, in the issue of data, we provide the state board with data, as we should. It's a democratically elected body that has some very, very specific, carefully defined roles. They have to be able to approve the graduation standards. They've got to be able to approve standards. They get up or down votes on those things. We know what their role is in our system that is working. So the idea that we have to somehow start messing with that system because somebody hears something from constituents and believes that they need more alacrity in the response time of agencies to give data doesn't make any sense to me at all. Also, it's not as though the executive doesn't spend a ton of time doing the same or even greater engagement on the same topics. So the idea that the state board is the singular voice of constituency doesn't make any sense whatsoever. My own office, we conducted more than 300 stakeholder engagements last year, which I bet at least parallels what happens at the state board. So we honor the state board. We respect their role. They should continue to do the work that they're doing. I have a very convivial and collegial relationship with virtually all members of the board. I support them in their work as they support me, but we do not need to make unnecessary adjustments to our system just because some people think it's a good idea. I don't understand what the problem is, honestly, that affects student outcomes that piece of legislation is trying to resolve. Is that enough variety?
Let me check. Everyone's saying yes for the moment. Give me a second here. Scott Goldstein had some testimony. I don't know if you heard his testimony.
I did not hear Scott's testimony.
Well, he was critical of the DME. And I have it in front of me and I want to see if there are questions I can pull out of it. Well, maybe I'll just read, ask you to respond. I think there are 2 points here. He says in his testimony, what we need from the DME at this moment is bravery. First, we need bravery in taking on the federal threats. Luckily, many of these initiatives, meaning federal initiatives, have failed in court, yet I have very little faith DC will now bolster these initiatives despite their proven legality continuing to operate out of fear. You want to respond to that?
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Well, I think he's talking about the threats. First, we need bravery in taking on the federal threats. The approach from this administration to hide out and do nothing while students fear to walk to school, absences in schools with high immigrant populations skyrocket. As the administration threatens LGBTQ students, that would be the federal administration, and to actively concede on DEI initiatives has been shameful. Luckily, many of these initiatives have failed in court, yet I have very little faith DC will now bolster these initiatives despite their proven legality, continuing to operate out of fear. So that's what he's referring to when he says, first, we need bravery in taking on the federal threats.
I mean, I think in some sense it begs the question about what bravery is and what actually takes courage. And I would argue in some cases, the courageous thing to do is not to stand on the street corner and yell at the bad guys. And I think the idea that this administration has not shown courage in the face of an unprecedented federal administration is foolish and frankly disrespectful.
Well, he goes on and says schools need support and resources to deal with this moment. They need flexible funds to support families feeling the effects. They need rapid support for the educators dealing with traumatic events, not imposed waiver processes that slow down teacher support. They need to be able to communicate in real time, not processes that make them clear every message with the central office or the executive.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Goldstein is talking about a very, very real set of issues that have been terrorizing and traumatizing communities across the city. So of course we are responsive, and of course we've been trying to work with communities and schools to actually improve the quality of student experiences. There are many things that we've done, including training on the actual law and what federal and other law enforcement officers are entitled to do in schools. We've done that in all schools. We stood up the ability for schools to provide virtual programming where they felt like that was in the best interest of the safety of their students, and so on and so forth. So it's not that I disagree with what he's focused on. Those are real and important issues for families. My only point is, when you talk about the method of approach from a central government perspective as being one in where you have to basically stand up and make a lot of noise about what you're doing, that's an approach one could take. In this instance, I suspect, and certainly having talked extensively to my colleagues in public safety and justice, that might backfire. So I don't know if it's courageous to stand up and call out these federal government sort of machinations, but that was not the choice that we made as an administration. And we've done very, very well. Now, that doesn't mean the communities haven't suffered real harm. That's the new world in some senses that we're in, but we have worked hard to support families, to support schools, and we just haven't made a lot of noise about it.
So I think there's a value in having this discussion because things are said and we tend not to talk about them. And I think there's a value in talking about them. He goes on, as second point, we already have excess capacity in schools that makes our system inefficient with public dollars, and that birth rates are declining and that budgets are tighter than they have been in a long time. So we have to look for savings. Then we need the DME's bravery to reassert itself with regards to school openings and closings. So we have to coordinate, so we have a coordinate approach to enhance the efficiency of our dollars. DME launched Edscape and it first used it proactively, but after its initial push to the PCSB to take these data into account and receiving pushback, it has retreated from doing much more than just putting the data out into the ether, instead of playing the role DME should to actually push for a coordinated approach. And when we do boundary studies with the knowledge that school segregation is still a profound problem and integration is a powerful tool for improvement, we need courage to actually make courageous decisions, even if there is pushback, to work toward real school integration.
I have no comment on that, other than to say I utterly disagree, as you can only imagine.
Well, I know that several years ago, you wrote a letter, I think, to the Public Charter School Board concerned about all the empty seats.
Yes.
My sense, but I haven't actually quantified this, is that there hasn't been a net increase in school openings.
That's true.
I have no idea if there's been an increase in charter seats.
We had a number of charter schools that had, and Dr. Walker Davis can talk about this, that basically had built-in growth, so they were expanding a grade, or they moved to a new facility or had a facility expansion. I don't know the exact number because we've also had a number of closures over that same time. But in any event, I mean, in some senses, Chairman, this goes back to the conversation we were having earlier about the recommendations around coordination as a city, which we have been working very diligently at and in great collaboration with Dr. Walker Davis, the Charter School Board, her team, DCPS, its leadership and their team, because I think, as I'm sure Dr. Walker Davis will attest, I don't want to put words in her mouth, if she's still sitting there. She might be outside. Oh, there she is. Yeah.
She's praying that I'm done asking you questions.
That essentially we all know that we are actually in a new world that cannot be driven by the growth in the number of schools. So Washington, D.C. is very, very, very successful in part because of the thriving and robust charter sector that we have. And that was driven by school expansion. We had all these incredible entrepreneurs and other deep thinkers who wanted to start schools, and they did that, and it helped our city to improve. But the next chapter of our city's public education system cannot be about unfettered growth in any sector. And the Charter School Board is very carefully revamping a number of its policies to ensure it's clear about under what conditions schools may seek to expand. It's also revamping its needs assessment, as I said, which we are working now to try to ensure incorporates some of our shared coordinated planning metrics. And the same thing is happening within DCPS. So we really do believe that there is broad understanding in our system and within our within our complicated system that it's a time now for more coordination and to think as a city.
So your answer in part, and you said you didn't have an answer, is that there is active coordination going on in your office.
Yes.
I'm being told to move on to Public Charter School Board. I don't have any
I'm
other.
just starting to enjoy our conversation.
Well, sit back. I'll come up with some more questions. No, I think we'll leave it there.
Thank you.
I think some of what I asked you at the end is a little bit uncomfortable. At least it was a little uncomfortable for me to ask it, but I think it's useful to have this discussion. I mean, I think sometimes it's unfortunate the way these hearings work is that people come in and they articulate a complaint and that's the end of it. As opposed to at least there being a response, there being more of a discussion about it. So, thank you. We'll see you in a month, if not sooner, or maybe it's a little longer with your budget.
Wonderful. Thank you,
Probably
Chairman.
see you in between as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you to your team. Good afternoon, when you're ready.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson, members and staff of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on DCPCSB's performance in fiscal year 2025. I'm Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis, Executive Director of the DC Public Charter School Board, and I'm joined today by our Chief School Performance Officer, Melody Sampson, and our Chief Operating Officer, Will Henderson. As the sole authorizer of public charter schools in the district, and as we mark the 30th anniversary of public charter schools in Washington, D.C., DCPCSB ensures that every public charter school delivers a high-quality education to its students. For 3 decades, we have upheld this responsibility by monitoring compliance and conducting rigorous oversight in areas such as academic performance, health and safety, finance, and governance. Our oversight practices are published in our policies and reports, which we make available to the public on our website, dcpcsb.org. These documents are meant to inform the public about how we work. They are also living documents, which we update based on feedback from charter leaders, families, and city education leaders. I want to focus for a minute on the second group, public charter families, because ultimately all of DCPCSB's oversight work is to improve their experience. Sitting with them and listening to their hopes and aspirations for their students is one of the most rewarding experiences. We are glad these families live in a city with so many public school choices, and at DCPCSB, we are grateful to be a part of the village that it takes to raise resilient, happy, and successful young adults. We are equally proud to support adult learners across our sector who are continuing their education, building new skills, and modeling lifelong learning for the next generation. Policies and reports are critical components of our oversight, but cannot substitute for direct in-person engagement to understand what is happening in public charter school classrooms. A great example of such engagement is the Qualitative Site Review Process, or QSRs, which includes visiting classrooms, reviewing students' schoolwork, and checking special education and multilingual learner services. QSRs are hardly our only in-person engagement. Since the start of fiscal year 25, I visited 30 different public charter schools. Each school had its own story to tell, its own programs and teaching models to highlight, and its own set of challenges. But I frequently find myself with a single conclusion. Charter education in the district is thriving. Every day, public charter schools make possible the kind of learning environments where students are known, challenged, and inspired, where innovation meets high expectations and opportunity is not theoretical, but lived in classrooms across the city. DC public charter schools continue to make strides since the pandemic, increasing sector-wide English language arts and math scores by 3% last year. Schools also continue to make improvements in chronic absenteeism and truancy rates from the prior school year. I can hear the chairman thinking, go farther, be faster. So, for the record, we agree. FY25 was just the start of our 3-year strategic roadmap, which will guide our work in 3 areas: excellent schools, enduring partnerships, and effective organization. Let me say a word about each priority area. Under the Excellent Schools priority, I am glad to report that DCPCSB rolled out our revised academic accountability system, Aspire. Doing so involved updating our core oversight policies and strengthening the use of performance, growth, and equity data to inform renewal, intervention, and continuous improvement. We held learning opportunities, office hours, and working sessions to help school leaders and data teams understand the revisions and frameworks. We also connected academic accountability with student engagement by adding chronic absenteeism to Aspire's school environment category. Under the Enduring Partnerships priority, DCPCSB deepened and expanded its engagement with families, school leaders, community organizations, and district agencies. We created more meaningful opportunities for public comment, delivered targeted assistance, convened professional learning communities, and worked side by side with partners to navigate citywide challenges affecting schools. This was not just increased activity, it was a more intentional, coordinated approach to building trust, strengthening collaboration, and ensuring schools had the support they needed to serve students well. The 2025-26 school year began under the shadow of an unprecedented federal occupation of DC, raising real concerns about the safety and well-being of students, family, and staff. DCPCSB hosted a virtual public safety town hall to help public charter school communities communicate and coordinate. This effort was carried out in close partnership with other district agencies and with the DC Charter School Alliance, playing a key role in supporting school leaders and families. Our community engagement team, which supported the town hall, continues to field questions and concerns from families and community members to learn about safety and other challenges facing schools. We are committed to using this feedback to guide where, when, and how we show up. Under the effective organization priority, DCPCSB worked to improve its internal systems, make key processes more transparent and predictable, and give the public more access to financial information. At the same time, we took on the significant work of addressing longstanding data challenges rooted in outdated infrastructure, modernizing and enhancing our systems to meet the increased complexity required by the Aspire system. This includes building a stronger, more reliable data foundation to power Aspire, ensuring charter leaders have fast, accurate information to make informed decisions that ultimately will help them improve the school experience for students and families. In FY25, DCPCSB made several changes to its charter review and renewal process based on our own reflections and feedback from school leaders, the charter community, and this council. DCPCSB changed its internal timelines so review and renewal decisions happen earlier, giving families important information about their school's status before the My School DC lottery deadlines. We also made changes to give schools more time to implement and meet conditions that may be given during the review and renewal process. This change is aimed at giving schools a fair chance to make the changes we all want to see without lowering our accountability standards. In FY25, DCPCSB also worked to clarify and make financial oversight more transparent so families and school leaders can easily access information about the financial health of their public charter school. In response to feedback, including from this body, DCPCSB staff now give regular updates on financial oversight during monthly board meetings, sharing information about schools that may need extra monitoring or support. We've also made more financial information available to the public on our website through the Transparency Hub. DCPCSB posts and updates list of LEAs on the financial monitoring list, LEAs with citations of fiscal concern, and LEAs under financial corrective action plans or FCAPs. I am proud of what we accomplished in year one of our strategic roadmap and the foundation we have laid for stronger accountability, deeper partnerships, and a more effective organization in the years ahead. That progress, however, depends on sustained investment. Strategy matters, but investment determines impact. A weakened budget would limit the very gains we are working to deliver for students. Thank you to the mayor and this council for your support in fiscal year 25 and fiscal year 26. As we look to fiscal year 27, this is not the moment to pull back from public education, especially not from the charter sector. Public charter schools serve nearly half of DC students and more than half of the district's economically disadvantaged students. Maintaining strong UPSFF funding and placing all public education dollars through the UPSFF is essential to preserving equity, stability, and opportunity for the families who rely on our schools every day. We also have three specific urgent funding priorities. First, we need a dedicated, sustainable funding stream for lead water testing. This council has sometimes found additional funds to cover the cost of this work, But when this has not happened, DCPCSB has been left to shoulder the cost, a solution for which we do not budget and which threatens other health, safety, and oversight priorities. The Department of General Services covers this expense for DCPS, meaning public schools do not pay out of pocket. Public charter schools and the families they serve deserve the same assurances of safe drinking water. Without a permanent funding source, we risk failing to meet this basic health and safety responsibility. Second, St. Coletta Special Education Public Charter School requires adequate funding to meet the complex needs of students with disabilities. These students deserve a funding model that reflects the intensity of services they require. Third, our adult learners need increased transportation support. The current $70 monthly allocation is no longer sufficient given rising fares. If we are serious about supporting adult students on their path to graduation and economic mobility, we must ensure they can afford to get to and from school. Thank you again, Chairman Mendelson and staff and members of the committee for your commitment to an equitable education system. My team and I are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Walker Davis. You kind of touched on this in your testimony, but I'll ask these questions anyway. I know that your staff is now more actively or aggressively monitoring early warning signs of financial enrollment challenges to schools. How far in advance does PCSB typically inform schools of potential risks?
Thank you for the question. I'll start, and if we need additional details, I'll ask Mr. Henderson to join. So our routine practice of financial oversight is to, of course, receive the information that schools provide. Typically, we would engage those data quarterly. We would look for patterns and areas of concern. If we do see areas of concern, our school finance team will typically engage more frequently with schools, follow up with questions. If we feel satisfied with those questions, no further intervention. But if we see signs of concern, you've heard us talk about the financial monitoring list. If there are things that we believe are not immediate remedies, the school may be put on our financial monitoring list. And that, again, would increase the frequency of touch points that our finance team has with the school. So they may have a monthly touch point with the school. There would be additional requests made, maybe asks for more information. And then if we find that there is even a greater concern, that might escalate to a financial corrective action plan, which is essentially an improvement plan for finances, which is over a period of time. So I would say that the first indication of a challenge that the school would receive is at the point that we collect our quarterly data, and the finance team would flag a concern, and then typically they would have within that school year to remedy that concern. And if we found that it was not satisfied, then that would begin a process of greater escalation. I don't know if there's anything you want to clarify.
The school, I guess the school administration would know of your increased monitoring, but if you actually put them on a monitoring list, which is short of a corrective action plan, is there any requirement that the school's board is notified?
Yes.
Is there any requirement that the parents are notified?
So I appreciate that question. So absolutely, the school's board is informed of the school being on the monitoring list. We consider that an escalation of oversight. And so they are made aware. The communications that our finance team has with the school leadership also includes the board at the point of a financial monitoring list. We do also report out on the financial monitoring list at each of our monthly financial updates at our board meeting. We do not have direct communication with the school community, but it is our expectation that the schools are discussing their finances at their regular board meetings. I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add.
Do you think you've got this right, or are you still evaluating whether you need to make some further refinements to this monitoring process?
Sure. We are actually in the process now of looking at developing a financial oversight policy that ultimately our board would approve. That process, any policy development process, involves a public comment period. And so we would certainly be looking at the feedback that we get at that time. We're always looking at ways to make our efforts more transparent, more clear. And so yes, there's always room for improvement, but we do believe that this does meet what we think is the requirement of sharing information, particularly areas where we have concern, keeping that front and center at our public board meetings so that the public is aware of our concern about schools. And also when we are able to have a school come off the financial monitoring list, which we were able to do at our January meeting, that says that the school is on a right path and has corrected the challenges. So we feel good about the process now, and we are always looking for ways to improve.
I'm going to actually sort of staying on this. So I was looking at a spreadsheet that lists days of cash on hand. This is a little dated, the spreadsheet I'm looking at, because it has Eagle Academy on it with 6 days of cash on hand. But there's actually another way of looking at it, which is that there are a few schools that have got a whole lot of cash on hand. So this is, maybe I won't mention the name of the school because I think this is a little dated, but one school had 766 days of cash on hand. That's like 2 years. Do the math. That's about 2 years. Another school had 535 days of cash on hand. Another school, or LEA, but it's a big LEA, had 266 days, but it was, what stood out there was that it was $54 million in cash on hand. So do you look at that and then say to the school, you're getting public dollars, why are you sitting on so much cash?
Yep. Thank you for the question. So we do know that there is a range of days cash on hand amongst our schools. We do have requirements about minimum days cash on hand. We also know that there are several reasons why schools may have reserves, if you will. Partly, as you know, charter schools do not have access to a capital budget in the way that DCPS does, meaning that they often have to maintain reserves for capital improvements or other construction or facility related cost. They have to manage that on their own, and many of our schools are planning construction or they may be planning renovation, and so that might be a reason. Another reason for having significant amounts of dollars might be that there are requirements from their lenders that they maintain a certain amount of reserves. In terms of what we look at, we do provide reports to schools about the range of days cash on hand and where that particular school fits in relation to others. If we do see that there is a huge amount of dollars, we might have a conversation with the school to find out, are you planning some major improvements? And that is the reason why you have these dollars. So we do have those conversations, and we also do give visibility to the school about where they might be in line or outliers to other charter schools. I'm going to ask Mr. Henderson to just add any additional context if he has any.
Really not a whole lot more. I think that part of our process when we're speaking to our LEAs is to gather information about what their plans are. And so certainly we interrogate when and ask for more information when schools have high levels of days of cash. But as Dr. Walker Davis said, frequently they share plans for capital, building plans or renovation work. And certainly, I think all of our schools post-pandemic are particularly concerned about being able to be nimble enough to address the concerns that we can't predict at this point. So, and certainly in the season of volatility in the city of DC in particular, our schools are sensitive about that.
So Dr. Walker Davis, you said that if the amount of cash on hand is high, you might ask. Might is different than you will. So you do have a standard on the low end. I think it's like 40 days or 45 days.
Yes.
And I'll just note the DC government is 60 days is our goal. So you do have a standard there. You don't have a standard on the high end.
That's correct. We do not.
Shouldn't you?
Again,
That's not a, shouldn't you, as in schools shouldn't have more than, let's just say you go, your target is what, 45 days?
yes.
So let's say that you set a limit of 90, and that doesn't mean actually a limit, but a line of 90. So any school over 90, you will ask and get an answer. And if the answer is, well, we just want to sit on the cash, the question is then what do you do?
Yeah, I understand the question, and we're happy to look at that. I believe in practice that's how it actually works without us setting a limit. We are looking at all of the expenditures of schools. We are looking at outliers, and we would ask those questions just in general practice. Our school finance team gets to know the spending patterns of schools pretty well and would interrogate that. And I understand the intent behind your question. So it's something we could certainly look at.
Well, you do know that there's some folks who are not fond of charters in the district. And one of the things they point out is reserves. Reserves are a little different than cash on hand, but I think the schools are subject to criticism if they're getting public dollars and they're sitting on a lot of cash. I don't know what the right amount is in terms of number of days. And I said 90, but I'm looking at this list. Again, it's dated, but I think most of the schools are over 100 days, maybe over 125 days. I didn't do like a mean or a median. But I think that is worth looking at. When you ask a school and they say, well, the reason why we're sitting on 766 days is we're going to do some modernization and we need the cash. Do you then make sure that the board knows this? Or is that just a conversation between your office and the school's administration?
Do you mean our board or the schools, the LEA's board?
The LEA's board.
I'll ask Mr. Henderson to answer that.
Yeah. At this point, conversations like that are between our staff and the staff of the LEA. So conversation about large amounts of cash on hand we do not escalate or require an escalation to the LEA's board at this time.
I will say, though, that those plans are typically backed by conversations that the school is already having with its board about those renovations or modernizations, or if they are planning to move to a different facility. Those are conversations that they are having with their board and would be backed up by their own board meetings and their discussions.
Well, sure, but we've learned that not every board is fully informed. And with the board training that you're now doing, hopefully the boards will be smarter, but I don't think I want to rely on that. I think a board needs to know that, well, I think the first step is I think PCSB should develop I don't know if I want to say standard or a guide. I could say guide, and that if a school's exceeding that guide, then there for sure are inquiries and for sure it's shared with the board. And the board's told, hey, your school has 766 days of cash on hand. And that exceeds what our guide is by X number of days. And this school's told us this, but you should know this.
Yeah, that's certainly something that we can consider, particularly as we are currently thinking about our financial oversight policy and practices.
So I have,
I got to add one other thing. There's a distinction between the earliest conversations, explain yourself, why do you have high levels of cash, to the actual, here's a plan for our facilities. So that moves into the, like, making a facilities amendment, for example, and certainly boards, LEA boards are very looped in at that point in time. So often you're saving cash prior to making the official plans for.
that's if the reason, they're saving cash is because they're planning some capital improvement.
Correct.
What if they're not? So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your point is taken, Chairman, and I just wanted to, I understand that people may see those numbers and think that schools are just sitting on resources. And again, I want to make the comparison that I made at the beginning, that unlike traditional public schools who have a capital improvement budget and all of their capital work is handled there, charter schools don't have the equivalent of that. And so it may not always be clear to other folks that that is what the school is preparing for or planning for. And so I don't want to give the impression that there aren't intended uses for those resources. The budgeting for charter schools is different than traditional schools.
Sure. Which is why I think the DCSB should develop the guide.
Appreciate that, yes.
But this leads into the question I have about teacher and principal retention. So this committee's had 2 hearings in January about teacher retention and principal retention. And the charter sector is lagging behind DCPS in terms of retention. One theory is that the reason why the charter sector is lagging is because the pay isn't as good, or the pay and benefits isn't as good. And I think the cash on hand, it'd be interesting to look at a school with high turnover and how much cash they have on hand. And are they sitting on cash when they could be paying their teachers better? I don't know, but I think that's a fair question. But I will, instead of sticking with the last point about the cash on hand, segue to the new point, which is, do you know what factors contribute to these retention challenges within the charter sector?
I have not done a deep analysis of that, and I would probably suggest that they are similar to any public school in terms of challenges. I would say that while charter schools try their best to be as competitive to the DCPS pay scale or to pay scales around the region, sometimes that is challenging for smaller schools. And it is precisely why we continue to request that all funding for public education go through the funding formula so that charter schools have access to all of the resources that are available for public education, including teacher compensation. So I do think perhaps salaries have some do contribute to some degree. We have not done an analysis of the specific and unique reasons across every charter school why retention may be different. I would also argue that there are some charter schools that have really high retention rates that are comparable and exceed what we're seeing in DCPS. So I think it depends on the school communities. And I also know that there are lots of things that, given the autonomy and flexibility in terms of how charters are designed, that make charters very exciting places for teachers to continue to work, and they continue to choose that environment for their careers.
Been here too long, the mind isn't working quite right. I think the Public Charter School Board could play more of a role in pushing for schools to improve their retention rates. we don't want the mayor or the council telling the charter schools because they're more autonomous. But within the sector, the charter school board is the one that's looking at the charter sector more holistically. And so is educator retention or leadership stability a metric in your performance metrics?
It is not currently one of the measures in our Aspire academic accountability system. It is not.
I'm going to say, shouldn't it be? And then you're going to tell me no, but shouldn't
I
it be?
can tell you no. I would say that we are always looking at the best ways to measure the things that we think are important and are going to drive improvement in the sector. I will say that we did extensive engagement for Aspire to look at what measures we wanted to include, what weights we should add to the measures, and teacher retention did not rise to the top of the list in terms of the measures that we explored. Of course, we are always looking at ways to improve that over time. And so should that be a measure that school leaders, other relevant parties, other education leaders believe is important for us to include against all of the other measures, we would be happy to consider that in the future.
Well, maybe not, although maybe yes. So I'm thinking on the DCPS side, minor elementary school has had 4 or 5 principals in 4 or 5 years. That's huge turnover in leadership. And if I remember correctly, it correlates to relatively high educator turnover. I say relatively because I don't remember the number exactly, but if I remember correctly, it's much higher than the average in DCPS. And I think somehow the public should know that. Now DCPS doesn't have the Aspire framework. But I'm using a DCPS school just as an example of a school that, and it's academically not performing well. If I remember correctly, that was a school I cited where it had done pretty well academically, and then it just plummeted, and the plummeting in academics corresponded with the leadership churn. So I think it is, and our retention hearings have been quite clear that academic quality correlates to stability.
I absolutely agree with that. Our schools do report on retention in their annual reports. We also review OSSE's teacher retention information. So we believe that both teacher and leadership capacity and stability are important. And as we think about our academic accountability framework, we have a lot of measures in that framework, and they weigh various to different degrees. And as I said, we are always looking at ways to improve that in the future. In this iteration, teacher retention did not rise as a measure to include in the framework, but we do understand its value, and we use the information that we have to observe what trends are in the sector.
If it's not part of the framework, maybe it could be shared simultaneously with the framework?
We will consider.
Well, otherwise, how does PCSB communicate educator stability data to families and the public?
As I mentioned, schools are required to submit information about teacher retention to some degree in their annual reports, and that's part of our compliance submissions.
And the annual report is available to the public?
Yes, all of the schools' annual reports are on our website in addition to theirs.
Lead testing, you spoke to this in your testimony. We allocated $950,000 to be provided directly to PCSB. Apparently, though, the funds were routed through OSSE. Did you get them?
Mr. Anderson.
Yes, that was for FY25, and we did receive those funds they were reimbursed after the fact. We do not have funds allocated from the city for FY26, the current year that we're in.
FY25, you got the money. FY26, we didn't budget anything.
You have not as of yet.
Well, we won't, and we can't until we have a supplemental. I don't know if we will then. Last year, there was discussion about piggybacking with the DGS contractor. Where did that end up?
We are still working on DGS, initiated conversations with DGS about that, but we still have more conversations to have.
So who's not acting quickly on this, DGS or you?
I would say that we initiated conversations and there's still more to be had.
And there's still what?
There are still more conversations to be had about this. I think you know that there is a contractor that both DGS and PCSB works with. One of the solutions could be that DGS manages the entire contract for all of our schools, but I believe it will take more conversation about that. And we've recently initiated those.
Wouldn't that be a way of reducing the cost? So there are two options here. One is that the contract's larger and therefore there's savings to PCSB, and the other is that the DGS covers the whole cost.
Either way, there will be a cost associated with serving 100,000 students. It would certainly lessen the burden on DCPCSB's budget if there were a permanent solution, but either way, the resources would have to be identified. And part of the challenge, as you just mentioned, is that there are no resources identified for charter schools for fiscal year 26 at this point.
So the conversations haven't gone very far because PCSB has no money to put on the table.
That is correct.
I want to ask you about KIP, and where I'm going with this is what is PCSB doing assisting? So pre-pandemic, KIPS was one of the largest, was the city's largest charter network with proficiency rates were good, well, relatively good, 37% ELA, 40% math. More recently, those scores have plummeted. I assume you know what I mean. Do you know what the causes of the drastic change and how is PCSB monitoring drastic academic changes such as these, and how is PCSB assisting?
Sure. So first, I want to, of course, acknowledge KIP is our largest LEA and also just recognize the importance that that LEA has had in our community. Its legacy is second to none. I would also say that like other public and public charter schools, KIP has experienced challenges recovering from the pandemic, and they've also had a number of leaders turnover in the past couple of years. We've had conversations with KIP's leadership about their performance, and I would say that those conversations were one where there was transparency and recognition on the part of the school leaders. They have seized the moment and understand the stakes associated with that. So we continue to talk to the school about their performance. They're actually one of the schools, the LEAs that are up for review. Their review will be next month at our board meeting. So I feel that again, KIPP is taking seriously the performance that they have. They are looking at ways that they can get back to the very storied history that they have had and the place that they've had in our education sector.
Well, other schools have not plummeted and stayed plummeted. Do you know what's going on with KIPP? Or is it the leadership changes you mentioned?
As I said, in the conversations that I've had with the school community, they've acknowledged where there have been challenges. They've acknowledged turnover, both of leadership and staff. And so, again, we are hopeful that KIPP will can make the improvements necessary to regain the status that they've had in our education ecosystem.
So there's been talk about the birth rate decline. How is PCSB accounting for potential declines in the birth rate and student population when evaluating whether to approve new schools or campus expansions?
Yep. So as you heard the deputy mayor reference at the end of his session, we are currently working on revising our policies related to enrollment ceiling increases, related to school expansions. And as you know, we introduced a policy regarding potential mergers and acquisitions or school reorganization. All of those are taking into consideration our current context, the enrollment trends and demographic changes that we are seeing. Part of the requirements for either of those policies is for schools to be responsive to citywide need and demand. I'm excited about the work that we're doing with the DC Policy Center to update our demographic analysis that would support how the staff proposes and the board ultimately decides on whether or not a school would get to expand. And that allows us to think about what current data is telling us about enrollment declines, about where parents are making selections with schools, what are programs that are in demand, and ultimately, if a school were to expand, whether or not they would be able to sustain themselves. So we feel that it is certainly important to take our current context into consideration and to have policies that are designed to meet this current moment that we're in. And that requires a higher standard, quite frankly, for schools to get approval for expansion, and fundamentally is aligned to the quality that we want to see and that Aspire is designed to identify.
So over the last 5 years, has the number of seats in the charter sector gone up or gone down?
I am probably going to have to get back to you with the specifics, but we have opened only one school, I believe, since no, that's not true. 2 schools. 2 schools, both of them have very small enrollments. And as you know, a couple of schools have also closed during that time. So I don't believe that there is a net increase, but I will certainly get that specific details to you following the hearing.
So let's say, get back on the net increase or decrease in the number of charter seats since 2020. If I say since 2020, that means starting with 21, 22, 23. Is PCSB engaging any more with DCPS on cross-sector planning or coordination?
Yeah, so our teams meet, I believe monthly, if not monthly, bi-month, every other month, to stay abreast of changes that might be happening either of our sectors, to share information about, in our instance, what we are thinking about with respect to the revisions to our expansion and school reorganization policy, to think about ways that we share data as we're thinking about where the needs and demands are. And again, as the deputy mayor shared at the end of his testimony, we have been collaborating on what are the measures and metrics that should be considered as we're taking in current city context, and doing our own demographic analysis when we get a request for an expansion or so yeah, I feel very encouraged by the level of coordination that is happening across our agencies.
So let me shift to adult learners. So in your testimony, you advocated for increasing the adult learner transportation subsidy. Is there any analysis behind that?
Sure. I do not have that in front of me, but our adult learners, I'm sure that they have testified over the course of these
Yes.
few days about that need, and I certainly can follow up with them with additional information that they have to make that case. I don't know, Ms. Sampson, if there's anything that comes to mind right now that you wanted to share. So we'll
Well, my
follow up.
question is whether there's been any analysis. So I heard the testimony, but I'm thinking, how many days a week do adult learners go to school? If they on average go to school 2 days a week, and then what's the average fare? And are they all living in Maryland and therefore they're paying the $8 maximum each way? Or are they living in the district and maybe it's $2.50 each way? I mean, I think those numbers, that kind of analysis is useful here.
I agree that that analysis would be worthwhile, and we can absolutely collaborate with the adult ed leaders and data managers to pull that together. I do want to be clear, though, that adult learners are not living in Maryland, they're DC residents, so that transit would be within the city. And to your question about the frequency of travel to the school, it really varies. It depends on the program type. But there are absolutely adult learners who are reporting to their charter school 5 days a week for basic education programming.
Give me a second. I was doing some quick math. I'm not sure I like my math. So if you would get back to us with regard to an analysis.
Yes.
And I think that also should include how many students would need this.
Yes.
I don't know that we'll have the money to budget because basically we're kind of looking at holding on to what we've got with regard to the budget, but still should know what the cost is.
Yep.
So we received some testimony from a group called DC Voters for Animals, suggesting that, well, let me read the question here. In 2021, the council passed the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act to help reduce the district's food-related emissions. It appears that many charter schools are not fully engaging with the requirements of this statute. What are the primary barriers the charter sector is facing in implementing the provisions of this law?
Chairman, I will have to get back to you with that. That is not something that is coming to mind right now in terms of feedback that I've gathered from charter leaders. So I'd have to get back to you.
So this was the testimony from DC Voters for Animals, Max Broad, February 12th. In direct contrast to the forward momentum of DC Public Schools as DC Public Charter Schools, these entities have yet to engage on statutes pertaining to values-based procurement, whether climate-friendly food is outlined in the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act or the Good Food Purchasing Program as outlined in the Healthy Students Amendment Act. Both of such laws apply to charters. It is unclear what the main barriers are And we welcome further discussion with the Public Charter School Board to explore how to support procurement and get in compliance with these laws.
I appreciate the testimony. I don't have any additional information right now.
Would you be willing to reach out to Mr. Broad and meet with him to understand it better?
I will certainly ask my policy team to follow up and understand what the underlying issues are.
Okay. He cites two acts, the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act and the Good Food Purchasing the Healthy Students Amendment Act.
Yep, thank you.
So this is kind of a tough one. We were recently informed of a situation in which a charter LEA's Board of Trustees was not communicating with or responding to members of its school community. When issues like this arise, how does PCSB engage? And what steps does the board take to address concerns about governance responsiveness?
Yeah. Again, it would depend on the situation and how it comes to our attention. In terms of general governance, you do know that we have been working to improve our governance practices. And again, want to thank the council for the governance training bill. That has certainly supported our efforts, and we've started doing piloting training sessions and engaging with boards of trustees to understand what would be helpful in implementing that. And we have a staff person who is focused on governance and following up at schools to sort of understand the lay of the land in terms of what needs exist in our sector. We also have a community complaint process, which is probably where such a concern would come to our attention. And if it does come to our attention, our staff would investigate it, would follow up with the school, would get an understanding of what the issue is. If it was one about the board, we would likely attend a couple of board meetings and get to the bottom of what is going on. So that it depends on, again, how that information comes to us. Some of it is proactive in that we are right now assembling our training efforts. But if we did get a community complaint, we would follow the community complaint process that we have.
So if a parent were to contact us and say the LEA is just not responding to us, the board is not responding to us, we could say to that parent, well, contact the Public Charter School Board. They have somebody who handles complaints.
We do have a community complaint process, yes. So that is a place that parents or in the case of adult students could engage. We would still do a process where we would investigate what is happening, and it will likely be that we would reach out to the school to figure out what is at the bottom of this particular complaint.
Changing the subject, how do you feel about the School Connect program being run out of the Department for Hire Vehicles?
How do I feel about the program, or where it is, how it is implemented? I'm not sure I understood your question.
I know it's sort of two sides of the same coin, however you want to answer it.
I know that many schools relied on that program, wanted to see it continue, and were impacted by some of the shifts in the program. Other than schools saying that it could be a valuable resource for them, I don't have any opinions about its implementation.
How are we doing with Board of Trustees training?
Yes, we are very excited about the things that we are learning that boards of trustees both need and want. And we are in the process, as I said, of piloting some sessions now so that we could understand what tweaks need to be made to roll out the training. We've also recently secured our learning management system, so we feel confident that we are on track for implementation next year. And I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add, Ms. Sampson.
I'll add a shameless plug for people who are watching. Our third pilot training is March 25th. It will be a good opportunity for trustees to engage with PCSB staff on an oversight brief that we're releasing to LEA boards. And so we're looking forward to this last opportunity to pilot the testing for this school year, looking ahead to next school year's full implementation.
So that all sounds very positive. Hold on a second. I think I've worn everybody out, but I'm getting my third wind. I do not have any other questions for you. So thank you. We will see you at budget time, if not sooner.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And as always, thank you for hearing directly from so many LEA leaders over the last few days. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, so that's going to conclude this hearing. The Committee of the Whole has one last performance oversight hearing, which will be next Wednesday, March 4th, supposedly beginning at 9:30 in the morning, where we will hear testimony from public and government witnesses regarding the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. I want to thank all the witnesses who testified today, and I want to thank you, Dr. Walker Davis, your staff, and gosh, everyone else. The time is 7:49 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.